Okay, seems to be working a little bit. Hey there. Hi, Ice Trinity. Passengers are advised. I know, Ice Trinity. Hi, Vex Freeze. Welcome aboard. It's very early here, so I'm not trying to do ASMR today. But it's really, really early, so I'm trying not to disturb neighbors. Hi, it's Cornflakes. Welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. Good. Yes, the weather cam just disconnected. Exactly. I did something else disconnected. Okay, let's come on over here and clear that. Hey, Andrew. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Andrew, the Angry Alpaca's back. Welcome back again. Hi, Hyperspace. Okay, so there's been some things that have been going on here. And again, apologies. I'm not trying to do ASMR. It's just ridiculously early here. So was going to take the A350, but apparently there are problems with the A350. Oh yeah, welcome aboard. There's problems with the A350. There's WASM crashes. People are not doing well with long hauls in that right now. So I've switched on over to the A330 from Builds, which gives me a chance to fly Air Berlin. So there's the upside there. Happy cross the pond day flying, Eli. Yeah, it's 6 a.m. here, so that's why we're talking very, very quietly right now. I was hoping to get easy CPDLC to work, but it's crashing, so I don't know if that's not going to work or not. So we got to go and get the airplane going here. It is low, yeah, definitely low. Hi, Kiri, welcome on in. So we're in the A330. We're getting ready to go. DC, welcome aboard. Happy CTP day. Okay, align the IRS. I think we're doing that right now. Let's make sure. So A330, I did take this on a flight earlier in the week, so I do know that this airplane works really good. There's our dashboard. That's all loaded in. There's our flight plan. Yes, it's very, very low-key jazzy right now. IRS initialization. I think all that's working good. Is this looking good here? IRS align in 4 minutes. We're in good shape. Hooper Booper, welcome aboard on YouTube. Thanks for coming in. It's 6 a.m. Hoppy is only at 5.2%, so not sure why CPDLC. I did put everything in there, so I don't know why Hoppy is not working. I've tried to restart it a few times, and it's just not working, so there we go. Okay, EDDB ATIS 123.7. Looks like my flight plan's good there, so that's good. We've got about a 9-hour flight today. It's about, actually it's 10 hours in this old thing. It's 10 hours in this plane, so there we go. Okay, let's go and grab SimBrief. SimBrief, okay, so all of that looks good. Let's just make sure that these numbers kind of match. 136,280. And 136,280 fuel, 56,394. That looks good too. Okay, so that looks great. Jazz to make your liver quiver and your bladder splatter. Well, right now all we've got is coffee going on, so there you go. I did go and get the latest version of CPDLC. Maybe that's the problem, because my old CPDLC wasn't working. Let's try and connect again. So delete that and connect. Nope, that's not working either. All right, well, we'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. Okay, let's come on down. I think the first order of business is getting a clearance here. We are still got plenty of time before departure, so delivery is 121605. 121605. Let's see what happens when we go over here. So we hear that there's been voice crashes, there's been WASM crashes. Can't imagine what's going to happen when we get out over the water. Hi Dom, hi Dom, welcome aboard. All right, let's listen in.
Contact 12185 for taxi. Dankeschön. Das schönes Event wünschen. Lufthansa 5 just confirm for pushback, my fault.
Berlin delivery, I would like to know if my departure is Arsa
Good
3
morning,
Bravo on runway
GHG
06
Droid. Exercise
left.
done. Full cup of coffee.
Is that
Welcome
correct?
aboard,
Turkish for
GHG
X-ray
Droid.
Victor.
Bob, the Swedish chef. Good morning.
Victor 8 affirmative, Arsa 3 Bravo 06 left.
Berlin delivery, Lufthansa 592.
Left, Lufthansa, sorry, Turkish for X-ray Victor.
Okay, let's see here. Did we get weights in here? And as usual, everybody's
Emirates
talking over each
750,
other.
expect startup time 1221 Zulu.
Berlin delivery, Lufthansa 592.
592 go.
When can we expect entrance start and pushback?
592 expected at 1232 Zulu.
1232 for Lufthansa 592. You said me 1204.
Lufthansa 592, startup approved, call for pushback contact Berlin, apron 121.855.
Startup approved for pushback 121.855. Thank you, Lufthansa 592.
Berlin delivery from Air Berlin 441. Good morning.
Clearance to Chicago.
All stations waiting for clearance. Stand by.
Oh,
Air
God.
Canada, correct, American 265.
I think it's going to be
American
American
265. American 265.
American
Hey,
265,
High Priestess Medea,
information
welcome aboard.
Foxtrot,
Maloney and Wesley just arrived too.
requesting
Good
clearance
morning.
to Phoenix.
American 265. Startup approved, cleared Phoenix via Zuki 3 Bravo departure. Flight plan route, climb 5,000 feet, squawk 2027.
Kill 5 to Phoenix, Zuki 3 Bravo departure, 5,000 feet. Squawk 2027, American 265, danke.
American 265 for pushback contact apron 121.855.
Good afternoon, Mr. Posh Martin. Happy cross the pond. Day.
11855 for pushback, American 265, danke.
Lufthansa Cargo 8313 Berlin delivery. Lufthansa Cargo 8313 clear Toronto via Zuki 2 Quebec departure. Flight plan route, climb
Maybe they're just taking, I know I'm filed. Let's just make sure that we're filed, and maybe they're just saying, shut up and we'll talk to you when we're ready. So let's look and see if we actually filed over here.
Lufthansa Cargo 8313, readback correct, startup approved.
Yep, we're filed.
Berlin apron 121.855.
We're filed. Our squawk is going to be 2046. We know that.
United 9er 33 Berlin, delivery.
Okay, so we got that. We just found out that was pretty good. So you can go over to VATSIM radar and you can get your squawk code over there. Happy Saturday, Keeman. Andre, that was, yeah, there's going to be, I think the system is really, really stressed today.
Lufthansa 27 Lima Berlin, delivery. Lufthansa 27 Lima cleared Miami.
Yeah, I don't think CPDLC is going to work for us today. That's too bad. Patrick, welcome aboard.
Flight level 80, squawk 2411.
So we're just going to have to sit here and listen to this. Oh, good. We're all aligned there.
Lufthansa 27 Lima, readback correct. Startup approved for pushback contact Berlin apron 121.855.
136.2 is our zero fuel weight. Well, let's go and apply this to the airplane.
Delta 1522 Berlin, delivery.
Delta 1522 Heavy, go ahead.
Delta 1522, startup approved for pushback contact Berlin
136.2.
apron 121.855.
Startup approved and contact.
Not using the
the
McDo. Your
Berlin
neighbors
delivery, hello, Lufthansa
heard it.
495.
Center of
495,
gravity,
Lufthansa 495, we are ready now, and it's transport.
25.3.
Lufthansa 495, expect Lufthansa 495, expect startup time at 1247 Zulu.
1247, for Lufthansa 495.
Delivery from Air Berlin 441. Good morning.
Air Berlin 441 Berlin delivery. Hello. cleared Chicago O'Hare via Gerga to Quebec departure. Flight plan route, climb 5,000 feet, squawk 2046.
Berlin 441, we are cleared for the Gerga to Quebec departure for Chicago. Climb 5,000 feet, squawk 2046.
Berlin 441, read back correct. Expect startup time at 1232 Zulu.
Expecting startup 1232 Zulu for Berlin 441, thanks. Wow.
Delta 15 operator.
Whoa! We got a clearance!
Vectors 9 Charlie.
Polly, yeah, that's why we're in this one. Okay, climb 5,000 feet. Okay. Do we get charts? We do not have charts in this. We're going to need to have, we need to use the Navigraph charts in this airplane. So let's come on over here, and we got to use Navigraph charts here. Yeah, somebody said, I think it was you, Polly, Jamie had like 4 crashes in a row and gave up. The title is going to be wrong, Hydrospace. We'll get all of that stuff sorted in just a bit.
And expect startup at 1220.
We'll get that sorted in a second. Okay, hang on over here. Oh, thank you. Super nice of you. Thank you. Okay, let's go get some charts.
Lufthansa 458, stand by.
I've got an idea. Let's just turn that off. It's going to be crazy. Okay, Berlin, and we'll get everything else in just a second. Let's do charts, taxi. I don't use this in the airplane that much anymore. Okay, we're going to be over here, and we're over on the Echo stands. Airport is over here. Our departure is going to be the Gerga to Quebec departure. To Quebec. Gerga to Quebec. This is our departure. Okay, so blah, blah, blah. Okay, this means we're going to depart off of runway 06 right. And that's what we were looking for. 06 right. All right, let's go and put that in right now. Oh, what time is it? We're departing 12:32 Zulu. That's our pushback. Where's the clock on this thing? Okay, we got plenty of time. We get to chill. Okay. It does add more weight than the A350 issues a memory leak. That fact, VATSIM traffic, there is quicker WASM crashes happening. Aha. I know, I'm not trying to do ASMR. It's 6 a.m. here locally. It's Saturday. There are people that are sleeping, and my voice really can boom at times. So, I'm being quiet. Don't tell Keela because I don't do ASMR, and she's threatened to ban me if I ever do. Okay, 25.3, let's go and come over here and do the operational stuff. I try to be considerate, even though most of them aren't. Okay, so taxi fuel is 0.408. 0.408. Actually, this kind of worked out good. I was really hoping to do an Air Berlin flight. ASMR is fine. Don't say that out loud. Keela's gonna come get me. Okay, contingency is 2.32. 2.3 is route reserve. Oh, that's right. It doesn't let you do that. Alternate. Let's see if it'll let me do alternate fuel. Is 3.05. 3.05. Hey, alternate worked.
Subscriber confirmed.
Blocked is good.
Top clearance granted, agent.
Maybe that's
Loyalty noted.
56.4, right? 56.4. 56.4. That's good. Let's see. Alternate final reserve is 1.85. 1.85. There we go. And now it'll let me do contingency, right? 2.32. 2.32. And that goes in there. Nope, doesn't like that. You just leave that alone. Okay. DM Bird just did a sub. Hey, DM Bird. Thank you for the resub today.
Subscriber confirmed.
DM has been
Top
here
clearance
for,
granted,
it's been
agent.
a year. Hey,
Loyalty
thank you for
noted.
A whole year of great support and awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. We'll get back to the normal stuff in just a little bit here. Good morning, Solzy. Solzy's been here for almost 50 months. Full Solzy, thank you for the great support and helping me to keep the lights on.
New
and all this
recruit
crazy stuff.
detected. Welcome
Okay, all
aboard,
of this
Agent.
is looking
Stay
good.
sharp.
Let's do part 1 of the flight plan. I think it's ridiculous to put in the arrival because it's going to change. We decided it's going to be 6 right, so 06 right. We're doing Gergo to Quebec. Gerg to Quebec and insert. Let's see. Fidelicourt. Did I even say that right? Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. All right. Let's see. Altimeter is 1026. 1026. 3456. That's good. I thought I turned music on. Oh, it is on. 1026 over here. Okay. All of that looks good. 1026, 1026. Initial climb clearance is 5,000 feet. The passengers are aboard. We're not going to get anything. Oh, look at this. They're independent now? Holy moly. Hey, there's Fidelicourt. Ciao, ciao. Welcome on in. Thank you for coming by today. And thank you for explaining that too. Okay, all of this is looking really good. Flight plan looks good. My EFOB says minus 15.5. That is a little bit concerning. That is a bit concerning here. We're gonna die. May have to do in-flight refueling. Let's check our numbers. 56.4. Oh, those numbers are wrong. This is what's correct. Okay, so that's good. You made a pinned comment. Thank you for pinning that in there. We need a command ASMR that says it's a little early. The pinned command is going to work. Tim, we're finally taking the arrows off. Actually, this is the ini builds. This is the ini builds. Okay, all that looks really good. So our startup time is 12:32. That's actually 5 minutes before push and start. And the clock's over here, it's 12:18. We're in really good shape. Let's go close some doors. So I'm gonna go to ground, and I'm gonna close my cargo doors. And there's our Air Berlin cargo doors. Yeah, when I found that I was gonna make the change to this airplane, I also went and played the Air Berlin song. It's over on YouTube if you want it. Okay, that's good. Now let's go and get back in case they call us.
Subscriber
PT
confirmed.
Says hydrate.
Top clearance granted,
look who's
Agent.
back. It's Schnars.
Loyalty noted.
One niner, stand by.
Holy moly, you've been here for 44 months. Schnars, thanks for the resub. Great to see you. Thank you for coming back in.
KLM 613 Berlin delivery.
Feisty is doing an Air France flight going to Dulles today.
KLM 613.
So far, so good. The only thing that really hasn't worked today is CPDLC. Okay, all of this is closed.
We have a tire maintenance going on.
Oh, we're doing tire maintenance. Let's start the APU. So LFPG, I think we've got several people coming out of
Okay,
there.
KLM 613, then report when you're ready again.
Okay.
Okay, how's our parking brake? Parking brake is on. I think we have to go outside to do the shots.
750, startup approved. Contact Berlin apron 121.855 for pushback.
121855 is our pushback. Okay, 121855. Oh, we did get a squawk code. We had to put our squawk code in.
Code of
2046.
Berlin delivery, startup approved.
2046. Okay, we're good to go there.
For pushback, contact Berlin apron 121.855.
Tim J wants to know if even the PMDG has been crashing. Really? This is the AnyBuilds A330. Yeah. It's not a bad. It's basically, you might say it's sort of like the fly-by-wire A320 in an A330, and they did a good job making it into the A330. Pratt PT says spy hat. I think we have time. Hang on.
Clear to Munich.
Okay, spy hat.
Quebec departure. Climb 5,000 feet.
And let's do another hydrate, could we?
950.
With a 950, read back correct. Expect startup in approximately 1 hour.
Oh my gosh, really?
Roger.
Berlin delivery, Moin, Lufthansa for Delta Juliet, stand Echo 28, Golf on board, fully ready.
I think we're almost
Lufthansa
fully ready
for
too.
Delta Juliet,
Starting the
Berlin
EPU.
Delivery, hello. Cleared to Washington Dulles via CTP Bravo departure.
Okay.
Left-hand route, climb 5,000 feet, squawk 2373.
Just checking the controls.
Yeah,
Controls
we
are all
already
good. Think
received
we're good to go there. Yep, we're
clearance,
going to
but
Chicago.
CTP
Berlin
Bravo
to
out of
Chicago for us
runway
today.
06
Chicago
left
pizza,
and squawk,
deep dish.
2373, climbing 5,000 feet initially.
APU's coming on up. Okay, it's going to get loud.
And Lufthansa port.
Berlin Delivery, guten Tag. Lufthansa Cargo 8192 Info Golf, request clearance to Chicago.
And expect startup time 1230.
You were blocked, confirm it was for Lufthansa for Delta Juliet, and then please repeat.
APU should be coming up and almost ready to go.
Expect correct and startup time 1230 Zulu.
Startup time 1230, Lufthansa for Delta Juliet. Jo, danke.
Okay, we
Delivery,
are
hello,
10 minutes
Lufthansa
from our
Cargo
startup
8192
time.
Info
10
Golf,
minutes
request
from
clearance to
our
Chicago.
startup time. It's hard to
Chicago
memorize them
8192
all,
Berlin
Vanilla
Delivery,
Core. I really,
Chicago
I'm
Air via
trying to
Gerga
memorize them all. I
departure.
gave up.
Left-hand route,
You know how I
climb
remember
5,000
how to
feet,
do
squawk
that?
245.
Google. That's
Squawk
really what I do
245,
most
climbing
of the time
5,000
for
initially
airport
via
codes.
Diego 3 Bravo departure,
Lord.
Lufthansa Cargo 8192.
Chicago deep dish is so good.
Startup time will be 142 Zulu.
Okay, everything's
Roger.
clear here. APU is available. Bleed's going on.
Musketeer 19er, go ahead.
Musketeer 19er, startup approved. And
Really?
Pushback
Sheena
contact
TTV
Berlin
is streaming?
811,
That's
Delta
awesome.
7
855.
approved, 810 121 855.
And everything's looking good in our
Delivery
airplane.
Canada 843, stand Delta 13, press push.
You have pizza for your in-flight snack.
Canada
Dog
814
Gaming.
stand
Perfect.
by. And
British tea bag. It's
441,
really
Berlin
early here, and I'm trying not to talk loudly. I'm trying not to
Berlin
talk.
441.
Berlin 441.
Berlin 441, you will be re-cleared via runway 06 left and the Gerga 3 Bravo departure. Climb initially 5,000 feet, rest of clearance unchanged.
Berlin 441, we are now cleared via runway 6 left and the Gerga 3 Bravo departure now. All set with everything else. Thanks.
Berlin 441, lead me correct.
Okay, Gerga 3 Bravo. So let's go and change our flight plan. Departure is going to be 06 left, Gerga 3 Bravo,
Canada 415,
and insert.
Berlin Delivery, hello.
Cool,
Cleared
that
to
works.
Vancouver
Happy Chappy,
International
welcome
via Gerga
aboard.
2 Quebec
Adult
departure.
beverages.
Left-hand route,
So
climb
the secret for
5,000
that,
feet,
the secret for an
squawk
adult beverage
2001.
on across the pond, wait until you are. You need to wait until an hour before you're done. Getting out of the departure airport's the most stressful part. It really is. So yeah, an hour before. Johnny
Canada
Crop, welcome
415,
aboard.
lead back correct. Expect
Good to see you, Johnny.
startup
Thank you for coming in
time
today.
1302 Zulu.
Okay. I think we're ready. Let's go. Doors are closed. Seatbelts going on.
Lufthansa 6 Romeo Bravo, Berlin Delivery.
Everything else is looking good to go
Lufthansa
here.
6 Romeo Bravo, Lufthansa 6 Romeo Bravo. Lufthansa 6 Romeo Bravo, startup approved. For pushback, contact Berlin, apron on 121.855.
Okay, so far so good. I'm gonna start squawk. Let's get pushback helper ready to go. So, ground power disconnect.
Lufthansa 6 Mike Echo, Lufthansa 6 Mike Echo.
Andrew says we ought to stretch, before we go.
Lufthansa 6 Mike Echo.
So about 5
Lufthansa
minutes
6
to
Mike
go.
Echo,
So let's do a
clear
stretch
to
right now.
Seattle
Oh my gosh,
via
hey
Gerga
Corsair
to
Slayer,
Quebec
welcome on
departure,
in.
left hand route,
Charles de
climb
Gaulle was a
5,000
headache.
feet, walk
Yeah, I did
2422.
Charles de Gaulle 1 year. And I thought, I'm not going to do that again.
Gerga to Quebec departure route, initially climb 5,000
I gotta say,
feet, walk
Berlin's
2422.
really doing good right now. It is. Johnny, thanks again
Lufthansa
for
6 Mike
joining us
Echo,
early in the
read back
morning.
correct, expect startup
Hey,
in more
security
than
man.
4
Good
minutes.
morning, Schnars. Seems like my A330 has a. Oh, really?
Berlin delivery, guten Tag, Lufthansa 67 Charlie, stands Charlie
Okay,
05.
let's get ready to
PDT,
push.
fully ready.
Lufthansa 67
Here comes the tug.
Delivery, hello. Expect startup in about
Low Viz is waiting for
15
pushback.
Order 15 minutes. Lufthansa 67.
Man, not having the
Lufthansa 4
charts
Delta Juliet, Berlin delivery.
over in the
For
EFB.
Delta Juliet, go ahead.
Lufthansa 4 Delta
It's kinda
Juliet,
hard
startup
right now.
approved for pushback contact Berlin apron 121.855.
Apron 121, that's about 855, Lufthansa for Delta Juliet. Danke euch, noch einen schönen Tag.
Okay, so let's just be ready for this.
Lufthansa 6861, Berlin delivery.
Lufthansa
So
6861,
we're
go ahead.
over here and we're now
6861,
expecting 6
contact,
left.
sorry, startup approved, contact Berlin
So it's gonna be
apron
tail to the south.
121.855 for pushback.
So it's going to be tail to the south. We can handle that.
121.855. Bye bye.
And we're over here at Echo 31. Echo 31, so it's Papa 2 over there. Okay, I think we know what we're going to do. Now then, disconnecting ground power.
Lufthansa 458, Berlin delivery.
And toggle the
Lufthansa
GPU.
458, go ahead.
Ground power is
Lufthansa
disconnected.
458, startup
Everything
approved
is
for pushback
clear.
contact Berlin apron 121.855.
We're ready to go here.
Startup is approved.
Now
for
let's get
pushback
ready and
route
check for a new
121.855.
ATIS.
Dankeschön for
Berlin ATIS is information Golf is now aboard. Our new altimeter is 1026.
Berlin, clear delivery,
Everything's good to go.
Cactus
Hey,
1469,
Lovis says hello,
IFR
Boeing Baga. Your conference is making you. Boeing Baga, thanks for
call
coming
again?
in. Good luck with that.
Cactus 1469.
The VATSIM has already had its outage, so we're done with that.
Cactus 1469, Berlin delivery, hello.
Let's see if
Clear
easy
to
CPDLC
Seattle
will
via
connect.
Gerga 3 Bravo departure, flaps and route, climb 5,000 feet, squawk 2455.
Nope, VATSIM errors with easy CPDLC. It's still not
Swap
working.
2455 for
That's
Cactus
too bad. That would have been
1469
nice.
heavy.
Oh,
Cactus 1469,
I
need a full
also, you know what I
respect.
forgot to do? I forgot to
Uh,
put in
by
my,
the Gerga 3 Bravo departure,
I need to
flaps
put
and
in
route,
my
climb 5,000 feet,
cell
squawk
cal
2455.
Java 3
JQFH.
departure, flight Zaza 5.
I forgot to put in my cell cal. You don't want to forget your cell cal.
Expect startup in about 30 minutes. We will call you.
Ryan just took off
start up in
for
about 30 minutes for
Amsterdam, and
Cactus
if you were here on the
1469
spy
heavy.
flight yesterday, you know that Ryan had an absolutely amazing, set of gourmet foods all ready to go for today's flight. Yeah, Ryan, issues with the A350. It would have been handy, yeah, for CPDLC. Okay, 2 minutes. So let's come on up here. Everything's clear up there. Let's do fuel pumps. That way we're fully ready. Fuel pumps are all on. Passengers are in their seats. And we're going to push tail to the right. Hi, Natalia. Welcome aboard. This plane won't complete, really. You think this is going to be a problem? I do. It does say that the fuel was an issue. It's minus 15. I think that that's hopefully not a problem. I think maybe if I were to put in an arrival, maybe that would fix it. So right now, Chicago's arriving on 10 Center. So 10 Center, we are doing the Maddie 7 arrival. Maddie 7 via Oveti. Do I have Oveti over here? Ovet. And is there a via Gibbons? Let's see if that fixes it. And I have one discontinuity now, so flight plan. Gurga to Osrock. I think. Where's this? Just making sure. Boy, I should have spent more time studying this airplane. Okay, Gurga. What do we do after Gurga? So Gurga, and my first waypoint after Gurga should be the Mike 725 to AAL. Yeah, that looks like it. Let's clear that discontinuity. EFOB is still scary. EFOB is still scary. And there should be only one more route discontinuity. And then there's the Maddie arrival. Okay, so our distance says 4,252 miles. Does that look right? Let's look over at the operational flight plan. So minimum takeoff fuel is 53.7. It should be 42.21. I'm at 42.52, so that must not be it. Okay, Erie, welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for coming in. I know it was a shame. Berlin 441, startup approved. Thank you so much.
And Air Berlin 441, contact April on 121.855. Cheers.
121.855. Cheers. Happy cross the pond day. Now, don't start up. They said startup approved. No. Wait until we get our plans back. Mo sideways. Happy cross the pond day. Thank you for coming in. Berlin apron. Guten Tag from Air Berlin 441. We have information. Golf aboard. We are at stand. Echo 31 requesting pushback.
Lufthansa 6861, approaching Bravo, holding short Bravo.
Lufthansa 6861, contact ground to 121.705.
Contact ground 121.705, bye, 6861.
Air Berlin 441, pushback approved, facing north.
Facing north for Berlin 441, thanks. Are we ready to go? Parking brakes off. And we are out. By the way, our original pushback time was 42. We're right on time. Erie is pushing back from our line. It really is kind of nice today, isn't it? Security man, it's early. Everybody grabs her with your wife and your little girl. Happy breakfast time. So what have you got for breakfast? I think what would be good? How about French toast today? That might be nice. 9 hours, Captain Biss. Ryan had 30 minutes of taxi. Starting engine number 1.
KLM 613 request KLM 613, push back approved, facing west, for 2177.
Parking brakes on. And the tug will auto-release.
Canada 839er, contact ground 129er, decimal 505, goodbye.
Okay, doing good. Rob, we are moving. I don't have to do NATRAC since your route goes through Santa Maria
Left
instead
there
of
1 for Lima,
Shanway.
taxi to
Well, I wonder when
Delta 21
that's going to
Alpha via
crash.
Victor 1.
Wonder when
Bravo,
that's
give
going
way
to crash. Hi, Danny
8330 opposite
BDW. Happy
direction.
Cross the Pond Day.
62 gate Delta, confirm 21 Alpha via Victor 1 Bravo and give way to aircraft opposite direction, left front.
Left there 1 for Lima, Delta 21 Alpha via Victor 1, and at Bravo, give way to the opposite direction traffic.
Oh, sorry, Delta 2
What do you say?
Alpha via Victor 1 and give
Do we
way
have
to
an electric
opposite
pump?
traffic.
Apologies, can we get the frequency for Canada 839 one more time? Canada 839R, frequency 129R, decimal 505.
I was thinking about doing one engine
29
taxi.
decimal 505.
I have a feeling we'll be doing this for a while. I may have to do a mid-air refueling. I don't think my fuel's right.
50, just to confirm, your clearance limit is Victor 4.
Speedbird, it's not the best airplane, but it's the best A330 that we have. It is a cool airplane.
Emirates 7350, apron.
Oh, A330 in.
Just to confirm,
I was
your
wondering
clearance
why
limit
it was
is
my
Victor 4.
autopilot wasn't set up. The airplane, you have to turn on the flight
Emirates
directors.
7350,
All the other
what?
airplanes that we have, the
Sure,
flight
then
directors are
continue
automatically
via
on. I was going to say,
Foxtrot
why is
623
the
Hotel
autopilot
Charlie.
set up? And there you go. I'm not starting my next engine until this thing starts to move. Let's do takeoff. We are expecting 6 left. Sync. Calculate.
Requesting taxi, American 265.
Send to FMGC.
American 265, taxi via Victor 3
And
Hotel
off
Charlie at
to
Foxtrot, give way to Emirates 8350 from the right.
Performance.
Victor 3, Charlie,
Confirm the data.
holding short, Foxtrot
Takeoff data
until
uplink is
8350,
done.
American 265.
American 265 negative.
Oh, I
Victor
did
3
start
Hotel
to.
Charlie and give way to the Emirates in front.
Ja, jetzt ist gerade schon an uns vorbei. Victor 3, Charlie, American 265.
Emirates 7350, contact ground 129er, decimal 505, goodbye.
129 or 505. That might be next for us. 505.
Everyone, good day. Condor to Lima Whiskey,
I forgot
Echo
to turn on my
22,
beacon.
request pushback.
Air Berlin actually did fly.
Condor
The
to Lima
A330,
Whiskey,
so we
Epsilon
actually
Hello,
have a
September
little bit
pushback
of
at
immersion going on right now.
Roger.
Apron Air Berlin 441 pushed and started fully ready at Echo 31. We see we're behind somebody else, but we're ready.
Hotel Charlie.
Checking Papa 2, holding short Charlie, Lufthansa 4 Delta Juliet.
Controls. Rudder. Trim is going to be up. Oh,
American
oh yeah, this
65,
airplane, the
contact
trim
ground
auto
129,
sets.
05,
Flaps 1. And speed
Route 9 of
brakes.
505, American 265.
Auto brakes. We're fully ready now. So just waiting for this one. But yeah, they had a whole bunch. Apron, Air Berlin 441, fully ready for taxi at Echo 31.
Berlin 441, taxi via Papa 2, Hotel of Charlie.
Papa 2, holding short of Charlie, Berlin 441. Parking brakes. And out we go. And
Apron, hello, Lufthansa 459er, Echo 33, ready for pushback.
on-time departure.
The 459er,
This is an
Apron,
on-time
hello,
departure.
pushback
This is pretty cool.
facing north.
Sorry, Lufthansa 495, confirm, Lufthansa 495, pushback approved.
Lufthansa 495, pushback approved to the north.
Pushback approved to the north, Lufthansa 495, danke.
Lufthansa Cargo 1722, push and start Alpha at Cargo Fair 22.
Lufthansa Cargo 1722, pushback approved to the south.
Pushback approved, please for cargo.
I don't know if they actually ever went to Chicago. I'm considering how much I like Air Berlin. I really should figure out where they used to go. Hey, Mensis is in chat. Welcome in. It is very early. Super duper early here. It's 6:40 a.m. So ciao ciao and welcome on in. And let's do a takeoff config check. Config check.
Ground 129
1,
505.
2, 3.
Lufthansa for Delta Juliet. Danke euch noch einen schönen Tag.
The things we do for VATSIM, no kidding.
Berlin Apron, hello, Lufthansa Cargo 8192, stand 21, request pushback.
Okay, I think we're 100% ready. Menzies says it's 2:40 p.m.
Cargo 8192, pushback approved to the south. Caution, there's Boeing.
You know, feisty it is with all of the little frustrations that we deal with, you know, with
we have a look at the company 777XF and
with all
we
the
do
little
short pushback
frustrations,
south, Lufthansa Cargo 8192.
you know, there's nothing like the cross the pond day. It's a huge party. Everybody's here having a great old time.
From the 13 Yankee Apron, hello, pushback approved, facing north. Pushback approved.
Okay, let's look over here real fast.
Berlin Apron, guten Tag, Lufthansa 67 Charlie, stand
So,
Charlie 05.
Fox True holding short of Charlie.
67 Charlie Apron, hello, pushback approved, facing west.
Dell found an Air Berlin livery for a 747. I don't know if they had that.
Air Berlin 441, contact ground 129 505.
129.505 for Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend. 129.505. Cool. Menzies, this is the Unibuilds A330.
Then taxi via Charlie to Lima 1.
Okay, we are on Papa 2, holding short of Charlie.
American 265, Berlin ground, taxi left on Quebec. American 261, Berlin ground.
American 265?
American 265, yeah, no, you missed it. All good. Emirates.
Lex Stereo, good quiet morning to you. Thank you for coming in today. Cabin is ready. Predictive wind shear needs to go on. And predictive wind shear is in another spot here. It's not at the bottom. Predictive wind shear is up at the top.
Holding short Charlie.
Flight scheme. Oh.
First day, the Papa Yankee, contact Berlin Tower 12030, bye-bye.
Tower 12030, that's what, thank you.
120.
American 265, taxi loading point, runway 06 left, Lima 2, and exited because your startup time is expiring, so contact Tower 12030, bye-bye.
Does Condor have them? I think they do. They probably are COs. Maybe they do have 9 hours, Fidelicore. If you do exclamation point flight plan, you'll see.
Contact Berlin Tower 12030.
If you do that, you'll see my whole flight plan. CLP,
Lima
morning.
2 and 12030, American 265.
Air Canada 889, confirm you.
Yeah, there you go. That's the whole flight plan with all the numbers. Come on, Lufty. Why are we sitting here? You're going to feel it tomorrow. I think the longest one that we ever did was about 10 hours, so we got to wait and see what that's going to be like.
Lufthansa ground, Lufthansa for Delta Juliet, Papa 2 holding short Charlie.
Hallo, Lufthansa for Delta Juliet, Berlin, Counter Protect, 44 left, via Charlie Lima 1.
Holding point 06 left via Charlie Lima 1, Lufthansa for Delta Juliet.
That's the one ahead of us. They just got clearance to go. Really? It says an A350? Did I get that one wrong? Hang on a sec.
Contact Berlin Tower 1003.
Okay, let me go and fix that. Berlin ground, guten Tag from Air Berlin 441. We are holding short of Charlie.
441 Berlin.
Okay, let me try and update the flight plan page.
Air Berlin 441, taxi to Holypond, runway 06 left via Papa 2 Delta, it's not
06 left via Papa 2 Delta Lima 1 for Berlin 441.
Air Berlin 441, confirm an Lima 2.
Oh, confirming Lima 2, Berlin 441.
If you aren't able for Lima 2, just
Berlin 441, we can make it work.
thanks.
Okay. I will send an updated flight plan your way in just a second. Okay. Papa 2 Charlie.
Ground, hello, Lufthansa Cargo 8192, request taxi and we can
I think you
accept
said Delta
intersection
though.
1.
I think he said Delta though.
Cargo 8192, Berlin, ground, hello, taxi to Holypond, left via Kilo
6 left via Kilo 1, Lufthansa Cargo 8192.
So the flight plan should be correct. Let's just get around the turn here. A little bit too much going on. Okay, according to the actual flight plan I'm supposed to be using, our fuel should have been 56394. We have on board 56040. And we're going to Lima 2. Okay, let me try and do the flight plan updated command here. So we come over here, go like that. This, there. Okay, that should be the accurate flight plan.
So, 120030, Lufthansa 4 Delta Juliet.
And then we're going to go to Lima 2, and we can make Lima 2 work. Cool.
short out Victor for Berlin 40, Berlin ground, hello, taxi via Victor 4 Delta, hold short off Papa 2. Taxi via Victor 4
And
Delta,
I'm just doing a slow taxi.
Callan 613.
Hey, good evening, ground. Lufthansa Cargo 1722, short of Kilo.
Cargo 1722, Berlin ground, hello, taxi to Holypond, runway 06
Holy
left,
moly.
Kilo 1.
Look at all the airplanes ahead of us here. That's got to be static scenery.
Cargo 819,
That can't be people
Berlin
waiting to
Tower
go.
120,
That can't be people waiting to go there.
120.030, Lufthansa Cargo 8192, ciao.
I know it's busy, but wow.
The 459er, Berlin ground, hello, short of Charlie.
Okay, everything else is good. It's essentially a big old A320, right?
Taxi via Charlie, hold short of Quebec,
A
Lufthansa
big
4
old
Delta.
A320.
441, contact Berlin Tower 120, decimal 030, enter your flight, bye-bye.
120.030 for Berlin 441. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend. That's got to be
Berlin Tower, hello, Lufthansa Cargo 8192, ready when reaching runway 06 left.
Lufthansa Cargo 8192, Tower low, roger.
Berlin Tower, guten Tag, excuse me, from Air Berlin 441, holding short at Lima 2.
First Delta, Papa Yankee, wind 060 degrees, 1 to knots, runway 06 left, cleared for takeoff.
Runway 06 left, clear for takeoff, Delta Alpha Golf going.
Runway ahead.
Berlin 441, tower low.
Berlin 441. Good morning. Holding short Lima 2. Fully ready.
Roger.
Okay. We're all set. The ECAM checklist is green. The only concern right now is over on the flight plan page, and it still shows that we are short by 15 tons of fuel. That's a little scary, but if we have to, we will just do a mid-air refueling. I'd rather not, but there we go. What else can we do? I don't think anything else. But our fuel should have been...
Cleared for takeoff.
Block fuel is 56.3, and we are at 55.9. Minimum takeoff fuel is 53.7.
Departure 10340, and just for information, we just hit wake turbulence from the Pacific. Yeah.
Well, I'm looking at all these A350s and thinking, oh no, these pilots are going to have WASM crashes. I was going to take one of those.
Berlin Tower, hallo, Lufthansa 495 von Lima Bonn.
Lufthansa 495, tower low.
What is WASM? So WASM is a module within the flight simulator that crashed.
441, line up runway 06 left.
06 left, line up Berlin 441. Strobes? Ken and Shua, welcome aboard. Hi ZLP. Almost takeoff time. Almost takeoff time. Hooper Booper did Boston to Copenhagen in the A330. You had to import a little more fuel. I boarded 30 minutes of, oh my God, we're all going to die fuel on top of the basic, minimum.
Berlin 441, wind 060 degrees, 1 to knots, runway 06 left, cleared for takeoff.
06 left, clear for takeoff, Berlin 441. Shall we go? Ready for pizza? Oh, that was nice, CLP7. Clock
Departure
going up.
10340, Lufthansa 4 Delta Juliet.
Clock's running. And manual flex. SRS is set. Auto thrust is blue.
Lufthansa 495, line up runway 06 left.
Onward
Line up
and
runway 06
upward.
left, Lufthansa 495.
Loviz has made it. Loviz got a tour of De Gaulle today. 100 knots, steering with rudder pedals. Oh my gosh, the furnace just went on. It must be cold outside. V1, hands off the rudder pedals. Hands off the throttles, I mean, and rotate.
Holding short runway 06 left on Lima 2.
KLM 613, tower low.
Positive climb. Gear. Up, and away.
How you doing?
Loviz says that the tour was stressful. I've also got my airplane sounds turned down quite a bit.
Runway 06 left, clear takeoff, Lufthansa 495.
Berlin 441, squawk mode Charlie. Berlin 441, thank you. Contact departure on 120.340, bye-bye.
120.340. Thank you for the reminder to Squawk Mode Charlie. Have a good weekend for Berlin 441.
Same to you, bye-bye.
340. Lever climb. Berlin departure, very good evening. Air Berlin 441 is passing 3,000 for 5. I don't know how to tune a radio.
123, 225, Air Canada 89. Have a great afternoon. Bye-bye.
Berlin departure, hello there. Berlin 441 is passing 3,600 for 5.
Berlin 441, frame rate identified. Climb to flight level 160.
Flight level 160 for Berlin 441. 160. Autopilot's engaged. Flaps are up. Speed brakes disarmed. Low Viz is going to have an... We made it on time today, too. Mr. Posh Martin, glad you like the music today. A little travel jazz for us.
Berlin departure, hallo, Lufthansa 495, passing altitude 2000.
Lufthansa 495, frame rate. Hello,
Nose light off.
Flight level
AP's
160.
got us.
Climb via to flight level 160, Lufthansa 495.
And transition here was 5,000 feet. So altimeter's reset. And everybody is standard. Continue, flight level 160. Now then, let's see if fuel prediction's still angry. Fuel prediction's still angry. On the other hand, look at this. Our Indianapolis is green. So something's really off about that. I don't know what that is. We'll see how it works. Reply, low Viz, I'm never doing Charles de Gaulle on Cross the Pond again. Really? That's a lot. I'm never doing de Gaulle again. I think that a lot of people say that. Okay.
Lufthansa 4 Delta Juliet, confirm inbound Sierra Papa Yankee.
Dom T Gaming, it was that bad, really? I'm getting the feeling that Low Viz got this massive tour.
Affirmative, direct.
Massive tour of the airport.
Papa Yankee.
Lufthansa 4 Delta Juliet, Dankeschön. Contact Bremen Radar 123, decimal 225.
Dom T Gaming had a nice departure out of Moscow today.
Bremen 123, 225, Lufthansa 4 Delta Juliet.
Lufthansa 495, turn left, direct Sierra Papa Yankee.
Everything else
Left
is
direct
looking
Papa
good.
Yankee,
I thought I
Lufthansa
started
495.
squawking. It's clearly
Berlin
something.
441, turn left, direct Evgun.
Left turn direct to Evgun for Berlin 441. Uh-oh. Evgun.
For Lufthansa 495, confirm direct Sierra Papa Yankee.
Affirm.
EVGUN. EVGU. Evgun. I didn't see that in there. Direct to Evgun. I didn't see that in my flight plan. I may have caused a big problem. Okay, there it is. After Evgun, it's Nunlo.
Identified. Climb to flight level 160.
Climb to flight level 160, KLM 613.
Lufthansa 495, are you turning to Evgun? Sorry, are you turning to Sierra Papa Yankee now?
I have in Sierra Papa Yankee, but it's pretty long direct. I think it's wrong one.
Ja, ich denke nicht. Also, du kannst auch gerne die Route abfliegen, aber wenn ich dir den direkt gebe, ich glaube,
Okay, direct to Evgun
sollte der
there.
richtige sein. Also, das sollte dich irgendwo nach Amsterdam bringen. Auf jeden Fall. Das ist auf deiner Route.
We got a huge
Ich habe
direct
eine Sierra
too.
Alpha Sierra auf meiner Route.
Okay, ich dreh dich jetzt erstmal rum und dann können wir es gleich nochmal schauen. Left heading 250.
Left 250, Lufthansa
Direct to
495.
Evgun.
Lufthansa question evidence 441, contact 124175.
124175 for Berlin 441. Thank you.
Und Lufthansa 495 in der Zwischenzeit gehst du mit deinem Flugplan über Sierra als
124175.
und danach kommt Sierra.
There we go. Oh my God, it looks like every inch of the runway to get this pig off the ground. Hey, dogs, welcome aboard. Really low. I had plenty of runway on this one, but then I'm also a little low on my fuel here, so I may be in trouble. 124. Where were we going? We went to 124175. 124175. That is going to be Bremen. Bremen, good evening from Air Berlin 441. Level of flight level 160 direct to Evgun.
Air Berlin 441, einen wunderschönen guten Mittag. Climb to flight level 280.
Flight level 280 for Berlin 441. Thank you. Flight level 280 and direct to Evgun. Wow, this was a huge direct to. That was like a 300-mile direct to. Feisty, I like delivery. This again, I like kind of like that font. It's pretty cool. But being the spy flight and stuff, there's just a spy vibe that you get out of Berlin. So this is my spy vibe airline. Maybe there's, I've had, not enough coffee, but I've always liked this. Plus, they gave you a little chocolate heart when you got off the airplane. So I thought that was nice, too. I wonder if it's because... Did I... maybe... Well, I got the wind, so it's not the wind's problem in there. I don't know why
New
that's all
recruit
off.
detected. Welcome
Let's
aboard,
see, Final
agent.
Rabbit.
Stay
Good
sharp.
morning. Good to see you. And we actually did an on-time departure too. This was totally on time. We were on schedule today. Fatia SPT, welcome aboard. Thanks for the follow. Check your flight plan. Make sure everything is good after Evgun. It could be that that's it. Let's look at that in there too. They even did the cockpit.
Direct to Butler.
That's right. Low-Vis has got a really cool livery. Vinyl Rabbit, it's really early here at my apartment, and I just did not want to get... I don't want to use my big, bad, booming voice right now. Because I'm certainly not attempting to do ASMR.
Frame radar, hello, Lufthansa Cargo 8192, level 95, climbing level 160.
I think our flight plan is fairly well right. Yeah, the fuel
Climbing
issue,
level
you shouldn't
20,
affect the
Lufthansa Cargo
flight, it'll just
8192.
display the wrong EFOB. Well, that's the other thing that I think is true. This is not, it's not the, the Phoenix McDo's, so it could be that that's just off. We shall see. No reason to panic yet, right? Prep PT says posture check and stretch. Probably a good time to do that. So let's just make sure that we're sitting pretty good because we'll be in the chair quite a while today. And stretch a bit. Oceanic clearance just in time to cross the pond. Oh my gosh, yeah, we got to do that. And I can't get... I wonder if... Let's see if Easy CPDLC will work now. Come on, work Easy CPDLC. Please. System message. VATSIM error. Won't let it on. Oh well. Maybe there's a settings problem. What do I need for settings here? Keep window on top. No play sound. Use simulator connection. FSU IPC. Actually, I don't have FSU IPC in there. Maybe that's part of the problem. I haven't turned that on, and maybe you need that. That's got to be it. Oh well. Jamie, I know. Well, when cream cheese, somebody put the fact Jamie had 4 CTDs in the A350, and that's why I switched over to the A330. I just thought we don't need that today. Crashes to desktop. That means the simulator just absolutely fails. Speedbird has pizza in the oven ready to go. Okay, so far so good. All right, let's see. We need to do...
That's the radar. Lieutenant Cargo 1722 with you passing 11,000 for 16,000.
Chicago 1772, identify climb level 280.
Level 280.
Let's go and start getting ready for nat track here.
Berlin 441, call Rhine Radar 133025, goodbye.
133025 for Berlin 441. Thanks. Happy Cross the Pond Day.
Negative, it's 133035.
133035. Thank you for checking us, Berlin 441.
Perfect, enjoy it, see you.
Cheers. 133035. Rhine, I think. Rhine Radar. All right. 133035. Let's get nat track lined up here. Sign in with VATSIM. Hello. Hi. Request and receive your Oceanic clearance here. I think we're loaded. So nat track is loaded. Rhine Radar, guten Tag from Air Berlin 441. We are passing flight level 250 for flight level 280, direct to Evgun. Hi, Merdinator.
Berlin 441, Bremen Radar, hello, identified, climb, flight level 410.
Flight level 410 for Berlin 441. All the way up. Okay. Start. So we're, oh, look at this. It knows Berlin 441. Cool. Berlin 441 requesting flight level 410 ORD. Requesting Mach number. Digits only. What is the flight plan saying is our cruise on this? I think it's probably 77 or something. What do we have here? .80. Okay, cool. I'll take that. So Mach .80. 080. Our route. Our route is going to be Urser. Urser to Calvi. 63 north, 10 west. That's our route. Okay, we got that. And Oceanic entry is Urser. Oh, no, it's not. I think it's Reykjavik. I think we enter at Reykjavik, right? We're not doing Shanwick. I think we're at Bird. And estimated time. Let's just leave that part of this blank for a while. We got a little flying to do. Okay, flight level 280. Climb's going pretty good. Let's go to progress and report. Overhead TP, direct to Evgun. Next is Nunlund.
839 switch to Copenhagen, 127.865, bye-bye.
Okay, so we got that all ready to go to. Back to performance for now. It is a little bit slower, isn't it? So probably 77, 78.
Rhine Radar, hello, Lufthansa Cargo 8192, level 238, climbing level 280.
All right, let's zoom this out and see how we're doing here. We got a huge direct to.
Climbing level 320, Lufthansa Cargo 8192.
I mean, seriously, I mean, look at that direct to right there to Evgun. There's Ursa right there. And yep, Reykjavik. Okay, so bird radar, that's how we enter our nat track. This was a huge direct too. Look at that. Okay, we're slowly making progress. All we have to do now is hope we don't run out of fuel. What could go wrong there? The Oceanic manual says no clearance is required. We have been live for an hour and 9 minutes already, and I think we're going to be live for a few more hours today. I think more coffee may be needed. Breakfast has made its way to the flight plan, and there is a picture of that in Discord. And if you heard... All right. If you haven't heard, Ryan has incredible catering for today's flight. Look at breakfast aboard. That looks so good. Outstanding. How about that? I hope you've got nice snacks in your flight too. I have a little coffee right now. Wow, does that look good. And a very nice flight deck too, by the way. A super nice flight deck. Cream cheese had waffles, and now it's time for homework. Good luck with homework and stuff. So let's see. By the way, let's see. I think I've got a little bit of coffee. So coffee in there. I'll probably do some sort of snack after the flight today.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, agent. Loyalty
Thanks for the
noted.
resub. Dan's been here for 20 months. Thank you for some great jet fuel in the flight plan. Loviz says there's going to be no bagels with cream cheese.
With a 6 to make data switch advisory, 1 to 2
JSG Droid Virgin Flight 1959 has departed out of EIDW. And sounds like everybody has made their way out. So we're doing good so far. And looking good here. Hey, look at this. Now all of a sudden my fuel prediction has totally changed. My fuel prediction is now 12.2. How about that? That is a change. So fuel prediction is a lot happier. That's not so bad. So it fixed itself. Not okay. 3 cheers. Loviz has departed. JSG Droid has departed. Let's see. JSG Droid has
Subscriber
departed
confirmed. Top
out of
clearance
Dublin.
granted, agent. Loyalty noted.
Keela is here. Hi, Keela. Well, come on in. All right.
Subscriber
look, I just need you to
confirmed.
know right here in
Top
town.
clearance granted,
It's like
agent.
6,
Loyalty
almost 7 o'clock in the
noted.
morning. I don't want to wake up the neighbors with my big booming voice. I am not attempting to do ASMR. You keep your finger away from that ban button right now. Good to see you. Well, come on in. JSG Droid's going to Miami too. And Loviz is going to Miami. And if you've got pictures of your morning breakfast catering, pop that in over at Discord. Yep. No ASMR. It's just I don't want to get in trouble with the neighbors. The wind is behind you and pushing us along. Not me right now. Got 23 knots in my face. Good to see you, Keela. I hope you are doing great. Welcome aboard. And all is well in Sheffield. I don't think we're even flying over Sheffield, so you don't have to worry about parts of the airplane falling off. Captain Whip was in Dublin today, really? So Captain Whip is flying today. Lisbon was organized very well. Cream Cheese departed out of Lisbon. Controllers were fast. And you contact departure without them telling you, as it says on the charts. I had to go to NHS Walk-In Center yesterday. 4 hours and 30 minutes spent waiting. Oh, the Walk-In Center. NHS, National Health. You had to go to Walk-In. I hope you're doing okay. 4 hours and 30 minutes waiting is not fun, but I hope you're feeling better and there's no problems. Sunjammer, hello. Welcome on in. Okay, so far so good. Our fuel has fixed itself, so no reason to panic there. Performance, we're 132 miles to top of climb. Flight plan says we are 4,000 miles out of Chicago. You got some medicine, so you should be better in the next few days. Get well soon, Keela. FNL Aviator had a free donut on your way to work. Oh, really? Your girlfriend is retiring. It's on me. That was nice. Captain Whip is flying as American Airlines Flight 1914. We're direct to Evgun. And performance. And we're A330 with Air Berlin today. It's so a nice A330. Hey, Ordinary Donut, welcome aboard. Keela, we got some takeout pizza when you got home, so it's all good. Ooh, what kind of pizza did you get? And a nice first class section. I don't think Air Berlin did that, though. I think it was all one class. I should start learning more. Ooh, look at this. We have an espresso machine over here. Here's coffee. Cheese pizzas today. You do realize that could leave the door open to some cheesy jokes here. Just saying. And Keela's getting ready for Keela's very first airplane ride coming up soon, which should be fun. And all of this looks good. Not the worst cabin, not the nicest cabin. I think that signs work on this one. Keela, we got some euros today. Paper money feels weird. Oh, that's right, for your trip. You've got to have some euros for your trip, don't you? Wigbill. Good morning, Wigbill. I'm going back to reading next weekend, too. Oh, you're not going to start opening books. You're going home to Reading. Man, I'm having a terrible time with pronunciations and stuff today. I hope that's going to be a nice trip for you. And all of this is looking pretty good.
Subscriber confirmed.
Beautiful Disaster.
Top clearance granted,
nice
Agent.
Sub.
Loyalty noted.
Hey, Beautiful Disaster. Thanks for being here for 17 months and some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Erie has 61 tons of Swedish meatballs on board for the trip to Detroit. Erie, that sounds awesome.
Hello, Center. Form 5.
It is awfully quiet here on the frequency, isn't it? It seems really, really quiet right now. My guess is that these little barriers here, that's for, standard economy and economy.
1 collect Copenhagen 127.865, bye-bye.
127.865 for Air Berlin 441. Thanks, have a good weekend. 127.865. Let's see. Ordinary Donut has the population of Eindhoven on board a KLM MD-11 right now. Ryan is very happy that Ryan took the Boeing 777 Whiskey, and Ben has arrived. Hi Ben, welcome aboard. There's only about 5 planes on the frequency, right? It's very quiet here for across the pond. Copenhagen, good afternoon from Air Berlin 441, passing flight level 380 for flight level 410.
Airplane 441 Copenhagen, control hello identified.
We are identified. Okay, let's go and see what the mass of airplanes looks like right now. This is always usually pretty entertaining to see. So, still a bunch of airplanes here in Berlin. Oh my gosh. Holy moly. Look at the big old blob of blue. Oh my gosh. What do we have? We have got 2,627 pilots going right now. CVZim Tom, welcome aboard. Tim, welcome to you. No, didn't take the A350. I'm hearing there's lots of WASM crashes and problems. Baba, welcoming aboard. You're using Beyond ATC. How's that working? It says it's going good. Real Timer Goth, welcome, welcome.
135.565.
Corsair Slayer has just entered Shanwick. Look at that blob of planes. This is amazing. Holy moly. Look at all that.
Calling station 0 by 5, unreadable.
Wow. That's just 2,621. We've got 277 ATC. Hey, we got 5 supervisors today. I feel safer already. T-Bird, welcome aboard. How can we find low vis in that mess? Well, we could search. Actually, so I'll bet here is, I've got a couple of spy pilots over here. Virgin 1959. There is JFG Droid, JSG Droid. Low vis took off from Paris.
Control, good evening, Universal 350 Heavy.
So low vis is going to be down here. There's Air France 120. So low vis is taking a southern route. You could also search. Speedbird is an Iberia 612. IBE Iberia 612.
Direct Echo Lima.
Oh, there you are. There's Iberia 612.
Copenhagen Control, Lufthansa Cargo 8192, flight level 320.
Dom T Gaming is what? Oh, Walker.
454 request for
Walker 4554.
240, scanning 454. Confirm 240. 240, scanning 454.
So there is Walker flight. Ryan is American Airlines flight 42. Okay, where did it go? There you go, it found you. Over EGPD. American 42. Eham to Phoenix. Eham to Phoenix? Wow, Ryan. Okay, you're just coming out of over Dublin, it looks like. Corsair Slayer is United 392.
01302, we will be leaving my sector in less than 10 minutes. I can give you 5 minutes.
Copy, will take 5 minutes. 1302.
And it takes a second to go and set it up. Feisty, are you doing an A388? There you go, you're right in the middle there. So you got one of the southern routes, Corsair Slayer. Air France, AFR 54. My first officer finally showed up for duty. So Buster hasn't been much help today. There's your big A380 over there. So they're all over the place. So I'm glad to hear that Buster finally decided to show up on the flight deck. CVZim Tom, DLH 4 Yankee Foxtrot. You're right below me. That's right, yeah. I suspect the first officer is ready for doggy treats. Ready for doggy treats or something, right? There we go. I wonder if anybody snagged. Nobody snagged 441 for United. What's going on here? So it looks like the wave is all pretty much just south of a line from Iceland. Most first officers like that probably are. Okay, let's see how we're doing here. Slowly coming up to our final cruising altitude, flight level 410. We're pretty close to green dot speed too. I'm a little heavy. We really should have done a step climb here. I need to learn how to, I need to file a better flight plan for step climbs and stuff. So 30 miles and we'll get in there. And that looks good. This is looking great. Outstanding. Well, the dogs are a little bit more polite about it, I think, than the cats. When the cats have determined that it's snack time, I think the cats are a little more insistent. The dogs are just a little more polite. You know, "Hi, Captain, can I have snacks now?" as opposed to the cats would say, "Feed me, human."
Can have 45 Quebec full ready.
And flight level 410. Ben is ready, wants to know if it's too soon for pizza and pineapple. Actually, I think I already did a pizza and pineapple thing in there. Well, Feisty, you've heard the joke. You know, dogs have owners, cats have staff. Hotel, welcome aboard.
Center 1502 is back.
Welcome back.
Okay, how we doing here? Just charge the phone. My first officer starts pawing me and crying very unprofessional. Yes, pawing and crying. Okay, well, at least the iPhone's charged. My dog used to go into your room to get you to leave, to get you to... Really? I gotta tell you, that dog really had you well trained. Lord Plankton, it does get a little bit boring, but it's kind of fun. It only happens. Well, the dog, it seems to have worked, right? Oh my gosh. Okay, we are at flight level 410. Destination fuel is 12, so that's good news. 3,708 miles until top of descent. Okay, this looks good. Now this time we're going to use progress and report. So we're going to get to Evgun at 1349 Zulu. So we've got about 20 minutes to Evgun. Ben is back. Okay, this looks good too. Lord Plankton, so far this has been working. Sunjammer, I'm the only Air Berlin online. Really? Gotta tell you, that feels pretty good. Sadly, we don't have our Air Berlin chocolate hearts in the pocket like we do in the other one. Lord Plankton, it's been working pretty good right now. The only Air Berlin in the sky. That's awesome. Let's see. I'll bet we've got some interesting statistics here. What do we have for VATSIM statistics? Here come the numbers. So the A320 is the number one airplane, the 738. What?
We have some problems.
The 777 Whiskey is down here.
For now, hold over.
There are 78 777 Whiskeys.
280, left turn.
Holy moly.
1 minute.
What is going on with that? Hi, Hattrick. Welcome
Turn
aboard.
280.
Air Berlin from Air Berlin. Isn't that perfect?
454.
I figured the most used airplane That's just weird to me. There were so many... Yeah, this might not be right. This page might not be right. Let's see, do we get statistics on this one now? I think we may get statistics over here. You saw Air Berlin's landing at Dusseldorf, Lord Plankton? Oh yeah. There is our massive airplanes right now. Carrot is back in chat. It's a solid airplane, but I don't think it works too terribly well for across the pond. Let's see here.
Scanning 49er Mike, proceed direct R-tip, climb flight level 340.
First R-tip, climb level 340, estimate 100.
It's going to be under stats. Airlines. Okay, aircraft. Thank you.
5 Whiskey Bravo, proceed direct.
Okay, now this looks better. So there are 450 Airbus A350s.
Air Berlin 441, contact Copenhagen Control on 135.565.
135.565 for Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
1302, contact Sweden frequency
135.565.
127755, good night.
There's Copenhagen. So we'll just wait and not just yap away. 777 Whiskies, 397, 255 A320s, 216 737s. There's 129 A330-900s. Been hearing several MDs out there. There's 46 MD-11s today. Most popular airline is Delta, followed by Lufthansa and United, Air France. And somebody said there's only one Air Berlin. All the way at the bottom, I guess. Euro Atlantic Vega. V-Spy is coming back to London Heathrow from Kennedy today, Ben. That's cool. And Joan Jett is going to Seattle today. Those are our favorite Virgin airplanes. Copenhagen, good afternoon from Air Berlin 441. We're about 120 miles south of Evgun at flight level 410.
Berlin 441, Copenhagen Control, hello, identified.
We are identified. I think that's true. The headwind is an A330-900. Okay, so we're nicely identified there. Erie, I was hearing over on Discord about the time I was doing flight planning. Somebody posted over in Discord that Jamie had 4 WASM crashes with the A350, and I just decided I don't want to deal with that today. Just didn't have what it took. It's also too early in the morning for that, so I decided, okay, plan B, the A330, and I wanted to fly Air Berlin anyway, so there we go. The top routes, okay, looks like the number 1 route today is Barcelona to Dulles, followed by Amsterdam to Chicago, and Singapore to Manila.
Hello, Giants 340.
Those are the top routes right now. How about that?
Good day, Copenhagen Control, Lufthansa Cargo 8192, flight level 320.
EDDB, the Berlin to Chicago route is number 16. Pratt PT, let's hydrate. Thank you for reminding me to do that.
Version 24 X-ray, contact Copenhagen.
Lovis says that the Indy builds A33. This is a 3.2. I think this is an A32. The 777-200 is his temperamental.
Copenhagen Control, be
Boy, I
line
hope
5
not.
Tango Hotel, flight level 370, direct Cortex.
There's all the pilots.
The Beeline 5 Tango Hotel, Copenhagen Control identified.
Eham is the busiest airport right now, followed by Paris,
Descending 292,
Miami.
Beeline 5 Tango Hotel.
Really? Miami? What's that all about? That's weird.
Hey, good afternoon, control Delta Cargo 1722 with you, 5130.
NMERV is about ready to make it into Oceanic. Tim J, there's an IRL event. That's right, Sheena TTV is streaming today. Trondheim Tower has been up for 8 hours. Really? Just Flight releases were great. Okay, everything's good here. Let's do performance. This, I thought Loviz was in a 777. I think Loviz was a 777 today.
Eagle 5508, Copenhagen Control, hello identified.
I think pretty much everybody kind of gave up on the
Canada
idea of
1850,
doing
contact
the,
Copenhagen Control, 134.680.
of flying the,
Thank you.
well, at least everybody that I know, it's still the most popular, but the idea that I don't think people are going to be flying the A350 with all the WASM crashes. Although a lot of people apparently are. Oh, seatbelts are still on. How could I? And landing lights are still on. Man, slacker pilot here today. How's everything else here? What else did I forget? Okay, strobes, beacons, nav and logo, landing lights are off, seatbelts are off, everything else is good. Jeez.
Polaris 127.
Which is, they've had the SDK for 2024 for forever.
Correction, 127.
PMDG is also doing parallel development for 2020. The compass is off. The cost index today was actually rather nice. My cost index on this flight was, well, wait a minute, that was the A350. Oh, it's 10. It was like 95 in the A330. It was like 95 in the A330. Now it's 10.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted.
Yeah, we do.
Agent.
We changed
Loyalty
swap when you're
noted.
over Oceanic. Brandon just did a nice resub today. Brandon, thank you for a nice resub. Brandon's been here for 42 months. Thanks for an awesome resub.
Copenhagen Control, hello, Lufthansa 877, flight level 2990.
FNL Aviator did a resub in the middle of all of that. It was 24 minutes ago. Good morning, FNL Aviator. Thank you for being here for 37 months. And if you're looking for some good United Airlines emotes, FNL Aviator is your place to go.
13468.
Thank you, FNL Aviator. Sorry it took me so long. Wig Bill, you've had a power outage for 3 minutes. Uh-oh. ALPA arrived at LTU Airlines before moving on to Air Berlin in 2009. After Air Berlin, it's Virgin, it's Daydream Believer, and it's being scrapped. Oh, really? This airplane got scrapped? That's too bad. There are some old Air Berlin airplanes that are still flying for other airlines right now. The A3, I think we're in an A319 yesterday, and Ben found out that that one is still flying for Lufthansa City. But this one apparently got scrapped. That's too bad. Oh, I know that they get old and they cost money and stuff, but I always hate to hear about airplanes getting scrapped. 80 miles to Evgun. We'll start to get an idea of how things are going to do, how we're going to do. Lunchtime. Tim J is having Pringles today. I don't think I have had Pringles in years. Are they still about the same? Pringles potato chips, or I guess they would be crisps elsewhere.
Beeline 5 Tango Hotel. Expect the lobby for Sierra arrival runway 21.
Oh my gosh.
Transmission blocked for Beeline 5 Tango Hotel.
Beeline 5 Tango Hotel, cleared lobby for Sierra arrival.
They would be
Expect runway
crisps in
21.
the UK, that's right.
Lobby for Sierra arrival, expecting runway 21 Beeline 5 Tango Hotel.
So it looks like they split Copenhagen in two for this. It would be crisps in a lot of the
Control 13
Commonwealth.
Yankee Copenhagen, hello identify CPDLC.
Thank you.
Ruling 2
Actually, crisps kind of make sense. They do kind of make sense in a way.
127755 for Vueling to settle Roma Victor. Tak.
Okay, let's see.
Turkish 1, contact
The
Polaris,
current
127,
TMI is at the top of the page. So we request this 30 minutes before we come in. And the TMI is 116. I know that that is too much information for you, but there you go. And we have to give them the the estimated time of arrival when we get to Ursur. So we still have plenty of time before we have to do this. Someone was talking, technically they aren't chips, they are their own thing. Really? It's a little early for Wigbill. It's early for a lot of us.
1488, contact Polaris.
Yeah, that's one of the things. I, there was like across the pond, and the night before, I made a really great, Mexican, chicken enchiladas and green chili sauce, and all the next day it was like.
Tango Control, good day is
So I never do
FedEx
anything spicy or
9857,
anything.
flammable tree
I
number
had like the most
PPLC.
bland chicken
FedEx
noodle soup
9857,
kind of
Copenhagen
thing.
Control, hello identify.
It really was the most bland thing in the world. There you go, Tim J. Hi, November 321. 3:45. Still a little early here right now. It's 7:42. I'm gonna kind of keep it a little on the quiet side until. How to choose the right shears for the job? Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. All right, just don't get snippy about it. Okay, what else do we have
Subscriber
here?
confirmed.
Zatchuk is
Top
here with
clearance
the nice
granted,
resub. Hey,
agent.
Zatchuk, thanks
Loyalty
for the nice resub.
noted.
Yeah, Wigbill is not even clicking that one. Thanks, Zatchuk, for being here for 23 months and some very nice jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on here. Okay, after Nunlow. So, flight plan, Evgud, Nunlow, Rasty, Ursur. So it looks like we're going to be entering Ursur at 14:36. George, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming in today. So what we'll do is as we fill these things in, 1436 is what we're expecting for our entry time. Now, I'm still not going to send it yet because we only do that for 30 minutes ahead. And it's 13:43, so we've actually got an hour. Okay, nothing to worry about up here. Everything looks good here. We are at 49.1 on our fuel. The real pilots, every 30 minutes or so, will run through the lower ECAM. So we could go and do the lower ECAM. So focus there, and then we'll start with engines. So this is just our main cruise page, but engines, and we'll check and make sure there aren't any bad vibrations or anything like that. Go to the bleeds, make sure we're not leaking any air or anything like that going out. Let's see. I am now number 262 on the airline list. We have 34 A346s and 52 777s from X-Plane. Dogs is getting things done for Cross the Pond. And Dogs is just pushed back too. Dogs is also going to Phoenix today. Let's see. Cabin pressurization. We are not losing pressure. Full electric. And electric is all good. DC, make sure that we're not discharging or overcharging the batteries. Hydraulic green is always going to be, well, blue looks like it's a little bit lower. Usually it's the green on the other ones. APU should be off. It is. Air conditioning, temperature in the airplane, not so bad. Doors are closed, slides are armed. Wheels, PSI is good, the brake temperatures are good. Flight controls, nothing's flapping about or anything like that. And fuel is looking really good. Wow, even with this, we don't have anything in the center tank right now. It's all in the wing tanks at the moment. And then do status, it's normal, recall, and clear. And then we go back to cruise. And I think that the real world pilots on Airbuses like this will run through the ECAM every 30 minutes. Lovis says LFPG was a difficult departure. I'm glad I fly there a lot.
Yeah, that is approved. No problem.
Yeah. There really isn't anything easy about LFPG, is there? It's all just kind of crazy.
34.680 for Canadian 420.
Jim, yeah, I had heard that there were problems too, so I switched to my backup airplane, which is the A330. Dogs, you lost your slot? Oh, really? So you're about ready to taxi and you had to go back to the gate because you lost your slot? Really? Never flown out of there. It was very confused, so you gave up. Hi, English Sanchez. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. Dogs, you lost your slot. Really? That's the first time I've ever heard that. I always heard that they would try and work you back in or something. Okay, coming up on Evgun. All of these airports, it's important to get as many flights in and out on VATSIM as possible and get it out on time. You can set that to run on rotation unless it's not part of a A330. So you could actually, it would rotate the screens. I don't know how I would do that. That's kind of interesting though. Makes sense in a way. The first rule of Cross the Pond, don't be like, the first rule of Cross the Pond is don't drink too much coffee, you know, for the first 2 hours. Jim, I am Air Berlin. Collimator, I heard Jamie had like 4 CTDs today in the A380. Welcome aboard, Toby. Late trying to get the PDC. Oh, really? So were they going to try to work you back in or something like that, Dogs? Or they just say, go back to the gate? Dom T Gaming, you lost a slot out of Moscow. Tim J, yes, Air Berlin. It is Cross the Pond Day. Hi, English Sanchez. Welcome, welcome.
Opening control, good day. Scanner 454 Heavy. We are holding over Aslid and we can't continue to Boston, so we would like to do an overweight landing at Copenhagen, so request vectors back to Copenhagen, Scanner 454.
Really?
Close Cadet 454,
wow.
You're identified. Expect vectors for runway 2 to left.
Dogs, you know what? Sometimes when there are just too many things going on, you know, that's probably the good, was made the good call there.
Cadet 454, maintain and present heading for radar vectors.
Okay, everything's pretty good here so far. What engines?
Berlin 441, contact Polaris 127.255.
127255 for Air Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
Thanks, you too.
127255.
Delta set flight level 130.
255.
Descend flight
655.
Polaris is really cool. I think I have GEs. I think this is the A330-200 with GE engines, wig bill. I think that's what I'm doing. And this is one of the coolest names for air traffic control at all. Polaris, good afternoon from Air Berlin 441, overhead EV gun at flight level 410.
Air Berlin 441, Polaris, hello.
Polaris, that is a great ATC name. I like that one. That one's pretty cool. Let's see. The sun is up. It's a beautiful day in the neighborhood here at Spy HQ. It's a little chilly this morning, though. So we weren't down to freezing, but a little on the chilly side.
Building 20 Romeo Victor, correct?
Okay, hey.
Dogs, you're going to do something into Phoenix later on today? Ooh, that sounds like a good plan. Edward, the pilot, had a crash in A350. The A350 is just a real problem for a lot of people today. Captain Biss, I only had the flight factor. Over an X-plane, I only had the flight factor, but I really liked it. It was a great plane. I'm hidden behind hundreds of aircrafts. It is. We all are.
Silver 8 Victor Kilo, proceed direct U-Texto to join REPAM for Mike arrival.
Alright, so there's EVGUN, Nunlow,
Sorry, say again for 8 Victor Kilo.
Nidgi, Rasto, and then we go and do our Oceanic stuff. So far, so good.
Direct to Texu for the RIPAM 4 Mike arrival.
Super 8 Victor Kilo, correct?
Sorry about that, we're having a bit of an audio issue here.
I'm shocked to hear that there's audio issues going on. El Rancho, I didn't abandon it mid-flight, so I got up this morning and I started hearing that there was trouble with the A350. And then somebody posted over in Discord that Jamie had 4 WASM crashes, and I just decided, I'm chickening out. We're real time, but I didn't actually abandon it. Okay, I was just looking to see what's going on in Chicago right now. Chicago's pretty empty at the moment. So let's do Digital Latest and see what's happening at the real world Chicago. Actually, it worked out pretty good. I wanted to do Air Berlin anyway. Oh my gosh, it's a frickin' book. Look at that. Oh, good old O'Hare. Look at the side. Look at that, Adis. Can you imagine sitting in a cockpit listening to all this? It is a simple to manage airplane. Yeah, really, Trappy Smoker, right now, at least for long haul, not the A350, not the amount of time that we're going to invest in this flight. I wouldn't want to do that. Arrivals expect vectors to the ILS 9 left, 10 center, and 10 right. So they are doing 9 left, 10 center, and 10 right. So I'm just kind of jotting all that down right now to be prepared. Keela is going to get going. I'm going to lie in bed and play Minecraft. Thank you for coming by today. Thanks for saying hi on CTP Day. Safe travels when you go to Reading, and I hope you feel better. Thank you for coming in. Have a wonderful day and keep getting well soon. We will watch out for sheep on the runway and alligators too. Cheers. Coffee cheers. I know you like tea, but still. Hi, Outdoor Gamer. Good morning. That's good. Ooh, clouds are starting to increase here. Got some clouds up ahead. Or maybe it's snow. It could be snow.
541, this is flight level 120.
Descending level 1.
New rule, T is mandatory for cross the pond. Mr. Posh Martin is going to do Rome to Malta and back to Rome. That's actually a good idea. That's not a bad idea. My voice is almost back to normal levels.
541, contact approach 120, that's 1455.
It's almost 8 a.m.
455.
Almost 8 a.m., so... EFOB is now 12. Ooh, 12.0. We got to keep an eye. Landing fuel, final reserves should be 4.9. So 4.9, we're at 12.0. Let's see if that's going to start going down. Keep refining your flying skills in the A319. It's good to do that. Just as well, you won't hear you over the Pringles.
Mac decimal 83, Lufthansa Cargo 8192.
Erie, my route is cutting the rest of them in half. Yeah, we're talking to Polaris right now. Flight level 410, yeah, we want to see if this goes up. I think it's gone down just a little bit, probably because we're a little heavy at the moment. I don't think we're at our best flight level at the moment.
Maintaining 83 or greater, Lufthansa Cargo 8192.
Left Victor Hyde and Condor 13 Yankee level 340.
13 Yankee below this low.
Okay. Dell's back in chat. Default longitude is great, decent. The CJ4 is good. Trappy Smoker is trying to buy me an A350. I reject it. It's so if we weren't doing such a long flight or something, I'd probably have been in it. We took the A350 on several flights just this week, and it was good. But I think the longer flights, because I guess the way I've heard it described is there is a memory leak in the A350, and that's kind of what's causing the problem there, I guess. That's right. We do use some fictional nat tracks because there's so many people, right?
Delta 1333.
Cost Index 10, Air Berlin HQ, we're feeling stingy today. Yeah, Cost Index 10 is really low, wasn't it? It said Cost Index 10. Not going at warp factor 10 here. Suspected to be a memory leak, and with that happening with more traffic, that's the problem. Low Viz. So Low Viz has a. Okay, there's the pen that Low Viz was. I almost clicked it. So we've got that, and you've also got an Apple iPad. I almost clicked the pen. And you say, "Oh yes, it's the 777 pen that you can click, our little ASMR pen." Memory leaks are some of the hardest issues to identify and dissolve. Hence, any builds having a few issues. Well, you know, you think we would have learned leaks and stuff like that. I mean, seriously. We started having problems with leaks back in 1912. A big boat, remember? Loviz says, yeah, there's so many details in Loviz's Air France 777. Tim J says, no, it's a knockoff iPad. Oh no. Clickable pens, what a great idea. Almost as leaky as the White House. Oh my gosh. Look at this. We've got a little snow coming up here. A big patch of snow. Corsair Slayer, yes, the pens in the PMDG 777 are all clickable.
122 just for now, maintain Mach decimal 82 or less.
Coming up on Nunlow.
82 or less, Royal Congo.
29 miles to Nunlow.
1722.
Okay, let's go back to progress and report. Evgun. We're going to hit Urser at 1438. Uh-oh, EFOB is now at 11.9. Uh-oh. Hey, Matty McGee, welcome aboard. Did you watch the teaser? I haven't seen that yet. I was gonna wait until after Cross the Pond to see those sorts of things. ZLP, the new features they're talking about in the 200 means flushable toilets and clickable
clearance
pads.
granted,
No kidding.
agent. Loyalty
Planet Coops just
noted.
did a nice resub. Planet Coops has been here for 53 minutes. Early morning coffee chairs, Planet Coops. Thank you for keeping the keeping the lights on. Trappy Smoker is the A330 McDo. I don't use the McDo's and stuff. Different airplanes, so.
Mach decimal 82 or less, take care, that's 1.5.
Okay, I think everything's good here. Kind of come back and chill. If the toilet flushed when you click the pin, then there's something wrong. That might be part of the problem too.
Good for Mike 120 and second direct for 45 Quebec, you're a bit low.
45 Quebec, direct to D-Dax.
D-Dax, 45 Quebec.
Polaris Control, very good afternoon, Air Canada 514, at flight level 380, we're inbound Moglu at 17 miles.
First Air Berlin 441, contact Polaris 120, decimal 655.
120655 for Berlin 441. Thanks. Happy Cross the Pond Day.
You too.
1
And was it Air Canada
20
514 checking in?
655.
514, good evening.
120, that would have been Polaris, right?
Uber 7 Papa, that's again.
Polaris Control, just checking to make sure I did it right.
How many minutes?
120655, that's Polaris. Kiri, do we have the same ETAs today? Okay, let's come on over here. Polaris Control, good afternoon from Air Berlin 441, about 7 miles south of Nulno at flight level 410.
Air Berlin 441, Polaris, hello, welcome.
Polyat said that PMDC is a legacy developer. They come from the days of flight simming, have a limited number of animations and sounds. Okay, EFOB has dropped to 11.9. Eek, I wonder if we need to start being worried. When it starts to go down like that, usually that means you're at an inappropriate flight level. And I should have done, followed the step climbs here. So that's probably part of the problem there. But I did board extra fuel, and it's probably going to drop a little bit anyway. So maybe we won't just panic right now. Hey, Rhinoplast, welcome aboard. This is the A330-200 with GE engines from Builds. Kirill, right now it is almost 8 a.m. here. We're at Spy HQ. Okay, this looks good too. I think we're in good shape. No reason to panic yet. So my guess is back in first class, they're getting a nice first class lunch or
Good day,
something.
Polaris Control, Lufthansa Cargo 8192, flight level 320, assigned speed Mach decimal 85.
Somebody got to slow down.
192 Polaris, hello, welcome.
Anything good for us in here? Nah, probably not.
Air Sprint 332, contact Polaris.
Air Berlin was a low-cost carrier, so there wouldn't have been a first-class cabin.
136.280, Air Sprint 3.
Hey, look at this. We are at Mach .81. How about that?
Hey, good afternoon, Polaris.
So no first class. It was all single class. Right up plastic. I felt like we did pretty good on the takeoff, but maybe it was a little underpowered. I thought our takeoff was just fine. We had plenty of runway. Now, low-vis was so loaded down with fuel and stuff. Low-vis said that the takeoff in the 777 took almost the whole runway. Polyat says that most airlines are doing away with first class anyway in favor of more biz class. First class doesn't sell as well. I've only been in first class once. No chocolates on the low-vis flight. Well, you get French wine though, and frog legs. So I mean, Air France, right?
Contact Polaris 136.28.
I thought this was an A3. This was, I think it's an A330-200.
Contact Polaris 136.28.
So according to this, my Air Berlin fleet pack that I got was for the Inibuild's A330-200 with GE engines. And this is the livery that I'm flying. Hey Ashley, happy Cross the Pond Day. Flash Dog, quack quack, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming on in. So this is the one that I'm flying. And I put a link in there. And those were supposed to be real world airplanes. Polyot says that the A350 is way more comfy. On the last trip to Paris, Low-Vis was in a 777 Whiskey and came back in the A350. And Low-Vis says the A350 was more comfy and did business class both ways.
Air Canada 2579, contact Polaris 136.280.
Polaris, Delta 897.
Polaris 136.280, I can 2579, bye-bye.
Delta 897, Polaris, hello, welcome.
Let's see, I'm also guessing that the 777 is probably pressurized to about 7,000 feet, whereas I believe they try and pressurize the cabin in the A350 to 5,000 feet. And the A350, they also add a little bit of humidity into the cabin too, which they would never do in the past, but they're doing that, and that's why people are so much happier in like the A350. So you don't spend 9 hours at 7,000 feet in super duper dry conditions. Ashley's waiting for the Oceanic clearance. Dad Game Time says it's comfy. You did first class into Kennedy on Virgin Atlantic, and the surface was good. Tim Dog is at flight level 340 because of weight. You're hoping to step climb? Yeah, I think that I should have done my step climbs too. That's why I'm losing a little bit of fuel. But as we burn off fuel, I think we'll be fine. Virgin is nice. Polyat tends to fly Speedbird or Virgin. The only issue with the Virgin 350 is upper class cabins are horrible. Your feet feel like they're in a box.
What, please?
They add humidity as the same technology in Jim J's fridge.
Hello, Connor 13 Yankee, level 2.
Yeah, I should have done that too, and I was prepared to do that in the A350, but I was dropping back and punting and putting stuff up here. Ben says that they also use the lower altitude and a little humidity in the 787s. So I'm still losing a touch of fuel here because I'm not doing proper step climbs. Polyot says that the 787 is not as comfortable as the A350 though.
Polaris control allow is going to 34 Bravo climbing through flight level 110.
Polyot said still felt jet lagged on the Dreamliner but never doing an A350.
Climb flight level 290.
The 777X will use that kind of tech or better than the 787. Oh, it's because they have missing bolts. Ooh. Little bit of a Boeing burn there. I don't know. Not putting all the bolts on sounds kind of nuts to me. Tapu says posture check. Hey, Tapu. It was 5 minutes ago, but I remember that. Thanks, Tapu, for reminding me to sit up straight. Let's see here. Loviz, the tech in the 777X is so good that they can't get us. Oops. Loviz wants to fly on a Dreamliner and the DLH 747 from Miami to Frankfurt. That's right, Lufthansa is still flying some 747s. This, Mr. Posh Martin, I don't know. I have it for the, obviously, 2024 right now.
Polaris Control, hello, Air Canada 188, flight level 340. Air Canada 188, Polaris, hello, welcome.
I noticed some hesitations and stuff there.
Zipper 656, Polaris, hello, welcome.
The bolt issue was a maintenance issue, not a manufacturing issue. But it still led to a really good nuts and bolts joke, though. Uh-oh. I think that somebody said something that might result in like a pizza and pineapple discussion. But yeah, Polyot, despite my silly jokes, the bolt issue was indeed a maintenance issue. It was not Boeing. It was not Mr. Manufacturer. Oh, that's what you have to do to have decent service. Zap. Oh, that was fun. Okay, so far so good here. 3,378 miles to top of descent. And our diminishing fuel should slowly taper off just a bit. After NIGD, is it NIGD? What is it? NIDG. So, progress. Yeah, see, my optimum flight level right now, I really should be at flight level 390. That's why I'm losing. So when the optimum goes up to flight level 410, we'll stop losing fuel. And report, this is our report that we get all of our information from for Oceanic stuff. Tim VATSIM needs to have an option to block sound in HF, so it's quieter to hear the block sound.
Zipper 656 approved.
Mountain Man, good to see you. Welcome aboard. Yeah, I took the A330. There have been some WASM problems with the A350 today. People were having CTDs. So I got to fly my favorite airline that I've never flown before. We are air Berlining to Chicago. And I do have one stick of Lind chocolate over in the refrigerator for my arrival. It's not a heart, but it's good. Yeah, we can still turn it down and listen to CellCal. Polyot says that Delta is my U.S. mainline client, which is why I have Virgin, but I refuse to fly them. Why are you flying at flight level 410? So that's what SimBrief gave me, and I didn't, and I was jamming my
Polaris Control,
I was jamming my flight plan together at the last minute, Carrie, and didn't do a good job of doing my flight planning and step climbing. That's why I'm a little high. That's why I'm losing a little fuel, but we got plenty. Mountain Man, I was going to watch that after Cross the Pond. Tim wants to know what's better, NetJets, FlexJet, or VistaJet. No idea. Do I have Chicago pizza? Sadly, I'm out of the Chicago pizza right now, but I do have a pan pizza all ready to go. Lots of United Battleship Gray and regular United liveries. Oh yeah, and in fact the Battleship was when United started flying the 777. It was the Battleship livery. Rory Stones, welcome back in. Dom T Gaming is already busting out the adult beverage. I have mine already in the refrigerator for the last hour of the flight. Israel Rios, welcome to you. Thanks for coming by. Happy Saturday. Happy Cross the Pond Day. So, looking good here.
Contact Polaris 136.280.
136.280, that's 897.
So we do have our... I need to put my... Okay, let's clear up a few things here. First flight tomorrow is Rome to Genoa in the Mad Dog. We're doing Havana to Orlando and Denver to Aspen tomorrow. The A350 makes it easy to fly slops. I try not to be that sloppy with my flying. That wasn't that great of a joke, and Dom T Gaming's right about that. Okay, I need to put an additional note in here for when we get out so that they know what our cell count is. There we go. And let's see, our squawk code remains the same. And Echo 31, we don't need that departure. Hi, James the Catcher, welcome aboard. Okay. Factor of safety is the same thing that applies to most things in life.
Polaris, good afternoon. United 1639, flight level 360, direct.
The true safe speed is likely 50. 20 miles an hour is the factor of safety. Basically, it's a buffer to take into consideration because humans are idiots. No kidding. James had a long night of work and you're sleeping in. Well, it's the weekend. I hope you get a nice day off, James. A long night of work. Boy, I remember a couple of those long nights. So, what do you say we zoom this out just a little bit here, hit the weather. It was way too early. I didn't get a chance to do a morning weather video today, so I didn't get to weather geek out here. But let's look at jet streams. Oh my gosh, would you look at that? Holy moly. Okay, this is at flight level 220. Let's check ours. So jet streams at flight level 410. That's it. Okay, so maybe we're not going to have big bad jet streams in our face today. Maybe it's not going to be so bad. Looks like we're going to get a little bit coming in to Canada. This is not too terribly bad at all. Lord Plankton, the CJ5 is one that people really like. Do you know how to turn off the radio, as I don't know, on the A330? So I've got a separate volume dial that I have with a Stream Deck, but my guess is if you don't...
441, contact Polaris 135.680.
135.680 for Air Berlin 441. Thanks. Happy Cross the Pond Day. 135680.
Zero inbound, EDDB.
Finland 1.
Okay, oh, in the A330, just hit that little VHF green button right there. That'll do it. This one right here. Turn that off, and that should work. Nidgi. Polaris, good afternoon from Air Berlin 441. Level at flight level 410 at Nidgi.
Air Berlin 41, question 441, identified.
We are identified. The map utility has not failed under the crush. Yeah, 3 cheers on anything that's not failing under the crush, right? Hi, Kiri. Mini crash earlier. Eek. I believe CellCal will work because I don't think that CellCal actually works through your simulated airplane. I think that CellCal works through this. I think that CellCal works through like vPilot.
What's up, Bob?
Polyot says that I guess the map, they upgraded the map for all of this. Dom T Gaming says, yep.
You can continue with Oceanic and tell him that you're not going to jet frequency 132.
Derpeng is in chat today. Finnair 1 Charlie Echo is here. Hey, Derpeng. Dr. Peng, welcome aboard. Finnair Flight 1 Charlie Echo. Happy landings. Martin, welcome aboard. So this looks really encouraging. Remember the last, about a year ago, we had the wind right in our face. That was just all there was to it. It was just right in our face.
Control, Scandinavian 42 Heavy.
ZA Slinger, welcome aboard. Dr. Peng is going. Oh, you're going to Seattle? That sounds like a long flight to me. Okay, let's do an update here. Flight plan. We are overhead Ursa at 1439. And so we lost a little bit of time. Now it's overhead Ursa at 1439 for our Oceanic clearance. Long-haul sim pilot is doing the MD-11. We are doing a 9-hour flight today. Captain Whip is in a 7-hour flight. The map into Cybermen. At least they didn't convert them into dialects.
Lufthansa Cargo 1722 identified.
Okay, looking good here. So we do our request at 30 minutes or so. I cheat and do mine at about 35 minutes. So there's Ursa, 120 miles away. We're going to hit Ursa at 1439. It's 1423.
Scandinavian 9065. Bye-bye.
Really? Are we going to go that fast? We're 10 minutes away from there? I don't think so. We're 46. We're 14 minutes there from Rasto. I don't know that I trust that. $14.29 and $14.39. Finnair 1 Charlie Echo. We're at 1424 Zulu. I think I'm going to do this now. Let's see if Natrax is crashing, right? Okay, 1439. TMI is 116. A 4 bird 8 Mach point 81 is going to be our requested speed. Yep, we're at Mach 0.81. Flight level 410, Berlin 441, going to... And I think we're ready to go. Let's see what happens. Ready? Request oceanic clearance. Some input max flight level must be a number. Maximum must be a number. Max flight level. Oh, 410. 3 digits, the max flight level. Okay, so I screwed that one up. Everything else is the same. The target data link authority ID. You need to request. Okay, it cleared all that out. Okay, so we need, it's out Urser. I screwed that up. Oceanic entry is bird. Man, I'm just screwing this up all over the place. Flight level 410. It didn't like that originally, and then it cleared my route, and everything else is the same. Let's try it again. You are either too early or too late. You are entering Oceanic more than 90 minutes from now. Come back when within 90 minutes. Need help. Okay, and it cleared these. Urser, bird, 1439. Do I not know how to tell time? Oh, am I an hour early? I'm at 1426 Zulu is our current time. The airplane says we're going to hit Urser at 1439. That's my entry point. Loviz got it accepted. You barely got it on time. Navigraph should acquire VATSIM radar. Hoppy, the system behind it, it's been doing that. Okay. Hi, Firebird. Thank you for coming in.
Air Canada 839, over to Oceanic, frequency 128.8, goodbye.
Over to Oceanic 128.8, Air Canada 839, happy crosswind, good day.
128.8.
Musketeer 19, same to you, 128.8, goodbye.
128.8.
Off to the gulag with me. I know I'm a bad person today. So let's check the sim brief time. It's 14:27, so it is actually 14:27. Okay, Rasto at 14:28. $14.29. Hey, Erie, Loviz, not you. Oh, okay. Oh, that was for Loviz. Hey, Loviz got it in there, though. Brenton is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Looking at Volanta, it looks like there's a mass exodus over the bed. Yeah, there's a no-fly zone over there. Very probably. Okay, so when we're 80 miles, why don't we try it at 80 miles? I don't think that these times are correct. I don't think that's working out very good.
Identified.
You should request clearance 30 minutes prior. And I'll bet the people in Oceanic right now are saying, no, you don't have to do position reports. Ooh, clouds rolling in. Bird delivery. You will soon be entering. Okay, it's told me it wants me to do it now. So, Ben. All right, let's try it again. I just got beeped over here from Bird. Bird 3 delivery, hello, you will soon be entering, which I control. Please submit an RCL via NatTrack at least 15 minutes prior to entry. Thank you. So 15 minutes prior to entry there. We are 80 miles out. Tim J, I'm way late right now. I'm late right now? Or is that somebody else? Erie, since the MD-11 update added import from SimBrief, times are really spot on. I think maybe I'm too late for this. It says I'm either too early or too late. So Bird 3 delivery is 129625. I think I have to do it this way. I guess I'm late. 129625. Polaris Control from Berlin 441. We need to tune away and do a quick Oceanic delivery. Be back in 5 minutes.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
129625. Oceanic delivery, a very good afternoon from Air Berlin 441. Level at flight level 410. I think we're a little late on NatTrack, requesting clearance.
Berlin 441, Reykjavik delivery, good day. Stand by, I will call you shortly.
Standing by, Berlin 441. Talking to the bird. So I guess I always feel like I submit too early for these things. I think that the bird is the word here. Yep, the bird's the word on this one for sure.
American 4280, Reykjavik.
Go ahead for a quick study.
It was covered by
NatTrack. The maximum level you can make for me.
The max we can do in Oceanic is 350.
350 is copy, stand by.
Polyot liked it when it was... Polyot liked it when we were doing all voice stuff. I do like some of the digital things.
Delivery, good day. Stand by, number 2.
13568. I think I'm going to have to monitor 2 different frequencies here. 680.
And Skinner 11 Alpha identified.
You had 65-minute window, 90 minutes before, so
American
I was way too.
150, flight
Ready for American flight study.
American 4280, Oceanic reclearance via NatTrack Alpha 5, flight level 350.
Polyot is getting a headache from all the comms, was part of the fun.
Before time 1440.
Well, that's kind of a high ZLP.
Rest unchanged.
Alright, cleared via NatTrack Alpha 5 at flight level 310, and we will not cross the Goomba after 1440 Zulu, American flight ready heavy.
American 4280, just to make sure, flight level 350 and cross at time 1440 when able.
Okay, roger. Flight level 350.
I think the airplane was right, and I just waited too long.
American flight ready heavy.
American 4280, read back correct, return to domestic. Have a good event, bye-bye.
Alright, over to domestic. See ya. Thanks for the help.
Okay.
Berlin 441 Reykjavik.
Air Berlin 441 standing by.
Air Berlin 441, pass your clearance request.
Air Berlin 441, we are requesting flight level 410 for entry on NatTrack Alpha 4. Oceanic entry is going to be Bird. Our entry fix is Urser, and we're expecting to be there about 1439 Zulu.
Air Berlin 441, thank you. Report your requested Mach number as well, please.
Requested Mach number is 0.81 for Air Berlin 441.
Air Berlin 441, standby short.
I guess the airplane was right. We've got 20 miles till Urser. There were no slots, so it was busy. You could often cross the entire Atlantic without anyone ever speaking to you or noticing you.
Berlin 441, Oceanic clearance.
Berlin 441, standing by.
Berlin 441, your clear destination Orlando via NatTrack Alpha 4, flight level 410, Mach decimal 81. Cross Urser at time 1439er, report TMI.
TMI is 116 and our destination is actually KORD. We are going to Chicago O'Hare.
Of course, my bad. It's a busy day. Of course, it is Chicago.
Chicago Pizza, yep. TMI is 116 for Berlin 441.
Berlin 441, that's correct. Confirm the flight level 410 Mach decimal 81 and track Alpha 4 for me, please.
Air Berlin 441 is expecting flight level 410 at Mach 0.81 with track Alpha 4.
Berlin 441, read back correct. Have a wonderful event and return to domestic.
Over to domestic. Thank you for the clearance and happy Cross the Pond Day from Air Berlin 441.
Same. Bye-bye.
Identified. Finner 1 Charlie Echo, contact Oceanic, frequency 128.8.
Oceanic 128.8, Finner 1 Charlie Echo, bye-bye.
Polaris, hello again from Air Berlin 441. About 26 miles out of Urser, just back on your frequency and our clearance is all set.
Air Berlin 441, roger.
Okay, good. As an ear, nose, and throat doctor, it's known as ORL in France.
Identified.
Okay, we're good to go here. Now then, let's go back to that page. So this one didn't work, but that's the clearance. Notify entry time. I'm wondering if the reporting tool is still here. NOTAMs. So all we get to do is this way. I don't think we do anything else. So NatTrack isn't going to be anything else for us. And it doesn't have the reporting tool in there. But we've got it down there. Mikey, welcome aboard. You forgot how boring Cross the Pond is after the ocean. It is, for sure. Mikey, so we were hearing that there were an awful lot of VATSIM crashes with the A350. And because of that, I decided to chicken out and go with my A330. And we're...
Air Berlin 441, contact Oceanic, frequency 128.8, goodbye.
128.8 now for Air Berlin 441. Thanks. Happy Cross the Pond Day. Okay, Oceanic. Oceanic, good afternoon from Air Berlin 441.
Air Berlin 441, Reykjavik Control, hello, identified.
Okay, we're talking to Reykjavik. North Gaming, welcome aboard. Okay, so far so good. Yeah, Polyot, along with a lot of other things, is still doing like 6 weeks of classes. Yeah, I know the Oceanic clearance. Well, I had the Oceanic clearance generator, but I didn't know about the report generator. Passed this week's test. 3 weeks complete, 3 weeks to go.
630, contact Reykjavik Control 128.6. Goodbye.
There was a position generator, but I don't think the position generator's in there anymore. Because my guess is we're not doing position reports anymore. We're just gonna fly. And we are overhead Urser. And we were overhead Urser at 40. So we're a minute late. JSG Droid is passing the time breaking two roasts into steaks, cooking 2 pounds of bacon, and doing stretching exercises and listening to the stream. You know, there's an awful lot at stake when you're breaking up 2 roasts. Sounds good. We should switch to Mach point 81 as your selected speed. Tim J, so I should take it out of managed? Tim Dog says ADSC position reports are no longer necessary. 3,467 miles to go. So I guess with that, we're not going to do these anymore. So I think we're done with NatTrack today. And let's refresh Chicago. Information Bravo is current. Real World Chicago is still on the same. Real World Chicago is still on the same. Runways. So no big change there. JSG Droid says, "Come on over. There's tons of really good food there." But so Tim J should it's maintaining Mach 0.81, so I guess it's cool. And out we go. Iceland.
127, contact Reykjavik Control 128.6. Goodbye.
128.6 may be next for us.
Finnair 47, contact Reykjavik Control 128.6. Goodbye.
I'm guessing that's next for us.
Reykjavik 128.6, Finnair 47, bye.
Victor, welcome aboard. Good to see you. Thank you for coming by today.
Condor 2056, contact Reykjavik Control 128.6. Goodbye.
Thank you for coming by.
Condor 2056.
Using the selected speed means you don't have to watch your speed at all. They have not done a cell cal check. I don't know if we're not going to do that here or not, but they haven't done a cell cal check for us yet. How is fuel? EFOB is now down to 11.5 on progress. So I'm going to guess that maybe we'll stop losing fuel as soon as our optimum flight level gets to flight level 410. So we've got a little bit of fuel that we can do this. Is there a VATSIM ATIS yet? I haven't looked to see. Let's go to VATSIM map. I could have requested one. Uh-oh, Chicago's up. Here we go. What's going on? Is that what? This is what Tim J just posted. Information Chuckles. Yep, that's it. ILS 9 left, 10 center, 10 right. Just like we got from the real world. So Chicago is already up and waiting for us. And there is the mass of airplanes. How about that? Holy moly, we've got 2,735 pilots flying right now. Shanwick is all over cell cal checks today. Maybe we're not going to do that. 2,700 people flying right now. Holy cats.
German Air Force 977, contact Reykjavik Control 128.
Pratt PT says posture check. Yeah, let's move around and stretch a bit there. First wave is hitting the States soon. I know. Holy moly. Yes, there's a mass migration. James the Catcher, I don't understand the point of this event. So, there's full, first of all, basically for you to fly from one side of the Atlantic to the other, the gander is coming. But yeah, it's been going on for 20 years now. It's a bit of a tradition. There's full ATC on this event too. Pratt PT, thank you for reminding me to sit up straight and to stretch a little bit. Yeah, but they're not doing any kind of cell cow stuff. And as long as the, you know, as long as the radio doesn't become irritating.
FM contact Reykjavik Control 128.6.
Reykjavik Control 128.6. Visual for the border. Thank you. Sorry.
No problem.
Okay, so
43 Yankee.
We'll be overhead 6310 north in 15 minutes.
1013, you are currently indicating 400 below.
Sorry, we just started our flight right during the sector.
They only increased the slot count by 300, so a lot of the pilot connections are non-event. Well, somebody was telling me Sheena TTV is flying today in a completely different event in Norway. So there's several events going on today, not just across the pond. And Pratt PT said to hydrate too. We'll do that in just a second. But yeah, you know, rarely will we do, you know, you can fly across the pond on VATSIM whenever you want to, but rarely will you have complete coverage, ATC coverage. And it is sort of like, you know, a flight simulator holiday to do this. Yeah, see, I think that's really nice that VATSIM is going and making sure that other areas are staffed so that people that didn't get a slot. James the Catcher is going to do BIKF to BNA. Tim Dog is having fun with Chase Plane today. Can't wait for that to come to 2024. There may be a lone pilot simulating swimming across the Atlantic who's been tethered to an emergency life buoy for 2 decades. Very well could be. I could do that. I don't hear anybody else doing that. And until I hear somebody else doing that, I kind of don't want to. Make chicken sounds if you want, but I don't like to bug controllers, especially on an event like this. You know, I figure they're so busy with everything else going on. Still flying along. Still doing pretty good here. I don't know. Let's see. I wonder if other people are having trouble. I mean, I'm guessing that everybody's doing well. So stats and airplanes. We still the #1 airplane. There's 447 A350s that are flying successfully, so that's good news. 392 777 Whiskies that are flying along. There are 128. The A330 is number 5 on all of this at
New
the moment.
recruits
Hi, Just
detected.
Speedbird. Welcome aboard.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
iBobix, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Thanks for coming in on our big party day here for Across the Pond. Just Speedbird was flying out of Rome, and you got too many CTDs, so you kind of gave up there. And our number 1 airline is still Delta, United, and Lufthansa. Air France is number 4. Speedbird, American, KLM, and Air Canada. I heard Speedbird, I heard Jamie had 4 WASM crashes, so that's why I switched to the A330. Shanwick is making sure that everybody gets a cal check. Everybody's getting rung up when time to change frequency, so they're being pretty efficient. JSG Droid, maybe it's because they're just not that many airplanes, or they're running Bird differently. Speedbird had 6 CTDs.
Reykjavik Control, good afternoon. Can I have 35 flight level 380?
Sauerkraut wanted to join. You couldn't go to the grocery store yesterday, so you've got to do that today.
United 1514, level 410.
United 1514, Reykjavik Control.
Okay. Eham is now the number 1 airport with 142 departures. I'm surprised. Well, Berlin has now kicked up to 109 departures. Chicago is number 4 with 137 arrivals. Santa Maria is not doing CellCal, but will ring you up if needed. He's pretty overwhelmed. JSG Droid says the controller has not stopped talking. I really like, Bird is so laid back right now. I mean, really, Reykjavik is the cool place to be. November, Tango 128 Gaming. So it is really busy in Santa Maria. Really, really busy. It looks like we're almost completely covered in airplanes right now. Completely covered here. Okay, last cup of coffee here. James the Catcher, you don't know what to do with a 7-hour flight. That is kind of hard. I've never been on a flight more than 5 hours. So, 4.5 to 5 hours out to Honolulu and back. So, I've never done that before.
KLM 43 Yankee approved, report back.
That's why you bring movies and books. Or you do an overnight. Shanwick is one of the Italian controllers we've flown with before. The rolling R's are great, aren't they, JSG Droid? They absolutely are.
Negative.
OMRK Airport is number 698 with no departures and no arrivals. How did that happen, Tim J? Honestly, supplies to expect the top airports to be Heathrow, de Gaulle. No, it was really different, wasn't it? Newton is here. Cross Pond's doing good. Welcome, welcome. Okay, last cup of coffee is cooking. That's right, Loviz has checked in a couple times from some real cross the pond flights and sent a picture of the live stream. So you kind of get to check in and enjoy that when you've got really great ATC. I haven't seen any. Let's zoom in on the flight here and see what we've got. So here we all are here. So here's Air Berlin 441. We're coming up on German cargo. This is an MD-11. And they're at flight level 340, so we're passing over an MD-11 right now. There they are. There's their chemtrail right there. There they are. There's that German cargo right there. So that's German cargo 8192.
And Walker 3497 for you, it will be a
And they are going to Chicago too. They're going to Chicago as well.
Oh wait, I can't seem to find the frequency.
So they're a little bit below us. Polyot says the next cross the pond are too early or too late to watch the stream.
It will be 119.
Yeah, Polyot's got some cross the pond travels coming up. ENVA towers approaching 10 hours of uptime. Wow.
Condor 2032, contact Reykjavik Control 128, decimal 6, show.
Contact Reykjavik Control.
They're not showing up on my TCAS. They're just too low. Captain Chris, welcome aboard.
Delta 1314, contact Reykjavik Control 128, decimal 6.
Is that long haul pilot? So that's long haul pilot flying the German cargo. No kidding. Yeah, long haul pilot does a lot of long hauls.
September 592, contact Reykjavik Control 128, decimal 6.
128, decimal 6 for
So here's our whole area here. Not so bad. Wow, we got another German cargo, 1722. So we've got a lot of German cargo today. Lufty cargo. Low Viz watched the entire stream. It was Madrid to Miami in an Airbus A359. Can the INI do an offset? I don't know. I don't know if it can or not, Tim J, but it's not as crowded here, so I don't think we'll have to offset, but that's a good thing to know. Uh-oh. Polyot is doing pills. I know, pills are not fun. I did that a couple times with some things. Well, I think we have set a record with 2,718 pilots right now. So, Fidelicor, I think we've set a record in the number of people flying today. Oh, were you talking about another record?
Control back.
It's so calm right now here. I'm not kidding. Usually it's absolute mayhem. It's really calm today. I love this. They all look the same, and you lose count. I don't know. When you've got to do, you know, advanced medications and stuff, I figure the only way to do it is that old-fashioned, you know, box, you know, that has, you know, the days of the week, and you fill it, you know, fill it once and then pop all those in, because keeping track of that is hard. Briefing says that offset is mandatory if your aircraft can and not authorized. Oh, really? Then my guess is that it can. I just better learn how to do it in this airplane. Controllers expect every pilot crossing the Atlantic to execute SLOP for the entirety of their flight inside the NAT region. Must fly the center line. There's no clearance required for the procedure. At least it's not the kind of SLOP that requires you to spill your coffee in your keyboard. That would be bad.
November 12 Bravo, identified.
Low Viz, I have my rowing machine. Oh my gosh, what does your co-pilot think when you leave the cockpit for your rowing machine? Do we need to sing row 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 your boat for rowing today? See if we can see the MD-11 from the cockpit here. Probably not. Might be actually over it right now. Let's see. There it is. It's still way up there. So it's still way up there, but I don't see it from the cockpit here. I should at least see the chemtrail, and I don't see that. Loviz says that Buster likes the rowing machine. He watches it like watching the water tank. Oh, okay. Simfest is live. Hey, that's cool that Simfest, yeah, because normally Corsair Slayer is now 20 minutes from Gander. 20 minutes to go, so you've made really good progress. He's at Mach 0.84 right now, so actually that one's pulling ahead of us. Fidelicor wants to start training his VATSIM ATC. Don't worry too much. You know, if you can handle, if your English is good enough, you know, for airplanes, you should be just fine. Don't let that stop you. Polyot wants to know if Loviz's machine is a water resistance machine. And when, oh, you were on crew. That's, you know, if you don't know. Crew is, you know, people in very long boats rowing. Crossing's going good, FinZippo. No trouble yet, but Schnars just had a CTD. Today is cursed. Schnars, what airplane were you flying? If you're flying the A350, it does have crash protection, so you could reload and give it a try. Yeah, it's a water rower. A water rower. Schnars was in an A330. Eek. It is a little cursed for people, isn't it? Knudden says, a rowing discussion. I'm actually joining to learn to row class next weekend. Really? No kidding. So you're going to actually start doing that. Knudden, that's awesome. Schnars, your 777 froze. That's weird. So maybe it's not the airplane. Okay, here's a question. Are you on the Sim Update beta? So are you actually running Sim Update 2 in the beta form, or are you it non-beta? That might be part of it, because I bet Jamie's in the beta and trying to take the A350. I don't really have trouble with the A350, but I just didn't want to take a chance. It's cross the pond day. I wanted an airplane that I know works. Polyot really loved rowing crew. You sat stroke, which is a position at the stirrups. So Schnars is on a beta too. I wonder if the WASM crashes are happening with people on the beta. I wonder if that's it. Maybe that could be part of what's going on. Polyot is on the beta, but Polyot is not having any issues at all. Okay, so I guess my little attempt to Sherlock Holmes the problem here. Okay, Heavy Hauler just... Okay, Jamie is not in the beta right now. So that's not it. That's not it.
Oceanic delivery 129.625.
The WASM crashes have been reported since 1.0.8. Okay, so much for my powers of deduction today. Maybe it's time for me to start with, maybe it's just time for me to give up and I'll start with the adult beverages now. Thank you for clearing that up, though.
United 16 Kilo, Reykjavik.
Center fuel tank is empty. I didn't have anything in my center fuel tank. No issues until today. Hey, here's a picture of Loviz's rower. CVZim Tom. It's all over the place. Look at that. That, wow. Check that out. Loviz, this is kind of cool. Wow. Oh, look at this. Loviz's rower has a EFB, has an electronic flight bag. Okay, everything's looking good here. And rudder pedals. I know, really good rudder pedals. So an electronic flight bag and rudder pedals. That's pretty cool. That's a neat rower. So Schnars did not have any issues until today. You suppose that maybe it was maybe it's all the traffic that people have? I don't know.
Air Canada 8390.
Go for it, Canada 839.
If I did miss it, welcome back. I just wanted to know if you're there.
Yep, we are here. Canada 839.
Infinite 11 Alpha, are you back in cockpit?
This is usually about the time also on across the pond kind of a thing. This is the time when everybody's going to take their first break, their first trip to the Blue Juice Saloon. Yes, I'm starting to slink down just a little bit and get a little bit comfortable in the pilot chair here. You know, slinking down just a touch here. And turning on the heater for the last cup of coffee. Come on, heater, turn on. Ember mugs are so cool, but I sometimes forget the buttons. There's the heat. I know, I'm planning to do that. I actually have a plan to do that after we get handed off. I'm waiting until we get handed off to the next Reykjavik controller, and then I was going to run over to the galley and back. So I was planning to do that then. I also kind of move around an awful lot
very good evening.
in the chair here, a lot more than you see.
Correction, 943.
Those stand-up desks are kind of cool. I mean, you know, there's some desks that have a little motor, and they actually will rise so that you can sit down or stand up or something. They're actually kind of cool to do that. I thought of putting Stormy up on blocks here a little bit. Captain Chris, yeah, they're called Ember mugs. They're a bit pricey, but I will tell you, I really, really like, you know, the little Ember mug here. If you look, there's a little heater down at the bottom, and it just, you know, it keeps it cool. And if you're drinking it, it's great, and you can walk around for about an hour or two before the battery's gone. And then you put it back in its little cup holder, and that charges the battery. But I really, really like that. I really like the Ember mugs. They're great. Let's see. Perfect. Yeah, stand-up might be nice. I need to grow a little bit more before I change the setup here. There might be a VATSIM broadcast packet error, and the A350 has a config that causes a CTD when receiving corrupted packets. Maybe that's why it's happening. A corrupted packet error.
Condor 13 Yankee, that's approved, report back.
Alright, we'll report back on 13 Yankee, thanks.
Polyat says, afraid not, it happens when people are not flying on VATSIM. There are two specific DLLs that are causing it.
3 Alpha Charlie, at IQ control, identify.
I always thought DLL stood for Disco Lovers League, but apparently that's not. That's a computer term.
Finnair 11 Alpha, welcome back.
Tim J says there's a WTF DLL.
Scandinavian 943.
Down to 11.3. Stands for Dynamic Link Library.
Scandinavian 943, go ahead.
So Disco Lovers League's probably
Scandinavian 943. It looks
right?
like when I reloaded the simulator in Bergen, I
progress.
the wrong
Flight level 395. We're still increasing.
To a lower altitude.
So we're increasing our altitude just fine.
Was about 380.
And 11.3 is not so bad. We panic
Yeah,
at
that's no problem. Descent flight level
4.9.
380.
So Jamie had 4 different crashes each time, really? Wow, so was it the same thing over and over again? My top altitude. My top altitude was flight level 410. I had 2 step climbs in there that I totally blew off because I switched this airplane.
Since my simulator.
Good Lord, dude, turn your mic down. But anyhow, that's what that was. I totally blew off my step climbs, CVSIM, and that's why I'm losing a little bit of fuel. It's okay. We'll be fine.
Clearance delivery 129.625. He will help you.
Yeah, can you repeat the frequency?
129.625. 129.625.
129.625.
And turn down your mic.
Clear 19 contact Reykjavik control 128.6.
That's our next one, is 1286. Good, they're going to something other than ours.
Canada 839 contact Reykjavik control 128.6.
Reykjavik control 128.6. Canada 839.
Command wants to know what's better, Airbus or Boeing. And Polyot says, yes, the cute little Fokkers are better. Okay, we're going to get kicked over, I think, over here, maybe. The broadcast packet errors are the memory leak. Erie is with Oceanic now. You got your clearance. Another checklist item. Tim says Comac is better. Lobiz says, nah, the cute little Fokker is our favorite little airplane. Hey, the cute little Fokker did a great job yesterday on our high altitude flight. It was a really good one. So we're the little green airplane right here. And this is where they're starting to kick airplanes over to the next frequency. Loviz says we should have just kept adding fuel. It's a shame that you can't schedule a refueling landing, Loviz, because I bet the Fokker could have made it to Iceland and then maybe stop in Greenland. So if we could ever do refueling and stuff, then you could take it. Amagarosa is on a 3-stream streak right now, so yep, streaking is now going on, but it's the internet. We expect that sort of thing. We could ferry the F-28. Yeah, you only have to, load it on a boat, right? So no passengers, no cargo. I don't think that Bird is doing Selcal. Have we watched Meet the Fokkers? Afraid we haven't done that right now. Afraid we haven't done that right now.
United 15145. Minutes approved. Report back.
Loviz says we could do Mach 0.76 at flight level 310 in the Fokker. Probably be a long flight though. So we've still got a little time before we get kicked over. Maybe even the next waypoint. Maybe even the next waypoint before we get our next one. Tim J says it's as fast as the Vision Jet is as fast as the Fokker F-28. Oh, just noticed we're so high right now. We're like less than 5 knots above, well, not 5 knots, but we're really close to our clean speed, our green dot speed. NMurph hit a button accidentally, and the 777 went straight into the water. NMurph, what button did you hit? Tim J says, no, the Fokker is a little faster than the Vision Jet, but it's at the same altitude. There's a new Southwest MD-11 livery. Of course there is.
Control, good evening, United 235 with you.
The expedited descent, yes, we're close to the coffin corner. It could be considered a very grave issue. It lost control and within seconds was in the hour. That sucks, NMurph. Man, if you remember what it was, let us know.
Reykjavik Control, hello again, Scandinavian 943, flight level 410.
Scandinavian 943, Reykjavik Control, welcome back. To confirm, you would like to remain flight level 410 or descend to 380?
Yeah, we can remain 410 since my aircraft seemed to thought I was starting to descend.
Good, turn it down.
So we're gonna remain 410.
Seriously.
Okay, no problem. Maintain flight level 2.
I know that the governing directors at VATSIM don't see it as a problem, but it's really getting to be a problem. That was the sim rate button. Oh my gosh, so the warp, would that also be considered the warp factor button? Or the light speed jump button or something? That one that I accidentally hit in the 737 and didn't know about? Didn't realize that could put you into the ground. That's not great. They sound okay on the stream. Well, I've got it turned way, way down too. So I should stop whining about loud pilots. In the 737, it's the clock. In the 777, there's a small button on the top of the EFB, and that's the warp factor button that might put you into the ground and kill you. For some reason, PMDG has a X28 setting, which will cause a complete loss of control. Yay! Always like those, and they didn't tell anybody about it. So let's see, 18 miles to 6310 north. X28, blink and you're there.
Scandinavian 943, request 15 minutes after cockpit this one.
Loviz has mine set in the FMS to no more than X2 for increased sim rate. Better to crash in the water than over a populated city. Very true. I mean, it is so chill here with Reykjavik Control. It's really, really nice. Absolutely loving that. There's so much traffic, you could have hit another aircraft. Very, very possible. Tolis has a jump to 190. Really?
Granted, Agent.
Real Nobody
Loyalty
just did a
noted.
nice resub today. Hey, Real Nobody. Thanks for the nice resub. Thank you for being here for 31 months and some really nice jet fuel in the flight plan. So the clouds are breaking up a little bit, so we might see, you know what, now would be a great time to stack up some charts here for our arrival. I know it's really early, but airports, ORD charts. Okay, we're going to do the Matty 7 arrival. Oh, wow. Coming basically straight down the shoreline. Okay, runways that they are using in Chicago are 9 left, 10 center, and 10 right. I've got 10 center programmed in, 10 center, 10 right, and 9 left. is what they're doing in Chicago right now. And actually, parking gates, does this also include the international terminal? It does. Good. Cool. I don't think we're going back to Berlin, so we can delete, 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 and done. And now we got a whole nice stack of charts there. There was another thing that was funny to see during the old days of Cross the Pod, both the out-of-memory crashes and the 32-bit sims that made it exciting, and people flying with crash and damaged enable and being clipped when taxiing. Yeah, we learned the lesson about turning off damage in Microsoft Flight Simulator really early on. It was our second flight when Microsoft Flight Simulator first came out, and we were pushing back. We were just doing Denver to Albuquerque or something, and pushing back, and an airplane taxied through us, and that was it. We were done. So, James, you have dispatch for sure. You're dispatching next week. You are next week's dispatcher. Loviz, the A300 used to have a conflict with the Honeycomb Bravos. When you turned it right, it would increase the sim rate. Oh my gosh, and you were with Jax too? Was it the same controller by any chance, Loviz, that got my warp factor 10? And Corsair Slayer is just swapped to Gander. That's your halfway point. Absolutely. Yeah, so when you increased your sim rate with Jack Center, was it the same controller when I did mine?
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty
Somebody
noted.
just... No, it was... Schnars just gifted some subs to the community. It was 10 subs. Schnars, thank you so much for 10 extra subs. Thank you for some really great jet fuel in the flight plan. Again, thank you for taking such good care of me and helping me to keep the sim going. But thank you for being nice to 10 other people too. Not everybody can afford a sub, so thank you for doing that. I really appreciate it. It wasn't Howard. Okay. Better be warm in Miami when Polyak gets there. Oh yeah. But Schnars, thank you so much for that. That's super duper nice. Thank you for the support. Not the first time that Schnars has done this. Not the first time. Okay, so we're going to get kicked over at 6420 November. It did not crash the sale. I don't think that sub bombs will do that, but don't say that too loud. Somebody might program that in, you know, in the live stream world, thinking that that's not, you know, a bug but a feature. I mean, no kidding. They might actually do that someday. P.S. Morandi just arrived in chat. Hi, P.S. Morandi. Yeah, anything goes on Cross the Pond Day. You never know what's going to happen on Cross the Pond Day for sure. JSG Droid is north of Loviz and almost parallel. We arrive in Miami at the same time. Doing research in Streamlabs for absolutely no reason. Totally not related to game crashes. Okay? Mr. Posh Martin has landed back in Rome. Oh, no, Mr. Posh Martin is in Malta today. A nice landing rate. What airplane did you take to Malta? Arch NDA is here. Hey, Arch NDA, welcome aboard. Nightwolf got one of Schnar's gifts. Hey, Nightwolf, thank you for saying thanks to Schnars and thank you for being here. Arch NDA, welcome aboard. I hope all is well in NDA land. Okay, everything's good here.
441, contact Reykjavik Control 128,
128.6 for Berlin 441. Thanks. Happy Cross the Pond Day.
Yep. From
Mr. Posh Martin's in the A319. Did you know that not playing is not working? That's because I have to turn something on each day in the player. And now it should be working. Thank you. I got it fixed. Yep, it's something I have to turn on. Reykjavik, hello from Air Berlin 441. Level of flight level 410 at Mach point 81. Happy Cross the Pond Day.
Berlin 441 Reykjavik. Hello, Roger.
Okay, we're good to go there. We are cruising pretty good. Lovis is in the 777 Whiskey today. So far, so good. So, Arch, we heard that there were WASM problems and stuff like that with the A350, so I switched to the A330, and we get to fly Air Berlin today. So, my favorite airline that I've never been on. And sadly, never will get to fly on, but there we go. But we are A330ing, and we even have some Swiss chocolate for when we land and deplane. Let's see. In terms of the other sim, I have finished my cold and dark startup, and I'm going to post this over on Discord once I do one more test. This is for the FA-18 Hornet, and this is everything but navigation and combat stuff to get the FA-18 Hornet set up, ready to taxi and go. So I've done it once.
Reykjavik Control, hello, Cafe 130, track A6.
So anyway, I've got that, and I have to test it, and once I do, I'll post that over on Discord. Arch NDA had to consider going for Cross the Pond or Sleeping and Sleeping 1. You know, in some cases it is. I don't usually mind an early morning wake-up call. I don't. That being said, I could have slept a little bit more this morning. I didn't set an alarm. I haven't needed to set an alarm for years. Because, getting up at inconvenient times is normal for me. Okay, so we're going to go right over Iceland. Ooh, I wonder if we've got any volcanoes exploding today. Don't see the island yet. But yeah, I can understand why sleep might actually win. Can actually do that. Okay, this is all good. We had a, there's an MD-11 up ahead of us, but they're going a little faster than we are. Finn Zippo now knows how autosave works, and Sphinx Music likes to stay up late rather than getting up early. When you have a 6 in the morning flight, you just don't go to bed at all? Really? Wow. I used to be like that a very long time ago, and then I got into broadcasting and all sorts of crazy wake-up times, so it just totally destroyed my sleep schedule, and it'll never be fixed again, so there you go. Everything's good here. There's airports. Just wanted to see if we would actually get Bird up there yet. Okay, so far so good. And the last cup of coffee is now on. So, enjoying the last cup of coffee. And again, if you're doing an adult beverage, my advice is always wait until the last hour of your flight to do that. Captain Canada is in the 777-200. That means it's coming out. I think it's coming out in a week or two. I think it's like a week or two that should be available. Agent Jim is going to do some lurking right now. Agent Jim, thank you so much. Enjoy lurking. Lurkage is always good. I don't know if lurkage is actually a word. We just made it up. Polyot says it comes out next week between the 29th and the 1st. Arch NDA, who knows all about NDAs, says the NDA was lifted yesterday. So Arch says expect it next week.
Airflot 845, Reykjavik.
James may pick that up next week. RSR posted about it, so we now know the date. So the next thing that we generally know is the date range, and so the next thing that we care about is how much. I'm going to guess it's $77. Just cause. I have no inside information. Good morning, Melvin. Welcome aboard. Happy Cross the Pond Day and Big Boys back too. Cross the Pond Day is going good. Coming up on Iceland. And if you didn't get to read, haven't seen the trailer, I was going to watch the trailer after. After Cross the Pond. So that's what I'm planning to watch tonight. Rick, it is a long flight for sure. Big boy, signed up for a glider club, or should I slide up for flight lessons? At 13, I don't know. Probably wait just a little bit, but not long. If you could do glider, that's going to be a little less, busy on your checking account. Okay, 777-200ER release window updated from RSR. A few months ago during our team meeting, blah, 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 the current expectation is to release Tuesday, 29 April, and Thursday, 1 May. I usually don't watch the videos on YouTube anymore because I'm on YouTube now, and sometimes that gives you a problem. Kiri got a blue screen of death. That's not good. We anticipate that we will give you advance notice of the day prior to release. The ER is a complete package that includes 3 engine options along with their complete models, sound packages, performance profiles, blah, blah, blah. Package includes a number of new features. Customers will receive access to both 2020 and 2024 in the new Ops Center. That's cool. There's a new Alaska livery. Whoa, we got to look for the Alaska livery here. And it's got alligators. Scroll down for the Alaska livery. It's alligators! How about that? We've got gators over there. Always have to do that one. This is a great little airplane. Thanks for finding this. Cool. Well, we got to have an airplane with alligators on it. Okay, customers purchasing will get it in both SIMs. The product will be submitted to the marketplace. So, some latency, release in marketplace, releases via the marketplace to give Xbox users access to the airplane. That's cool too. How about that? That's great news. Okay. And then it goes on to talk about release windows for the 777F and 300ER. PMDG DC6. They are updating an overhaul of the DC6 and the 200 post-heavy maintenance. So, there we go. All sorts of good updates from RSR. That's good to know. Are we sure it's not a crocodile? Polyot says, no, it is an alligator named Lewis. He wants to play in the jazz band. I think it's for both. I think the 200 is going to be both for 2020 and for 2024. It's going to have 3 engine options. Yeah, I would think, well, now that the NDA has been released, my guess is some of the people who got the advanced copies are flying it for sure. Named after Louis Armstrong. Perfect. And Loviz says, there's the official trailer if you want to watch it. I'm a huge scaredy cat since I'm broadcasting on both Twitch and YouTube now. I don't feel like I should be playing YouTube videos. Maybe I need to learn more, but right now... Yeah, they are a little strict about that sort of thing. Is there a cycling animal named Lance in the movie too? Oh, that would be funny. That would be a funny one. And doing pretty good there. Updated performance. We are 2,741 miles from top of descent. That should happen at about 21:31. It's 15:36. We have a little bit of flying to do. Over on the flight plan, 3,000 miles away. Our estimated fuel has now dropped to 11.2. At the rate we're dropping fuel, I don't think we're going to run out or anything like that. So life is good to go there. For cross the pond and over water, I generally go to progress and report. And that gives us a good idea of everything that we need. Tim Dog had to restart VPilot because the push to talk stopped working. Now that's something I haven't had before.
The Scanner 943, Reykjavik Control, a very good afternoon to you. We are flight level 410.
Airfloat 845, I thought I'd transferred you around.
Kiri, the next cross the pond is approximately 6 months from today. Approximately 6 months from today. And we're going the other way, which means the winds are nicer to us. Right now we've got a wind, crosswind of 20 knots and a ground speed of 473 knots. So that's not bad. We're at Mach 0.81. James is going to try and fly that one. Yeah, see, you know, Ashley took about 2 to 3 months to gear up for the first cross the pond, did it really well. Loviz, I think, did the same thing. Signed up for VATSIM, a couple months later was flying in a big VATSIM event. So it is entirely possible if you decide to start now, you'll be more than 100% ready to go for cross the pond. You really can do that. Corsair Slayer says cross the pond traffic is making landfall. Sort of like a hurricane. Uh-oh, look at that. Yep, starting to hit the coast. It looks like we basically got airplanes all covering the North Atlantic. That's a lot of airplanes. Tim J says, gotta fly a regular VATSIM flight before the next cross the pond and then maybe cross the ditch. Cross the ditch is an interesting event too. It's really, really well done. Cross the lands are good. That's a lot of planes. Looks like it's starting to clear out in Europe though. So looks like it's clearing out in Europe. That's right. Yeah, it's cross the land without Oceanic. Somebody ought to put together a cross the puddle event for the West Coast to Hawaii and back. I mean, we've got cross the land, cross the ditch, cross the pond. So now we need to call it cross the puddle. We have ponds and puddles. Man, I could get a job in marketing and come up with creative stuff. Don't know why we had so many issues. Dogs, I don't know. There was a Cross the Pacific event, but it's just too long, I think. JSG Droid just got a tax refund. Congratulations, JSG Droid. That's got to feel good. Rock and Rimmer, we've got 2,605 pilots on.
Top clearance granted.
And that looks really
Loyalty
good.
Noted.
JSG Droid, oh my gosh, JSG Droid just gifted some subs to the community. Holy moly, JSG Droid gave out 20 subs. Oh, you got the refund. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for being so supportive of me and keeping my lights on. Thank you for being so generous. But holy moly, thank you for being nice to 20 other people too, because not everybody can afford a sub. That was super nice of you. And congratulations on getting your refund too. But thank you for such awesome support. Incredibly incredible. X subs. Oh my gosh, I thought my sim was about to crash. My heart just stopped. Oh my gosh. Oh, I saw this page reload. I thought, oh my God, we're dead. It's just for VATSIM radar. That was so scary. Oh yeah, we'll call it Cross the Sink. Tim J, there's a good name for it. I'm not kidding. I just flashed with, oh my God, it's over. And I immediately thought, okay, maybe I could pick it up and take off from Reykjavik. And it wasn't even the sim. Oh, jeez. What a crazy world. I mean, seriously. What an insane world today.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
JSG Droid. Oh my gosh, JSG Droid just gifted 10 more subs to the community. Oh my gosh, so, wow. Thank you. That was super duper nice. Oh, those were subs for Low-Viz. Low-Viz is running Volanta autosave right now. Red Dragon is here, got one of the subs too. Red Dragon, I'm glad you got those. So 30 today, that was huge. Thank you again. Again, super duper, really appreciate it. Thank you for being such a big supporter. Thanks for always flying along here too. Really appreciate the fact that you're always here. Speedbird says Santa Maria is a mess. They're not even doing cell cal anymore. I generally like flying, north over Iceland and Greenland. Although there was one controller on the last Cross the Pond Westbound. I think we were over Greenland, and this controller clearly had enough. I mean, they'd had enough. And it was sort of like, how many times do I have to tell you, you don't have to do position reports? And it was really entertaining. They will ping you about cell cal checks. Ombra YSG, welcome aboard. So Ombra is flying with us today too. 10:04 Zulu going into Miami. Keep your speed up because you don't want them to shut down before you get into Miami, Ombra. So happy landings. I can't listen to all the block sounds the entire time. I turn it down. You mean turn down just the radio sounds and stuff after a while?
Condor 2056, contact Reykjavik 128.2, bye-bye.
128.2 is next for us. I mean, this is so, because there are some times that Oceanic in the past has just been this cacophony of crazy. I mean, no other word for it. The cacophony of crazy for these things. And it's so chill right now. I mean, who would have thought we could do a cross the pond chill out flight? But it's cross the pond chill out flying. I never thought I'd hear myself say cross the pond chill out. But it does look like the airplanes are finally clearing the European coast. So the big wave of planes. I don't know, Pauliot, there's been some of them that it was just so, I don't know, you know? And this one, total chill. Maybe, or are you talking about real world cross the pond flights? Tyler's Games, thanks for coming in. I mean, maybe that's it.
Just 308 Reykjavik Control, hello.
Patrick says dynamic link library. Those were the days of the old voice codec, voice position reports, and no slots. You know, I will tell you, I mean, I like the slots. I'm not the biggest fan of the lottery. I wish that there was enough slots to go around so that they didn't have to do the lottery, because there are people that really want to fly that get left out, you know. Those were the Manic Monday days for sure. And that's your shout out to the Bengals. Umbra was cleared to line up 10 minutes late than your scheduled TOT, but you had a CTD and you couldn't make it till 3 hours. Really? Umbra, that was not good. Since they have automated everything and made it slot-based, it's become too organized. Cross the Pond was known for being crazy. Absolutely was. Tim J wants to know, Umbra, were you in the A350? Was that part of the problem that you were having with it? Stonevolve got one of those gift subs from JSG Droid. I'm glad you got one, Stonevolve. Z's Cantor, this is the Unibuilds A330. It's a 200, and we are flying today as Air Berlin, my favorite airline that I've never been on. We need more people to cross the pond at flight level 290. Yep, Eagle, the Air Berlin Hearts. The Air Berlin Hearts. I know. You know, they were a low-cost carrier. Don't know that a little. I know a little bit. I know that they gave away chocolate hearts.
Stay sharp.
And I just like it because for me, having studied a lot of spy stuff and stuff like that, because for obvious reasons, Berlin just is synonymous with espionage for me. At least the old school of Berlin. So this has a real spy vibe for me. So that's another reason why I kind of like Air Berlin. Plus it had a cute little musical song that they had. VATSIMS needs to stop with stupid flight level restrictions for non-event traffic. They used to have non-event nat tracks with little or no control. Yellow did a follow. Hey, thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard. And yeah, I noticed that the follower count is starting to get close to a very big number. I mean, I've been doing this for a while, but I just, I saw that pop up recently and said, oh, wow. That's kind of like knocking me out a bit, too. And thank you for being here.
Control Delta 67 at flight level.
Thanks for helping me to keep the lights on. Even follows help a lot.
Delta 67, Reykjavik, hello,
we are 2 hours and 55 minutes into the flight. The airplane estimates we are going to be landing at 2227 Zulu. The flight plan says, our original flight plan said we would be landing, that's not schedule page, we're landing at 2242 Zulu. And right now it says 2227. I mean, we're just like right on time. We had an on-time departure within like minutes, it seemed like. So, talk about an on-time flight. Umbra was the Antonov 225 is super hard to fly alone. Yeah, it is. I mean, when the Antonov came out, I think we all bought it, but because it's a bear. I mean, to get it turned on the correct way and everything like that, it just, yeah, it stopped being kind of fun. It was fun to learn about, but it's just not the kind of airplane that I want to take out, so. But we are currently on time for Chicago. Actually, Polyot says the Bear is going to be the Tupolev 95. Yeah, those airplanes, I gotta tell you, there was a live streamer, oh, she's been gone for a while now, named Wishing Witch. And Wishy she only flew with an Xbox controller. And Wishy could fly the Tupolevs. I mean, she just understood the airplane and flew them like a fighter jet. I was amazed. You know, I got one. There was one that came out in X-Plane a number of years ago, and I tried. I jumped in. You know, I even watched a couple of her replays to try and figure, okay, how do you start? No, just wrapping your head around that old school Soviet plane was, yeah. Speedbird did the Antonov. Yeah, it's collecting dust for a lot of us, I think. Eagle says it's nice to have the plane, though. Well, that was one of the reasons why. When we heard that for all the sales, for a certain point of time, I think, I don't know if it's still there, but I think that, you know, they were donating money from what flight simmers were spending on the simulated Antonov to help rebuild the new Antonov, which I thought was awesome. Tyler is flying. Tyler flew into Miami, so Tyler's made it there too. Let's see, we're flying over the North Atlantic right now. We're coming up on Iceland. Umbra flies the 225, but for across the pond, you did the A350. Yeah, there were WASM crashes for a lot of people out of that. Now you're in the A380. I'm not in the mood to do a manual hold with the 225. No, manual holds are no fun. They're no fun at all. So we're over the North Atlantic. Low-Vis and JSG Droid are right here in the middle of the Atlantic. They're both landing in Miami at about the same time. Looks like we're just coming up over Iceland right now. Don't know if we're going to actually see any of Iceland. Wheelchair Gamer has made it to Greenland now. Hey, there's a little bit of ground. We are feet dry. There is a, don't blink, you're going to miss Iceland.
Control Delta 627 request deploys for about 5 to 10 minutes.
It really was an amazing airplane, Eagle. It really was. It's half built and it's hidden somewhere to be rebuilt after the war. That's great. But no, I thought that when they announced that they were going to use some flight simulator, you know, what we were spending money on for that, I was like, oh, please, I definitely want to do that. So chilling out over Iceland in an Air Berlin A330. The incomplete, so there's the incomplete fuselage. So they're already working on it. And there's another one down there. Really cool.
Approach 368. Contact Reykjavik 128, decimal 2, bye-bye.
Enmurph got to reconnect.
128.2, Air France 368. I think you have a network.
Yeah, they've moved it to a place where, you know, they're not going to tell people, so it can't be targeted. I would think that that would be the thing to do. Get it out of there for now. Okay, fuel. We lost another point on the fuel, but I think that's good. Let's see. 49.1. Let's see. Fuel prediction. No problems there. Flight level 399. We're going to stop losing fuel probably in about another hour at the most, which should be good. Back to the report page. Fuel on board right now is 38.2. They developed special transporter technology. Now, my guess is really at that point it's got to be a rail car or a flatbed truck. You know, you take it apart and take it apart, put it on a train or a truck. Until we figure out that beaming thing. Yes, very discreetly, and not tell anybody. You know, that really is, you know, it is a point of pride. Okay, so let's see here. We're basically, we're coming right over. Can we see anybody? I think it was all under cloud. Yo, look at that. There's a little bit of the coast. Foggy is doing Oakland Tower today. Foggy, are you all ready for an onslaught of airplanes? Are you all ready to go for all sorts of airplanes coming on in? Captain Ireland Live is back in chat. Welcome back, Captain Ireland. Thanks for coming in. And by the way, if you're watching over on YouTube, thank you for being here. I've got the correct chat window open and ready to go. But I missed some things from YouTube. Hopefully a lot less.
Understand 943, radio check.
Our first radio check to...
Yeah, confirm if you have told me anything or tried to...
We ought to do
I've
a
not been able to
bingo
hear or
thing.
something for the last 15 minutes. I've had some...
Seriously, we ought to do some sort of a bingo thing for Cross the Pond. You know, fill out your bingo card. Did you get a radio check? Did you get that?
Yeah, thank you.
I know, I resist the urge to say Mach number all the time. Captain Ireland is Cross the Pond, going into Orlando today. Yep, cross that off on your bingo card. Okay, what else do we put on the bingo card? No position reports needed. Blocked. You know, somebody saying blocked, you know, really sarcastically like they do. You know. What would else be? Some of the other things that maybe we can't fill a whole bingo card with all this. With you, gotta have with you. Alligators, gotta have alligators on the card. We gotta do that. I thought we were drinking every time somebody asked for a radio check. Yeah, that would be a good drinking game. Wheelchair Gamer needs coffee. New York traffic wouldn't go as North Greenland. Almost over Teflavik.
CSA 060, contact Reykjavik 128.2, bye-bye.
Reykjavik 128.2, CSA 060, thank you, have a good day, bye-bye.
I wonder if they've split this one too. I think we're going to get another Reykjavik handoff here. They've kind of... Yeah, I think they're going to split us over. Polyot says that London to Miami, you cross via Bermuda. But what about that whole triangle thing? Currently, Mr. Adder is doing New York Radio Fun today. Maybe they do that Bermuda thing for all the people that they want to get rid of. Firebird. The triangle is 2D, so you're okay to fly over it unless it becomes a pyramid. Okay, cool. Tim Dog's in radio. New York radio. New Zealand, welcome aboard. We are doing relatively good right now. Don't think that we've hit the halfway point, though. Feels good. So fuel used, we used 9.3 tons. Oil is good. Vibrations aren't bad, so that looks good. Over here, there's the main engine. We can just go ahead and do a quick ECAM check of everything. Loviz says, is it better than Santa Maria? Cabin pressurization is good. We haven't lost pressure. Electric, the AC is good, the DC is good, the batteries aren't being overcharged. Hydraulic is still good. Everything's in the green zone. APU is off. Air conditioning is good. Passengers aren't freezing to death or baking. Doors are closed, slides are armed. Wheels are good. Wheel temperatures are between 15 and 20 degrees Celsius. We have pressure in the tires. Flight controls, nothing's flapping about. And fuel is good. I was really surprised. I guess we didn't need anything in the center tank because there was just no fuel in the center tanks at all on this flight. Polyot has only ever routed over the northeastern coast of the U.S. on the way to Florida, and that was to avoid a storm. Shame the PMDG did more. Well, you know, the thing is yeah, I think some people are disappointed about that, but I'm glad if it wasn't ready, I'm glad they didn't do it. I'm glad they didn't do it. Mr. Jazz is here. Welcome aboard, Mr. Jazz. Thanks for coming in. Can you not take every opportunity? Oh. Wheelchair Gamer explaining a question about my UK to New York traffic over Greenland. How do they make traffic channel to the UK to Miami? Okay. United 538. Okay. And, okay, I think you might utilize the block function. All right, nothing else to worry about. But I do think some of the airplanes ahead of us are getting kicked over to the next Reykjavik after they clear Keflavik. Speedbird 2443. Mr. Adder, you're right behind us. Yep, we are right over. Mr. Adder is on the same route. Nope, actually we just, oh, there it is. There's the airport. We've been here before. We've been there before. Okay, we're feet wet again. Feet wet, but there's no need to worry. The spy flight is equipped with the very best safety gear. Loviz is going to wait for a step climb. Uh-oh, we're leaving the chemtrail too. We're leaving chemtrails behind us. Not very spy oriented. Okay, so that German cargo has definitely pulled out ahead of us there. Just looking to see where anybody might be getting, where the kickover line is. And Wheelchair Gamer has had to go into lurk mode. Got to get ready to go for the next 3 hours. Wheelchair Gamer, thank you for coming in today. And a super duper.
839, contact Reykjavik 128.2, bye-bye.
128.2, Canada 839, okay.
Air Canada 839. Air Canada 839, there it is. That's the kickover point over there. That's where they're getting kicked over. Okay. So doing stuff like that, figuring out, oh, there's that Air Canada that just got frequency change. That gives you an idea of when they might be frequency changing you. And from there, you can kind of, oh, look at this. We got a few people just kind of skirting the line over here. So here was a flight from Helsinki going into SeaTac.
Yeah, sure. Take your time. Report back.
We'll report back United States.
And it looks like the main body of airplanes is now pretty well cleared the European coast and is out over the ocean. First flights are starting to make their way into Canada, it looks like. Very, very calm, cool, and collected here along the East Coast at the moment. But the wave of airplanes is coming. We're at 2,593. So we dropped about what? We dropped about 200 planes since our 2,700 airplanes. The pilots, very small number below. Since then, the top airport, LFPG, is still number one with 140 departures. Chicago's got 137 arrivals. Miami is tied behind that with 137. EHAM had 133 departures. MCO's got 119. Dulles, Boston. Berlin was number 11 with 97 departures out of Brandenburg. Did I miss Miami? Oh, Miami's number 2. Okay. Hey, Widget Warrior, welcome aboard. Well, it's Cross the Pond Day, Widget Warrior. We start very early. Let's see. Delta is still the number 1 airline today. 148 Delta flights, 137 United flights. Air France is number 3, 106. Air Berlin, there's only one. Just one Air Berlin flight, I think, today.
Mosquito 1 matter, contact Reykjavik 128.2, bye-bye.
And the number 1 airplane, I think, is still the A350.
And I was about to go in.
Followed closely by the 777 Whiskey. And then the A330-900. Even with all the flights, Heathrow will still be the number 1 airport on VATSIM this year by a very large margin. It's been number 1 on VATSIM every year, really. So EGLL is currently 16 on the list. They departed 37 and have 35 arriving. PJ Express, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming by today. Okay. So it really, VATSIM radar worked really, really well, except for the fact that I was too late to file for my Oceanic clearance, it looked like NatTrack was working good today. Apparently, before we all got started, there was a crash of VATSIM voice for a while. Widget Warrior, a lot of airplanes, and Polyot said we set another record in terms of cross-the-pond airplanes again this year. They rolled out updates VATSIM radar this morning to prevent crashes. Well, 3 cheers for that, because we haven't had a problem. From some of the preliminary data seen for UK airspace, it's going to be an interesting video. The record isn't cross-the-pond specific, it's just a network record. You're talking about EGLL. Rick says that VATSIM has updated. Widget Warrior, oh yeah. Been flying across the pond ever since the live stream started. Really, ever since the live stream started 7 years ago, we've been doing cross the pond. That means the number of connections to the network today. That's the number. So it doesn't stand. It's not just cross the pond, because there were several other events, not just cross the pond today. And everything's good there. So my guess is we're going to get kicked over at 6430.
Get on board for Yankee contact.
It's 2,700 right now, I believe. I wouldn't use. I've written 3 books. I don't know if I would put myself in author status. That Polyot says only about a third of the traffic was cross the pond. Really, only a third? I thought it would have been the other way. I figured it would have been 2/3 for across the pond. The rest of it would have been other stuff.
Finnair 1 Charlie Echo contact Reykjavik 128 decimal 2, bye-bye.
128 decimal 2, Finnair 1 Charlie Echo, bye-bye.
I was just looking at the pilots. I didn't look at connected to VATSIM. So I'm just looking at that number, and maybe that's not the number to do. Mr. Posh Martin's heading back to Rome. Did a nice one. So I'm not looking. So the 2,889 connections. I've always just been fixated on the number of pilots. Maybe that's the wrong number to look at. I'm in no mindset to be doing fractions. I'm never in a mindset to do fractions. Absolutely. I hated fractions in school. Love decimals. Why, decimals are great. Fractions suck. Check their voice levels. Corsair Slayer, thank you. Yes. I know, I harp on it all the time. It's a stuck record. But please check your audio levels. You're blowing out people's ears. V-Pilot connections as 3.14. But yeah, it's not so hard to set your audio levels. They might have one of those headsets that dynamically changes their mic levels. When they checked it was fine, now it isn't. I know what Lena said. Yeah, what do we need ears for, right? And hearing. I mean, it's so yesterday. Hey, Lena, welcome on in. Happy Saturday. Happy Cross the Pond Day. I have not gotten a TCAS warning yet. No TCAS warnings yet. Low vis, yes. An auto adjust. Yes. Wouldn't that be great, low vis? I'm not kidding. Would be awesome. James the Catcher says somebody's squawking 7700. Seriously, the Zoom idea. I did like 5 Zooms before, my career came screeching to a halt, and that was like a requirement. Just set that and it was wonderful. The CRC radar client used in VAT USA has that. Well, that's just it. I mean, there are some people that just go blasting away into people's ears. And, you know, I've got earbuds, so maybe it's a little more sensitive for me. But for other people, you know, even with headsets, just press the test button and it auto adjusts. See? Don't even have to adjust your level. Press test, hit auto adjust. You're done. I think we get kicked over at 6430 North. Chris just arrived. Welcome aboard, Chris. We've just cleared the coast of Iceland, heading to Greenland now. Ground speed, oh, it's picked up a little bit.
Contact Reykjavik 128.2, bye-bye.
We're all set with 1282 for the next one. But
subscriber
about
confirmed.
90 minutes
Top
to go.
clearance granted, Agent.
One of the things
Loyalty
Lena can't
noted.
stand is built-in laptop webcams or mics. They add filters for immersion. Chris just gifted some subs to the community. Hey, Chris. Thank you for gifting some subs to the community. That was awful nice of you. So, JSG Droid and Chris, thank you for gifting some subs and some great jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for extra support and helping me to keep the lights on here. I'm not kidding. Thank you for boosting me back up. Getting back closer to that break-even point. I know it's tough times right now all over the world. So thank you for the extra support. My tech review across the pond is going surprisingly well right now. I got an absolute total on-time departure. We are on time. We haven't lost fuel. And my tech review, we get to fly Air Berlin, so it's great. So not a bad day. The jokes, of course, have been absolutely top tier all day long today. Plus, it's starting to warm up. It's not freezing anymore. It's not warm either. And we're expecting, I think, a little more rain tonight. So you're completely up to date. A330. Well, there were problems with the A350. Some people were reporting WASM crashes and stuff, and I just decided that wasn't going to be fun at all. So we flew the A330 last week, and it was solid. And it seems to be doing good so far. We're not out of Colombian coffee either. Mr. Adder, how much percent of the 200 are partaking in Cross the Pond? Mr. Adder, Polyot was estimating that of the pilots that are on, maybe a third are across the pond and everybody else is doing another event. Will they put it in for historical reasons, Teagle, now that it's closed? I don't think so. It would have to be a special event. It was 88 and sunny in Ohio. Now it's 50. Yeah, it's chilly here too, security man. Definitely cooled off. There was a day that Berlin VATSIM did a Berlin airlift event. It was really, really good. And they used, I think they had Teagle and they had Tempelhof up for that. So you could use Tempelhof. Cross the Pond was capped at 1,000 pilots last year. And this year it's 250 to 300 more. So if it's 1,300 pilots and we got 2,700, between a third and a half, I guess. Polyot says that you could still fly into Teagle on VATSIM, but it would be uncontrolled. It would be uncontrolled. Wow, wow, wow. Is it so chill in Reykjavik? This is the best. No chaos, no people screaming about, you know, cell cal checks and screaming about, you know, cell cal and position reports. It's just nice. For every no-show, there's probably 2 to 3 non-event traffic people who took their place. Well, I remember one time, there was one year that Agent tried to do Cross the Pond, and sadly, I mean, Agent stuck with it, and it was like a 3-hour wait to finally get out without a slot. I mean, total perseverance award on that one, but I think he was waiting on the ground in the FlyJ Sim 737. Flying out of Germany, you had thought you would have done Condor or Lufty. Well, Widget Warrior, I knew that I had an A300 for Air Berlin, and I kind of like this. I like this airline, so there you go. It's a roll of the dice. Polyot says that sometimes you can get out fine without a slot, other time you can't. Erie was on every westbound. You're amazed how much the European controllers accommodate the non-event traffic. Eastbound and the American airports tend to tell non-event traffic to pound sand. You know, I think I've heard a few of the American airports do that. I've never noticed on Europe, but in 6 months I'm going to try to notice Erie. And Syndicate just arrived. Welcome on in, Syndicate. Thanks for coming in. It is apparently against VATSIM rules to tell pilots to pound sand.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
I don't know about that. AH Mike has just gifted some subs to the community. AH Mike, thank you for gifting a few subs to the community today. Gifted 5. Hey, super nice of you. Thank you, AH Mike. Those really make such a very big difference. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on, but also thank you so much for being nice to other people, because not everybody can afford a sub. Mr. Adder got bingo in your cross the pond bingo. We need to make a cross the pond bingo card. You are only a no-show if you do not connect for more than 5 minutes. So if I were to disconnect for more than 5 minutes, then I'd be a no-show. We do we got to come up with a bingo card. Okay, so there is a free custom bingo card generator on the internet. Syndicate says to hydrate. Done with coffee. Okay, so we're going to call it Custom Bingo Card Generator. All right. Cross the Pond Bingo. Now, enter words or numbers. So, what would be words or numbers for our Cross the Pond Bingo? Okay, go around. Go around. Radio check. Hold. 128.2 for Air Berlin 441. Thank you so much. Have a great weekend. 128. Hang on. Stop. Don't do any. These are really good, and I have to check in. Okay. Reykjavik, good evening. Air Berlin 441, level at flight level 410.
Berlin 441, Reykjavik identified.
Okay, we're identified. Okay, back to this. Okay, what did we have? Let's see. Vectors. Expect delay. Panic. TCAS alert. With you. Oh yes, with you. Gotta have with you. Okay, so we got one more in this. We have go around, radio check, hold, vectors, expect delay, panic, TCAS with you. Low fuel, Mayday. I've never heard anybody do Mayday. We still gonna die. CTD, Russ. So Mayday or CTD? Pan. I've never heard of Pan. Did I do CellCal? Go around, radio check, holds, vectors, expect delay, panic. I don't know if you've ever heard panic over there. Minimum fuel. I'm gonna take out minimum fuel, and I'm gonna do minimum fuel. I think that's a bit, because yeah, minimum fuel and stuff like that. Step climb. Oh, stepping away. Stepping away. Let's see if it'll add more. If it'll great. Stars and stripes. Grid size is automatic. Okay, stepping away. Yeah. Stepping away. Hey, J-Dubs, welcome aboard. If you Mayday, it's not as serious. Oh, meow. You gotta have that on your bingo card. Toilet flushing. Yeah. Toilet. FLU. Toilet flushing. Baby crying. No, not crying. Baby squawks. Dog barks. Gotta have those, right? Because they happen. Identify. I think it would be identified, right? Identified. Squawk ident. SQUA. Squawk ident. I did put CellCal check in there, right? Minimums, vectors, stepping away, toilet, baby. I thought I had CellCal check. Radio check, go around, hold, vectors. Delays, minimum fuel, TCAS alert with you. So, yeah, we ought to have CellCal check. So, CellCal check. Okay, so we've got, what are these? 1, 2, 8. We have 16 right now. Is this a good one for us at the moment? What could we do? Baby, Christmas, corporate, green, Halloween, historic, modern, notepad, vintage. So that's what the modern one looks like. Pink, historic, green, gold. You like the vintage one? Vintage. Oh, vintage. There we go. Perfect. So cross the pond. There's the grid size. Okay. Are we good with go around, radio check, hold, vectors, expect delays, minimum fuel, TCAS alert, with you, stepping away, meow, toilet flushing, baby squawking, dog barks, identified, squawk ident, and CellCal check. Are we missing anything on this? Step away. Yeah, we're starting a bingo card. Okay, do we like this? Let's go ahead, and if we want to, we can change this. Now let's see. Microwave oven or bad microphone. So we probably would have to add another 8. I'm going to go and see. 30 cards. How many cards do you need? 30 cards for free. Oh.
Afron 368, can we leave the cockpit for 25 to 30 minutes to get
Customize the title. Oh, so these are bingo card generators. Oh, they'll actually make the cards. Do one card and we do it on the stream. These are real cards. So maybe what I need to do is there a bigger one?
Thank you very much.
So it's about the same size. Yeah, this one makes real bingo cards. There was a virtual bingo thing here. Hang on, I don't want to lose what we've got. Let's go and I'm just going to make a copy of this like that. Okay, let's look at the virtual bingo card, see if that's it. Nope, that was a game.
2105, I read you 5, how many?
Your bingo will open in a new tab where you can invite players to play, call your bingo game, and get 30 bingo cards in PDF format.
Emirates 101, correct Gander on 135.
Okay, there we go. Here is a virtual link. Print all.
Emirates 101.
Download a PDF. I'm going to download this as a PDF.
Bye-bye.
Cross the pond bingo. Okay, I'm going to save this and put it over in Discord. Desktop. Okay. Oh, and all of these are different. So it moved them all around a little bit. Let me go and put this over on Discord. Hang on. So we now have Cross the Pond bingo. Where's my Discord? Goodness. Okay, there we go. Somebody just got bopped. Okay. Now then.
7997 approved, report back.
Upload a file. Cross the pond bingo. Okay, it's over on Chit Chat. It's over on Chit Chat. And I'm gonna save this so that we can keep it for other Cross the Ponds. So my guess is what you would do is maybe go and, you know, choose whichever one you want at random.
338 X-ray Reykjavik control identified.
So choose, you know, there's 30 cards here. So you could go choose whichever one you want. And then I don't know, maybe what I would do is to play it digitally. Maybe snip it. So snip it like that. And then I think with like snip and sketch, which I guess is old, but you could cross stuff off. Does the PTU count as dog barking? Oh boy. I think the PTU, I can't hear it the pilot can't hear it. So if you can hear the dog barking in your cockpit, maybe that's good. But I think we're talking about usually somebody who's talking on VATSIM and you hear their dogs barking in the background. I think that's what they're talking about. And Syndicate said, hydrate. Okay, so over here I've got a pen. And I guess I have a black pen here, and there's the size. So when you hear something, so we all heard radio check earlier, right? So we could cross off radio check. We got that. That's a little bit big. But that way we could do that. So and I'll save these. And that way we can always do cross the pond bingo. Because seriously, it's going to happen, right? Words of wisdom from Airbus. I know. The first time I thought it really was, I thought it was dogs. Cockpit automation, the ideal flight, the pilot and the dog, that is for sure. That is for sure. The pilot is there to feed the dog, and the dog is there to bite the pilot. Polyot, is this, did you put a link in for bingo? Okay, so what Polyot has done is this is how you can generate a card. So if you didn't get the PDF, there you go. This is your own unique bingo part. Oh my gosh, look at this. Sidestep, meow, toilet flushing, emergency, block. This is great. So this is your own unique, everybody gets a unique bingo card this way because it was a 5x5. Radio check, minimum fuel, unreadable, identified. Okay, click a box to mark it checked, click a box to unmark it. So this way we can actually do this. Minimum fuel is in twice. Okay. What's a good replacement for minimum fuel? Loud and clear. One at a time. You know how some controllers would you say, one at a time. Shut up. Disregard. There's some good ones, but okay, Polyot found a good one, and I'm going to say it's called bingobaker.com. I'm going to save this here so that it's set for next time. Okay, so I'll remember to do this on our next Cross the Pond. Cross the Pond bingo. Okay, got it. That way we're all good to go. Okay, Polyot has now updated this. So click it, generate yourself a card, and there we go. So, blocked baby squawk, emergency, vectors, radio check, dog barks, meow, expect delays, crash to desktop, vectors, TCAS alert, minimum fuel, free, toilet flushing, sidestep, standby, hold, with you, identified, go around, stepping away, unreadable, squawk. Okay, we got it. So you click a box. You click a box, and that should do it for you. So we're all good to go. We've got cross the pond bingo. Is somebody pausing when transmitting. Oh God, I do that all the time. All the freaking time. Okay, and we're all checked in. So we're checked in here, right? And we're coming up on Greenland. So looks like we're coming up on Nook control. Are we down to Mach 0.8? My guess is that's just temporary. I'm at Mach 0.806. Now I'm back up to 8.1. I think we've got variable winds right now, and that's why. I think it's just because variable winds. Okay. Oh, this is absolute gold. So blocked. This is great. Yeah, weather reloads all the time. This is awesome. Okay, can't wait. Cross the pond bingo. Because what? Why not? All right, that should be good there. Vectors is in twice too. You know why? Because I was copying it and you generated the PDF, so everything moved. Oh, I'm sorry. You're gonna leave vectors in twice? Do you want to update it? I don't think anybody's crossed anything off yet. If you want to update it and get it the way you like it, why don't you do that? I don't think anybody's crossed anything off, so nobody loses anything. You step away for a nudge. Well, we call it baby squawking. Do you need child screaming? Mom! Something like that. But I did that a little bit too well. As opposed to just, said somebody who's not a parent. I mean, clearly that's not the way kids are, but there you go.
Reykjavik Control, hello, Cathay 130, F5 track A6, inbound 62 north, 30 west.
Somebody just did a position report.
Cathay 130, Reykjavik Control, identified.
Somebody just did a position report.
Cathay 120.
Do we have position report or non-event traffic? Actually, I haven't heard any non-event traffic. I mean, my kid is screaming right now. Does that count? Oh, yeah. If your kid... Well, it's got to happen on the radio. It's got to happen on VATSIM radio. So you've got to hear it over the radio. Okay, Polyot says this is the new one. Here's the new one for our bingo. Okay, so we're good here. Stepping away, CTD, unreadable, hold. Minimum fuel, TCAS, go around, expect delays. With you, sidestep radio check, free. Baby squawk, squawk ident, dog bark, cell cow, emergency identified, block meow, vectors, position, stent, and toilet flushing. Okay, we're good. Position report added, so we could all, okay, so we added, if you could check off position report.
You can request with the
We did hear position report, so you can check that off. JSG droid got lost, or JSG droid being forgotten because, you know, invisibility and stuff like that. Okay, so you get to check off your position report. Toilet flishing. Hey, those flishing toilets could be a real problem. Flishing is the new flush. That's okay. And I saved this website over there. So next, cross the pond, cross the ditch, cross the land, cross the whatever. We'll have long haul bingo here, and we'll be all ready to go. It's called Bingo Baker. I saved it. It's in my notes, so we will have that. This is what you do when it's a really long flight. So Tim, how do you click the link? Not the link there. You need to click the link that Polyot put up in chat just a second ago. I'll put it back in. There it is. And Polyot did it too. So that's the link. Click that, generate a card, and you can check off position report. We just got identified. Identified is checkable. You got that now. That's right. When you hear it said on the radio, that's when you get to check it off. Have we ever had anyone down in circles after autopilot disconnect? Not in a long time. So what happens is as we go through our long...
6418, contact Gander on 135.150.
Okay. So when you hear any of these on, like a pilot has to say meow. You know, pilots do the meow thing. Or if you hear somebody talking on the radio and you hear a dog barking behind them, or somebody say radio check, or expect delays, or go around, or stepping away, that's when you get to check something off. And if you win by, you win when you get a straight line like that. If you get a straight line, you win. And I'll keep growing the live stream, and maybe by the next one we'll actually have some prizes or something. If you are the first to get a line, you get 500 sheep for now. If you're the first to get a bingo, 1,000 sheep. And you have to post a screenshot in Discord. Okay. And we'll try to also find, I'm going to try and add some prizes to this as time goes by too. Broso, welcome back. Brosi, welcome back in.
135.9. Bye-bye.
Toilet flishing. A straight line. A straight line across there. GD Amsterdam is back in chat. Welcome on in. Is the cabin modeled? Oh yeah, we got a full cabin here. It's not customizable, so all the cabins look the same. So it doesn't look like, doesn't have any Air Berlin chocolates in it or anything, but it's cool. Line is a straight line, and then you play for bingo, which is a full house. How do I not know? Did I screw up the rules? Okay, line is a straight line, and then you play for bingo. Okay, so I'm doing the wrong way. I always just thought bingo was a straight line. That was it. Are the toilets modeled in this? I don't think so. First you play for a line, and then you play to fill the card. Okay. I never knew about filling the card, but hey, it's a 9-hour flight. I think maybe we'll fill the card.
Regular control, listen 3 over Charlie, flight level 380.
Airport 845.
That's right, we could do that too. Oh yeah, we could do that. That'll be awesome. You play bingo for a line, so it could be a straight line or...
845, contact Edmonton on 135.8. 135.04845. 103 Alpha Charlie, active control identified.
135.8 might be next for us. No, every card is different. Every card is different. So your card should not look like my card. All of these are everything's randomized. Lena says a line is 5, diagonal from corner to corner outside the box is a full card. Same items but different. So yeah, that's how you could win. We'll all check them off, but it's a different order.
No, it wasn't you, it was the other one. So different card. Finnair 11 Alpha, Reykjavik.
Finnair 11 Alpha.
Finnair 11 Alpha, it seems you're past mid-air.
So everyone gets the whole card at the same time? I don't think so. I don't think that's going to work.
I'm so sorry, Finnair 11 Alpha. I must have missed.
Yeah, nobody can. You can't stack the deck.
I don't
think spy pilots me out anyway.
Finnair 37, are you able to climb to 410?
In regular bingo, you wouldn't, as there are more numbers than slots.
Reykjavik, Latvia 6418.
6418, go ahead.
We're going to get kicked over here, my guess is, soon.
Yeah, I sent you a voice message twice and also on text.
Oh, sorry for that. Then I switched to one.
This is a total spur of the moment game at the moment. It is absolutely. We had this just popped up. I did a Google search to see, is there a way to generate a bingo card? Polyout found this one, which is really cool. So yeah, we're just giving this a shot.
Condor 245.
First time, it'll make our flight a little more fun.
Bye bye.
Seriously, you almost got.
Good afternoon, France 25.
Okay, there we go. Lena said, Lena, did you used to do VATSIM bingo for controlling streams? Really? We'll have a 5x5 card, 40 possible words and options, and you'll have 24 of them, and you can win merch. Yeah, we're going to try and set that up. Can I see the cross the pond bingo card again? Sure. Do you need a link? Mikey, if you need a link, there is a link to get your own card.
Subscriber confirmed.
Hey, Black
Top
Crit just
clearance
came in with a
granted,
resub.
agent.
Hi, Black Crit.
Loyalty noted.
Thank you for a 19-month resub and some great jet fuel in the flight plan. Lena, I didn't know you did that. That's awesome. I mean, we talk about these things all the time, you know. Yeah, oh, there's a baby squawking, and there was a kid, and there's some kid, you know, yelling at somebody back there. But then the idea, oh, let's turn it into a bingo card. JSG Droid is talking to Gander. We had a community member that would make all the cards for you. Airbus A320, why is it when I click on some button in the cockpit, it goes blurry after about 4 seconds? You know, some of my airplanes do that too. Like when I'm dialing the radios in the Fokker F-28, it does that too. Not a lot of other airplanes, but that one for me, Airbus.
Over to the next controller, so you can stand by for a moment.
Bluefin, do you not have a card? Hang on a sec. There's the card, Bluefin. Click that link. That's how you get a card. And again, we just kind of dreamed this up today. We'll try. I mean, it'll be a lot better next time we do this. And yeah, Polyat's been, you know, we're gonna have a merch store, and we're gonna have some prizes with that. I think it'll be fun.
135.7. Bye.
And Kiri says posture check. Tim Dog is past Hiveway. I don't think I have a ETP on this plane. This airplane didn't do an equal time point. Remember that the free option is, so you get to check free. You should check this off too. Everybody gets to do that. Hi DMK, welcome aboard. End of the quarter, I hope you don't have to work all day. First 5 people who get a line get 500 cheap.
Thank you very much.
Manaphy Games had an EAA flight today. A 1947 L-16. Okay. Airbus it's the TAA anti-aliasing. Don't use NVIDIA DLSS. The quality is bad, and AMD sharpening is at max. It gave me a generic empty card. Do I have to enter the words? No, Bluefin, you shouldn't have to do that at all. It shouldn't be that. That's the one. That should give you a card. You shouldn't have to fill it in.
Last station taken.
Taken at 839 or request 20 minutes out of contact.
You have to copy after the pound sign too. Did I not get that done? Maybe I should stop punching it in. VATSIM bingo, who would have thought? Polyat now has a short URL for that. So there is a short URL, hang on. I'm gonna copy this in, Control C, and I got it. Cool. CTP bingo is a little more entertaining. Yeah, this, again, I don't know of any other live streams. This is just something we dreamed up at the last minute. Might be fun, especially for a 9-hour flight like this. For U.S. events, we could add got him on the Fish Finder. I have not heard Fish Finder hardly at all, Tim Dog, but that's a good one too. Almost time for pizza. Ryan's gonna have pizza. No unfair advantage by watching lots of streams. So we ought to make a command at some point. Again, we'll probably do just that. There'll be a command when it happens, when we're ready to go. So there will be one, but we're just dreaming it all together.
Finnair 630, contact Edmonton on 135.7. Bye-bye.
I think that they're going to keep us over here. Tim needs to take a nap. You didn't sleep much last night? Okay, we now have a bingo card. Polyot has made it. It's already there. I figured we'd have to wait the last time. Join Cross the Pond bingo first. Oh my God, this is awesome. Okay, so exclamation point bingo. We've got it. Okay. You know, there was one sound, and it was across the pond. It was probably 2 or 3 years ago and stuff. Maybe 2 years ago. It was across the pond westbound. We were coming into Chicago, I think. And we're all just doing normal things. And maybe it was across the pond. It was on VATSIM. I'm not kidding. I'm still going to giggle like a kid over this, too, because it's funny to me. But we're all just doing normal things. And then ATC tells one pilot to do something. And the pilot answers back, does that, and then lets loose with the loudest beer belch on the radio that you've ever heard. And yes, I still laugh at that. It was hilarious. So maybe for what, you know, we'll have to put a beer belch in there. But I'm not kidding. Just, you know, yep, descend and maintain 4,000 feet. Burp. And that was still, Tim Dog was there for that. Yes, it was hilarious. That was one of those legitimate fall out of your chair laughing at ATC on VATSIM moments. It was great. Absolutely loved it. Cornflex, if you look below the video window, the player on Twitch, you should see mostly up-to-date specs. We've updated a few things here, and that's where you'll see it. So look at Twitch, look below the videos, and you'll see all of my stuff. Oh my gosh, that was so funny. Okay. The 1080 Ti, if that's the processor hasn't changed. I did update the graphics card though. Did I miss a bingo option while I was away? No. I didn't hear one. Right now, the only bingos that we have are position report and identify and free. Oh, that 1080 Ti was the graphics card. Oh, okay. I thought that was the processor. That's why we write them down. That's right. It's competitive. Competitive VATSIM bingo. It's a 3060, not a 1080. Got it. I thought the 1080 was the processor. I'm sorry. Those are things that I've never been too far up on. It's sort of like, well, I know about different airplanes. Hey, and I can cold start an FA-18 Hornet in DCS World, so I feel like I've accomplished something. The first to get a line should win a year of Navigraph. You know, that I would love to be able to do things like that. If I could grow the live stream to a point where I could start doing that, I think that would be awesome. 1080 is my stream resolution. Oh my gosh. Polyot, you know what? Don't even worry about stuff like that until after Judge School is done. When they give you your new, it's not called a wig. When you get your new wig, then you get to, but you have to pass Judge School right now. That way you can officially be judgmental. Okay, I think we should be getting a handoff soon. I mean, we should be close to Edmonton right now, right?
Control, Delta 627 request us steadily for about 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh, that's a Virgin flight. That's not me.
Delta 627, 10 minutes.
No, that's a Walker flight. Uh-oh. I don't know where I am. I don't know where I am. So there's Iceland. I'm still on VATSIM.
Finland, Charlie Echo, no we don't. With this massive event.
There we are. There's Berlin 441. Okay, that's why I'm not getting kicked over to Edmonton right now. I was going to say, wait a minute. What's wrong here? I'm just east of Greenland. Yes, the green one's mine. Oh my gosh. Oh. There we go. Okay, so we're up here. Well, I was zoomed in. I saw it. I lost it. There we are. We're hiding under who are we hiding under? We're hiding under German Cargo 1722. AH Mike, welcome in. Are you with Moncton right now? Fryock just arrived. Dom T Gaming is already feet dry over North America. So we still have to do Greenland stuff. And we've got clouds all over the place. Not gonna see much of Greenland today. Brother Food sounds good right now. I don't know. Okay, come on ATC. You need to start giving us some checkoff cards for our bingo here. We've only gotten 2. Maybe when we start to get into Chicago, then things will liven up a bit. Fryock wants 5 cheese breadsticks. That's good. Somebody should start playing the Canadian national anthem when they come into Moncton. That train. Yeah, they did try to put like jet engines on trains at one point in time. So they did try to do that. I don't think it worked out too terribly well. I thought we were a lot further along. I was thinking, all right, we're making pretty good time here. And then I looked up and saw the clock. And said,
Control KLM 9382, we just picked up some moderate here, flight level 370.
Picked up some moderate. Well, let's see. Not really.
KLM 382, that's copied.
Go ahead, sir.
Level 7, airplane in front of you, same level, in about 40 miles, report a bit of a rough patch.
I'm clear, thank you.
We're actually doing pretty good. Patrick did Kennedy to, oh wow. You did the north of Iceland. You went through Quebec and Greenland, but yeah, not a lot to see at all.
We're going to remain level. We're unable to climb at this time.
Solid clouds.
And
Let's look at progress again. So we're almost at our optimum is flight well level 405.
135.150. Bye-bye.
What do we got here? So EFOB is now down to 10.7. That's not so bad.
Right, KLM 21905, contact Gander 135.150. Bye-bye.
Back over to report. Report is so handy. If you don't use that in the Airbus, hit the progress button, but then go to the report page. And this is all the information that you would normally do as a position report, but it's a really good page. Shows we're what? 2,332 miles from Chicago, estimating 10.7 in the fuel tanks, and we should be landing around 2227 Zulu. They also did a propeller-driven train, Shenzhen Zeppelin. Did I say that right, Dale? It went around 140 miles an hour in 1930, and it even has a Wikipedia page. That's pretty cool. Let's go. I don't think it's going to get dark. Let's just do integrated. It's about as bright as it's going to get. Shenzhen Zeppelin.
Capron 368 is back on the flight deck.
Shinen Zeppelin, maybe. I would have thought that the propeller would have resulted in carved up people and birds and stuff. Also, the hard parts about things like
368, welcome back.
The hard part about things like that is probably also going up and down hills and stuff. Shinen means rails. Mr. Posh Martin, am I doing that even close to right? As in railroad tracks? So Shinen would be railroad tracks.
Version 4 Golf Hotel.
Shinen would be more of it.
5.8. Bye-bye.
We need, when Polyot says Dave tries to pronounce things live stream. How many brews in the cockpit should that include there, Polyot? So it'd be more Shinen. Thank you for the phonetic spelling. Definitely try to get those right. I remember there was one time, and I still don't think I ever got it right. One of the first times, Minty was trying to coach me on Teagle. I never got that done. Never did it. Open propeller was the problem due to safety and the inability to fit more wagons on the train. It's time for Speedbird's second flight in-flight dinner. Yeah, these kinds of flights, you get multiple meals. Hey, speaking of which, wonder about Ryan. Ryan hasn't gotten an update, and Ryan has all sorts of great catering. If you saw, there was a Discord post from Ryan earlier with breakfast, and it looked really good. Knudens, it's your rudimentary Duolingo German. They've been saying Glees for railroad track. I worked in South Texas for a number of years, and we had an awful lot of Spanglish in that market. Lovesund, welcome on in. We are relatively good. We still got a ways to go. Ryan, okay, so Ryan had a really great breakfast, and now there is a thin crust pizza is next. So it literally, Ryan 83 Bravo, that's where the first class meals have been. Unicast is, we are in Flight Sim 2024. British Teabag is here. Let's see. Ryan has got 2,700 nautical miles to go, so there's no rush. Sphinx Music says the official language at IKEA is Swinglish. I'll bet that's got to be entertaining too. How many hours to go? So Keeman, the way to figure that out is look at the current time. The current time is 17:09 Zulu.
Don't climb. Maintain level 400.
We are estimating our landing at 22:28. So a few hours. Israel Rios, yeah, we're in Flight Sim 2024.
Yeah, so take control of your plane because you're now at level 415. So maintain level 400.
Don't really have one on that bingo. Somebody had the wrong altitude. So someone had the wrong altitude, but nothing like that. Keeman is outside working.
4, contact Edmonton on 135.8. Bye-bye.
I wonder if Edmonton...
German Air Force 977.
Oh, no, we got a long way to go before we go there.
135.15.
Israel, yes, if you do exclamation point bingo, you can get a card. Exclamation point bingo in chat, and you can get a card. How far is left for you? Whip is on the final parts of approach. Oh, we've still got a ways to go. I've got 2,285 miles to go. There you go. That's how you get a card. You have to hear it on the you have to hear on ATC has to say that. Tom Sek, guten Abend, welcome on in. We had a great departure out of Berlin today. It looks like it was a nice weather in Germany. I know, we're all listening to the radio a lot more. Definitely doing that. Sadly, I'm guessing. Let's see. Splendid Wolf. Yes, JSG Droid gifted 30 subs today. And Splendid Wolf is saying, greetings from Berlin. Greetings back to Berlin. And thank you for coming in. 4 hours of fuel left for Corsair Slayer and 2 hours until my destination. Well, you know, unless you have to, turn 30 degrees to the right and they forget you, which has been known to happen to some spy pilots before. 3 hours for Dom T Gaming. Yeah, some of these would have been closer to departure. That's
control. Lufthansa 3 Alpha Charlie, back on flight.
That is the thing. These flights can be a little exhausting. They really can be. Dom T Gaming's been up since 3. I woke up a little around 4 and thinking, I got to get up again in about half an hour. And then kind of blinked my eyes and said, oh, it's time to get up. And so it's just like, there you go. Flight Sim 2024 is doing pretty good, Israel. One of the things is it doesn't take as long to load. I like the airplanes. I get better performance in 2024. Traveling Aviator is over on YouTube. Hi, Traveling Aviator. We are in an Airbus A330, and we are flying Air Berlin, which doesn't fly anymore, but they used to fly A330s. So we've got that going on. Kind of keeps with the spy vibe here. Ryan planned my fuel load by selecting a long alternate. Landing at Phoenix alternate is El Paso. Speedbird would rather wake up at 4 a.m. for a flight sim than for work. Oh, it's so much easier to do this. You're absolutely right. I used to have to get up at about 3:30, 2:30, 3:30 sometimes for my job. It was so much easier getting up for Cross the Pond than, I've got to go into the TV station. Boy. And so far, so good. Fuel's holding up. quick ECAM check. I think you're probably right about that. I think you're probably right. Corsair Slayer has left Oceanic airspace. Ryan is going to definitely have a hangover today. Amsterdam to Phoenix is by far the longest flight. That's a long one. No kidding. So one of the things is even though, you know, I don't know in your flight deck or anything, you know, even if alcohol isn't involved, we tend to get a little bit dehydrated on this. First of all, we're not moving around as much and stuff. So, you know, if you feel like it, you know, next time you're getting up, you might want to go and grab a pint, you know, one of your beer pint glasses and fill it up with cold water and chug that one. It's going to kind of, not till we get closer to the end of the flight so you're not running to the Blue Juice Saloon, but staying extra hydrated helps with that cross the pond hangover, which does happen even if you're not going to have a beer. Polyot says the exception is when Grand Theft Auto 6 releases. People might wake up to play it when it releases in different parts of the world. Speedbird says waking up at 4 to play Call of Duty. I don't know. If they were a little bit better and I was better at them, I would probably get up for some of the games. I mean, I totally suck at some of them, but Loviz had 32 ounces of water and a 20-minute row, and now it's time for a cookie. Well, you know what's going to happen. The minute you whip out that, you know, you get a cookie, your first officer's going to look up and say, oh, treats time. Tim Dog got up at 6:30, but your alarm was set for 7. Ryan has a non-alcoholic Guinness with your name on it. Oh, very good. A non-alcoholic Guinness sounds perfect. That's right. Whipping it out is... Oh, Buster did get a cookie. Yes, Code of Conduct says no whipping it out. Unless you happen to be Captain Whip, and even that's probably a problem. So Buster got the cookie today, too. Buster, the co-pilot.
Contacting Standard 125 decimal.
Kind of about halfway over Greenland right now. Clothing is always optional on Cross the Pond. Closing, well, it's the internet. We're not going to get to see any of Greenland today. Clothing is, well, wait a minute. Okay, I've got some interesting squares here. That's a little bit concerning. That's a little bit concerning looking out the window. Yep. A little bit afraid of things like that. BA Virtual used to do a huge event on VATSIM called Overnighter. Basically, it was an overnight flight staffed on VATSIM from the UK to somewhere far afield. That sounded like it was pretty cool. Not looking forward to a business trip. Tim Dog has to do a late flight Sunday night at 12:15 a.m. and a super early return flight. Who made those? Somebody shouldn't. That sounds almost cruel, Tim Dog. Tomsek, yeah, got Air Berlin for our flight today. Really enjoying getting to do this. I kind of wanted to do this, but this airplane's doing really good. And nobody else is flying Air Berlin, so it's pretty easy to listen for my call sign. Splendid Wolf remembers flying a few flights from Tegel to Frankfurt with Air Berlin in the dash, and once to LAX. Good times and the nice chocolate heart. I mean, that's one of the things about it that I like. They gave you the little chocolate hearts. On the, oh, you have time on Monday to recover. But yeah, that was one of the cool little things that they did. And you know, it's little touches like that. Just a little touch, you know, as you're getting off the airplane, they're going to hand you a chocolate heart. I mean, that couldn't have been that big of a drain on the budget or anything like that. you know.
It's gonna make another for 3, reach you 5.
Yeah, you tack 50 cents onto the price of your tickets to pay for the chocolate budget. You know, and then buy your chocolates in bulk. And just, you know, that's a great way. You know, usually when I get off the plane, you know, the flight attendant, bye-bye. You know, and still, the flight attendants have had enough too and stuff, but just handing one out at the end of the flight. What a great way to just wrap it up and create what we in broadcasting called memorable moments. Making a memorable moment like that. You'd still have to go to the hotel the night before to wait for your room to be ready. But you don't have to go to the office on Monday. Any Monday that you don't have to go to the office is great. Don't be silly. It's the corporate world. The chocolate contract went to someone's friend and they paid 3 times the amount. Okay. I've been gone from that world for 7.5 years right now, and what was I thinking? What on earth was I thinking? You don't go to the office on Mondays, you work from home Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Tim Dog, that's awesome. I think it's really good that you get to do that. Okay, so clearly the northern routes are not helping us out on our bingo for Cross the Pond bingo today. Paul, that's right. This is a little bit of spy flight great stuff. The first time since December, it's Monday. Absolutely outstanding. They made some, the people at Polyot's office are doing nice things to make it possible. I'm so stoked and excited. That's great. Getting to go to the office, for a lot of us is a giant pain, but in this case, this is an incredibly big milestone and awesome news. Do you get the day off from online classes for going into the office that day, or do you still have to do online school? Fevers, it's been a solid airplane today. I'll do the learning when you get home. Okay, so you still have to go to school, but you'll do that when you get home.
United 1514, confirm that was for 1515 minutes at profit.
1515.
Our controllers need to kind of pick it up for Cross the Pod bingo today. A lot of people checking out. Lofter plays. You got to sit in the captain's seat of an A350. Isn't that a cool thing to get to do? I mean, seriously, when you get to sit in the captain's seat of a real airliner, that is awesome to do. Somebody is in your office cleaning this weekend, really, since nobody was there. So maybe it's a little bit dusty. That's nice that they're doing that to welcome you back in. They're going the extra mile and being so good about that. Uh-oh, look at this. Calvi. I'm exiting Oceanic next. I just hope I didn't leave food in the cupboards. Well, there's that egg salad sandwich that's probably turned green by now. Or it's office food, so by now it may have become a different life form. It could be a green eggs and ham. Eagle says maybe if you left food in the cupboard, they would have smelled it. Okay, very probably.
135, 150, CSA 060. Have a good day. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Gander Center.
Gander Center, CSA 060.
I think we're going to Edmonton Center. So people are getting handed off to Gander and Elbit. Oh, you have your own kitchenette, so you're not sure anyone's been in there unless your clerk has. I don't know. If they're going the extra mile like this, they may even be restocking it with a few things.
Level 360, we're climbing flight level 380. From 464, Reykjavik control, hello,
Well, we've already got...
United 16 kilo, climb flight level 400.
Okay, does that count? Okay, so that pilot just asked to climb. This, I think, is a side step. Not a side step. This was... Hey, we've got a stepping away, I think. We had a couple of stepping aways there. I heard like 2 stepping aways in a row less than 5 minutes ago. Should we agree that stepping away is good? We could check that off on bingo. And I think we got somebody that didn't want to sidestep, but they wanted to step climb. But I think we could check off stepping away. We heard a few of those. There were 2 people. Sidestep is for landing. Okay, sidestep's landing, but we did get stepping away. So I say we get to check off stepping away on yours. So we get to check off 3: identified, position report, and stepping away.
2032, hello again. Contact now again. Control 135.1502.
Hello. Contact Gender Center 125.15 for Condor 203.
So if I get a TCAS alert and a meow, I have a straight line here. I'm pretty sure we're going to get a meow. I don't think we're going to get a TCAS alert, though. And this one's actually over the middle of Greenland, so we're not close to being kicked over yet. That's going to... Well, I don't know if we get to go into Edmonton or not. There's Edmonton up there. This is Montreal. Poliot needs a dog barking and a baby squawking and an unreadable for a straight line. Generally, I mean, we've heard a couple of really good baby squawks on frequency before. We've heard a couple of those, and those have been really good. Some dogs have been barking. We've had a couple of good dogs barking. That's right. Yeah, we need to get in with where Loaf is and get Buster. Irvy, we're gonna have to add a beer burp in there somehow. The big beer belch that we got, it still is enough to crack me up every time that happened. I don't know. It's sort of like, gee, come on, people are gonna do that on an airplane radio? It's nothing holy anymore.
United 1514 is back.
Okay, so that was one. That was one of the ones. So stepping away. That's why I've checked that one off. So we get to say stepping away is a good thing. There, we've got quite a descent down here into the Chicagoland area. We haven't looked in on VATSIM radar in a while. So it looks like everybody's gone up. Looks like most everybody who's part of the event has made it across the halfway point here. We've got a couple of airplanes that are halfway through Canada going into the West Coast. So that's looking pretty good. Asher Wynn is back in chat. Is there a link to the Airbus cap? Loviz got the Airbus cap from the real Airbus factory on a tour.
Hello again.
I would think that there's got to be a way to find that, just a Google search that you could get it from, or an Airbus kind of a hat. Let's see. I'm afraid that Buster is not going to be available for any dog barks. Buster is hard at work. Hard at work, as any first officer would be. So I'm afraid we're not going to get any help for dog barks. Yes, the do not disturb sign has been popped out yet. 4 hours left until Miami for NMurph, and Tim Dog found a Buster. Found a Buster. found an Airbus hat. So, except let's shop the Airbus site. What can we get? Okay, we can do Airbus airplanes and some Airbus hats, a laptop backpack, a badge holder, an Airbus bottle, some more accessories. So there's all sorts of cool stuff here at the Airbus place. And Poliot actually found the Airbus hat. Yep, this is it. We make it fly hat. That's it. So there you could get it.
Canada 839 contact. Edmonton Radio 135, that's right.
There is the Airbus laptop backpack.
Negative, that was for Canada 839.
135.8, Canada 839, good day.
It's got these cool little flaps on each side.
Musketeer 19 for you, I have Gander Center 135.150.
Can get an Airbus, looks like an A320 or an A330 pin. Jurinctors, you didn't get to book a slot right now. Will you get ATC control? I'm at flight level 280. It's sad. You could enjoy the ocean, but chances are if you go to a non-VATSIM airport, maybe that'll work out for you. They're out of stock in most places. So plenty of different, okay, so we make it fly cap here. So this page, it seems to be good. They have a cycling t-shirt. Boy, I would have snagged one of those a long time ago, back when I was into cycling.
Okay, I'm trying to look where you are.
Israel, you like the pin? There's a light sport jacket, and some zipper soft shells are nice too. So there's all sorts of cool Airbus stuff. Let's see, flying into Toronto.
Kansas Center 135.15.
Poliot had an Airbus bag. When you went to collect the aircraft, you gave it to a colleague because I only had a 13-inch laptop and you have a 16.
France 368 contact, Kansas Center 135.150.
I think we may be getting that one as opposed to Edmonton. We may get Gander for a little bit, I'm not sure. Maybe not. Well, that was a nice gift, though. But Israel, you like that pin? The little airplane pin, the silver one? So, I think if you're going into Toronto, I don't know if you're going to be able to get in there or not.
Finnair 1 Charlie Echo, negative, that was not for you.
So we've got a little stretch of water to go over. Edmonton's up here. I think we're almost going to be down here. So the line for Gander is over here. Actually, nope, that's Gander. So it looks like we go in a little bit of Gander and then Montreal. I haven't heard him say anything for Montreal yet. Well, what if you're already flying over and you know, if you don't have a slot, if they can fit you in, they can. Otherwise, maybe you could divert to Montreal. They don't sell it anymore. They had a similar one that says Airbus. Israel's got one of the pins in gold. Oh, that's nice. You're last in line. You know, if you're last in line and things are starting to thin out a little bit, if you're last in line, then, you know, if it's thinning out, you may be able to get in there. Air France 120 has made it across the halfway point. This one's going down to Miami. Virgin 1959, though, has made really good time. Bertro says think about diverting to Ottawa. That might be a good option for you. That might be a good one. Oh, looks like things are starting to close down over here. Starting to shut down just a little bit. And we're about ready to go feet wet again. $85 arrivals going into Montreal. So depending upon your timing, they may be able to fit you in just fine. Kind of going up and down a little bit here. We are on 128.2. This is still Reykjavik control. So we've had Reykjavik all across Greenland too. Okay. Reykjavik, hello from Air Berlin 441.
Air Berlin 441, go ahead.
Berlin 441 requesting the infamous 5 minutes away from the cockpit.
That's approved, report back.
Reporting back, Berlin 441, thanks. Okay, so it is time for me to just stand up a little bit. Be right back. Gonna get a second beverage, please. Eclipse, thank you for coming in. So please don't touch the remote. And hopefully when we get back, the airplane is not spinning into the ocean out of control. Don't touch that remote in just a sec.
version 232, 5 minutes away, please report back.
Reykjavik Control, Lufthansa 3 over Charlie, requesting 5 minutes out of cockpit.
Lufthansa 3 over Charlie, 5 minutes, call free for back.
Will call, thank you.
Charlie Echo, contact Reykjavik Control 135. Your correction, contact admin center 135.7. Negative 135.7. Giant 239er, contact admin center 135.9.
135.9 is Giant 239er.
Thanks for sticking around. Welcome back in. Okay, all comfortable, got a nice full glass of beverage. And yeah, I think I've got about 3.5 hours on the playlist, so time to go download some more music from Epidemic Sound. Loviz is doing CPDLC with New York Radio. I was able to at least get easy CPDLC working, but it'll start. It didn't work, but it at least started, which was pretty cool because I haven't been able to get it to start. No. My rule about adult beverages on Cross the Pond is not until we are an hour away from landing. Then we can go and open up an adult beverage. And you basically take a look here and see we're expected to land at 2226 Zulu. So 2130 is when I can go and get an adult beverage. And as you can see, we got a little bit of flying to do before adult beverages start. So if I were to go and do one now, you know, it's sort of like, you know, you kind of pour yourself onto the runway. And if you're going to invest this much time in a flight, the last thing you want to do is, being, goofy. That you want a good landing after Cross the Pond. You really do. So there we go. Let's see, I didn't have the radio turned up loudly. Did I have, by any chance, did we miss anything for bingo? Speedbird, yeah, what after landing or something like that? Reykjavik, hello again. Air Berlin 441 is back in chat. Back in the cockpit. Thank you.
Air Berlin 441, welcome back.
And we could turn the music back down. There we go. Thank you. Didn't miss anybody on the new thing, and it's so cool. We got a new fun game. Cross the Pond Bingo. Of course we're going to do this. You couldn't hear the music because did I turn it up way too loud? I'm sorry. And there's, if you don't have a bingo card, there's how you can get a bingo card. Okay? So we're no good there. Nothing new for bingo.
Charlie, back in cockpit.
Okay, so we're coming up on the line here. Calvi is when we exit. So that's when we're going to actually exit. And we are going to do that in 132 miles. So my guess is 132 miles and we get kicked over to somebody.
Regular control, Virgin 232, I'm back in the cockpit.
Everybody's back in the cockpit now.
Under Scandinavian 943, radio check.
Radio check, radio check, radio check. Everybody's got a different card. Okay, radio check. Vectors, cell cow, radio check. You get to do that. We just got a radio check. Okay, so you should have position report, identified, radio check, and stepping away. Yeah, everybody gets a different card. And yep, the 777 has Hoppy ACARS and CPDLC, and it works really good. Everything's good here. No problems here. Fuel is not running out. Estimated fuel for landing is 10.5. We got 1,991 miles to go. First flight tomorrow is Rome and in the Mad Dog. So Mad Dogging out of Rome, and then we got an A320 flight out of Havana going up to Orlando. And then CRJing from Denver over to Aspen. A little bit of a shorter day tomorrow because we're spending so much time in the cockpit today. On Monday, we've got another arrival into Vectors to Copenhagen. I think that one is like maybe Dublin, I forget. Vectors, it's Frankfurt to Copenhagen. Oh, cool. Montreal to Halifax and Belgrade to Tivat for Monday's flight. So we got nice ones there. Fixed wing is here. Yes, we are starting 1800 Zulu is our departure time on Monday. So definitely starting early so that we can make sure that we do get into Vectors to Copenhagen. Don't want to miss out on that. Let's see. Eclipse likes to fly out of the Balkans. 1800, I think that's probably, going to be a standard departure time on Monday. Means we might finish up a little bit earlier some Mondays, depending upon, voice quality and the ability to speak. 109 miles to Calvi. Boy, it doesn't look like we got a lot of airplanes into Chicago yet, but there's going to be a few. It's not a given you have the ability to speak on Thursdays, so having it on Monday is a blessing. Well, speaking is a bit of a problem. No ATC no ATIS in Chicago yet. But I think they're up and waiting for us. We can go over here and hit refresh on Real World ATIS. Gulf is now current. Real World Chicago is still on runways. 9 left, 10 center, and 10 right. So if you check the digital ATIS for your arrival, for the Real World if you don't have an ATIS up for your airport that you're coming into. Yeah, that's pretty much it, Eclipse. That's pretty much it. Basically, they come up with city pairs. that you would do.
33 X-ray,
And then you sign up for... Yeah, Aspen and the CRJ. Aspen and the CRJ's got fun flight.
F1 464 stands for you. Contact Gander Center 135
Zero contact Gander Center on 125.150.
Eclipse wants the CRJ. It is a fun airplane. There is no auto throttle. No auto throttle at all. So you could get the auto throttle on the CRJ for like some, corporate bizjet versions, I think. But I don't think any of the airlines got auto throttles in them. Tomsec, the current ETA is 2228 Zulu. With twists and turns, how about 2240? When are we getting good Boeings? When PMDG is ready to put out some Boeings. Right now, they've got great Boeings. I think next week or the week after, we're going to get the 777-200. Yeah, the 777-200 ER is next week. So that's going to be, that's coming our way. Oh my gosh, it isn't even noon here. Holy moly. It's almost, I thought it was more like 4. It feels like 4 in the afternoon for me. Oh my gosh. It's not even noon. Wow. Hasn't warmed up much today. I'm not kidding. I thought it was like noon. So like, okay, we got to be getting in there. It's dinner time. Time to make some stir fry or something really good. And it's like, no, it's noon. We've still got a few hours of flying to do. It is 1:52 p.m. Eastern time. Rob, you're absolutely right. You can look in the documentation in the aircraft folder for logging onto a station, hit ATC and log on status for PDC stuff. Yeah, the CPDLC and the 777s is actually really cool.
35 contact admin center.
But you're right, Rob. I mean, have a tasty beverage, have something really tasty for food, and it's going to be clunk, out like a light. Out like a light. Lobiz says the CPDLC within the 777 is probably the best. I don't mind it so much in the A350, but the way it works. But I think it's a lot more straightforward in the 777. I like the CPDLC in the older Airbuses. This one doesn't have it, but I think it's so much more integrated, and it's just. You rarely use the word intuitive when you're talking about Boeing airplanes, but getting to the CPDLC and the 777s, sort of like, yep, that makes perfect sense to me. Really like it. $68 miles to Calvi. And that's how we exit the ocean.
441, contact Gander Center 135.150. Bye-bye.
135.150 for Air Berlin 441. Thanks so much. Happy Cross the Pond weekend.
See ya.
135.150. Gander is where we're going. Okay. So we're going over to Gander. Let's just take a gander at our map so we can give them an accurate report. Yep, couldn't resist. Gander, hello from Air Berlin 441. Looks like we're about 60 miles east of Calvi at flight level 410. 135150. Yep, that's Gander. Ha, socialism is not a crime. Yeah, taking a little gander about that. I don't think anybody's home. Nobody answered. I guess they didn't like our joke.
KLM 618, copy.
Doom, 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 do 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 doom 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 do do. Oh, maybe that was them. Gander, good afternoon from Air Berlin 441, level at flight level 410, approaching Calvi.
Air Berlin 441, Gander Center, good afternoon, sir, welcome aboard. Can you do flight level 400 or 430? What would you prefer?
Let's see. How about flight level 400 for Berlin 441?
Berlin 441, not a problem there, sir. Flight level 400 is approved.
Flight level 400 now for Air Berlin 441. Starting to go a little loco. That happened a long time ago. I'm going to make that my new cruise.
4440.
Definitely happened a long time ago, James. Okay, we are now talking to Gander. Looks like we never changed our squawk code either. So we're in here, right at the top, and we're going down to Chicago. So it looks like we're going to kind of follow this track down here.
Like 360, South 897.
South 897, the flight level 360 is approved.
Line 360, South 897.
Estimated fuel on board is now down to 9.4.
Flight level 340 or 360?
We'll take 360, Walker 249.
Walker 2849, Roger, flight level 360 is approved.
My optimum was flight level 410, but I think this will probably be good.
Good morning, KLM.
Is SimBrief down? Lucidity? I have no idea. Are you having a hard time getting on there? It probably got slammed earlier today, so maybe they need to do some work on it. We could actually have a look. Let's see. So SimBrief by Navigraph. It's working here today. So Lucidity, it's doing pretty good. No problems here. And Polyot says it works at Polyot HQ. AH Mike says it's working. Maybe it's just a temporary thing where you are. Okay, we're looking for vectors, standby, toilet flushes, meows, blocked. Emergency, cell cow, dogs barking, sidestep, baby squawk, squawk ident. With you, expect delay, go around, TCAS, minimum fuel, crash to desktop, unreadable, and hold. Fidelicor is back in chat. So that's where we are as far as...
Speedbird 208, contact Montreal Center now, 134.32. Good day.
I have a feeling we're going to get Montreal too.
Speedbird 208, copy.
So I think we're in Gander here, but that's Montreal over there.
208, Montreal Center, 134.32. Good day.
Yep, we're going to get that ourselves. 13432 might be next for us. 134.32. There we go. You don't usually hear CTD on frequency except the controller saying radar contact lost. That's true. Maybe that would be it, because you're right. If somebody CTDs, they're not going to be on the radio.
Controller front 11 heavy, level 350.
Ashley is picking up this route 6 hours, 21 minutes or so.
Aircraft 11, Gander Center, good afternoon.
You left flying for 5 hours and 9 minutes. It is Fidelicor, so if it's some frequencies, it automatically only lets you do 2.5. They don't usually say 2.5 at the end. It's just 134.32. Okay, looking good there. So my guess is we're going to do that. Radar contact lost might be it. It could also be C. Oh, so that's one that we could actually see is a CTD. That's a good one.
Good afternoon, level 380 inbound to 50.
We're expected to land at 2242 Zulu. So right now we're 10 minutes ahead of schedule.
Walking 4442, inner 2.
Ashley, yeah, I was planning on taking that, and I heard there were so many crashes and stuff that I switched over to the A330. It's been a really, really solid airplane for me today. And
Spinner 95 Juliet, contact Montreal Center, 134.32.
we get to fly a favorite airline. Ashley does not land until 0026 Zulu. Wow.
Air Canada 829er, contact Montreal Center, 134.32.
Tim Dog, in that case, I saw a London controller CTD. Oh, yeah, probably not. Slightly Madness, where do you get this? Do you have flight? If you have Flight Sim 2024, I think this is a default airplane. And you can get all sorts of nice liveries for it over on flightsim.to. So I think it's a default airplane if you want this. It's from Builds, so a nice gift from Builds. Sounds like it's a bit windy. Ashley says it's windy. 107 knot headwinds.
United 1514, radio check.
Oh. Radio check. Radio check. I think that's one. Do we already have a radio check? Position. We have a radio check. Got a radio check here. Where is it?
American 4280.
Oh, we already had a radio check. It was a gift. They paid a lot of money for that. Oh, we already had a radio check. Gosh darn it. Cagley. We are 1,560 miles from top of descent. Fidelicor says, it is. Actually, I'm doing spy tea again, so iced tea and lemonade. A favorite concoction. T-Bird's back. Hi, T-Bird.
Very good evening.
Hey, well,
or very good afternoon. Scandinavian 943, flight level 410 inbound, M1.
Did that qualify as a... Irvy's got iced vanilla lattes today. T-Bird, thanks for being in here. Carbonated drinks dry out the throat. It's not good for streaming. Fidelicor has sparkling water. Not Big Snow, ATC from South Africa, who I think is flying today with us. And it was 2 shirts, so that one does not qualify as...
United 1514, Gander Center, good afternoon, sir. Welcome aboard. You're 5x5.
Would you prefer flight level 400?
Pro tip, do not drink anything carbonated. Except when you're about an hour away from landing, then you can have your carbonated adult beverage or something. Your arrival celebration beverlevel I've already got my mug in the freezer chilling out even as we speak.
Hello, flight 741 inbound Gander. Sorry if I contacted you twice.
Did Bastion go offline?
I did hear you
Really?
the first time. It's automatically changed frequencies.
That would be your next frequency. Sorry about that, Not Big Snow. Did you have something cool? Hang on. Oh, it's an Elite Wings event. So this is what Not Big Snow wanted you to see. This is an Elite Wings event, and this is in South Africa. This is going to be on May 3rd. And this is a slot table.
Cargo 575, standby 1 for could I find here?
So we ought to get one. RAF Ascension Island to St. Helena. I think we ought to do this on Saturday.
Gander Center, hello, Cathay 130, available 370,
So
track 86.
RAF Ascension Island to St. Helena.
Cathay 130, Gander Center, good afternoon, sir. Welcome aboard. You can get to flight level 380 or 360. What would you
Okay, so we got that. Loviz says we need to fly the F-28 for this flight.
360.
Okay, so you can see
Everything
I've got
Oceanic
this
airspace.
here. So the thing to do
Cathay 130,
is what I will usually do is when I go and reserve a slot like this. Comair
I'm
used
sorry,
to fly
that's the
this.
question. You want which level?
I'm sorry. I've got if that. Oh wait a minute! I can't fly the 737. My sim doesn't work. Gosh darn it! I can't fly the
Actually,
my
we
favorite.
have maximum cruising level of level 379 now, so if you give us like some minutes, we could do some level
Comair
380.
may have flown F-28s. Maybe we'll get 2020 working by then.
Cathay 130, roger, your discretion. Flight level 380 is approved.
Okay, class level 380 at my discretion.
Well, let's
Cathay
just go ahead. It's CAW, right? C-A-W for Comair.
The Gander 943, I don't seem to hear you. I only seem to hear other stations on the frequency.
Walker 2849, contact Montreal Center.
And there would have been a B738 if I can get it working.
2849, have a good day.
Kalula Airlines.
Delta 81, Gander Center, good afternoon.
And that would have been Comair. Okay. So now once I go and I do something like this, what I will then go and do is go and I will look for the date. So the date's all the way up here at the top. So I'm going to go and highlight all of this.
I can give you flight
Control C
level 400. Does that work?
and pop that in there. And now I've got all of this information in a text file. They do have the, oh, that's right, we have the 737 MAX that we could do. That works in 2024. So I could do something like that. And then it's just kind of messed up like this, but what you can do is just save this, and I'll save this to my desktop, and I'll start with the date, which is May 3rd. So save as desktop, Elite Wings, and Elite Wings, and then the date. So it's going to be 5-3. 5-3, and it's going to be on my desktop, and that's how I remember that I've gone and signed up for a VATSIM event.
Lufthansa Cargo 8192, contact Montreal Center 134.85.
And that's how I do those things.
134.85, Lufthansa Cargo 8192, ciao.
13485. That airplane.
Gander,
That's next for
943
us.
heavy, request maybe 15 minutes on 5.
Scandinavian 943, I can do that, sir, not a problem, sir. For your level of flight, you're going to be tapping
13485 is next for us.
I can give you a flight level 430 or flight level 380, would you prefer?
Hang on.
We'll look into it. Stand by, Scandinavian 940.
There is the link. There's the link for that.
Montreal Center 134.32, Pinner 6.9, good day.
I don't think I did a very good job of doing that. Okay, I better pay attention because I think we're about ready to get kicked over. And we're going to get kicked over to Montreal, I think. Oh, we could do the RAF livery in the F-18. In the Fokker F-28.
KLM 62 Sierra, contact Montreal Thunder 134.85 today.
That's probably our next. So Air Berlin.
Scandinavian 943, confirm it was either descent flight level 380 or...
No, the RAF livery in the A400, but you could do an RAF flight in the BAE as the Queen flew the RJs.
Yeah, okay, if there's no other level, we'll take flight level 380.
Oh. Haven't been in the A400 in a while, so an RAF livery in the A400 would be good. So it would be RRR, RAF. I think we ought to change that. Why don't we do that instead? That's something I know that works.
German Cargo 575, it's really strange. I can hear you transmitting.
So I should do, it's an A400 and the call sign would be RRR 441, and now we could take the A400. RRR is the IC cows, Ascot is the call sign. That would be good.
Delta 897 to copy.
And we need to go and get that text file out. Elite Wings.
Delta 897 to copy.
And so we're going to change that. It's going to be RRR 441, and that's going to be ASCOT. And the aircraft code is an A400. The prop liner. That'll be good.
American 4280, contact Montreal Center 134.
And FlightSim.to has got a nice livery for us. So this is a Royal Air Force.
441, contact Montreal Center 134.85. Good day.
134.85 for Air Berlin 441. Thanks. Okay, so that's Montreal.
American 4280, Montreal Center, hello.
Saturday. So we need to download a livery, so we'll get the right livery. Montreal, hello there. Air Berlin 441 at flight level 400 at Cagley.
Air Berlin 441, Montreal Center, hello. And who is the other call sign checking in? Saudia 01 X-ray, Montreal Center, good afternoon.
Okay, we're all set over there. Nothing really else to do in the plane. So we'll get these things updated, then start clearing off the screen. So, thank you for the Elite Wings setup there.
Storm 9382, that's
Our planes are going to get blown over by the wind. No fear. All right, let's go and put that over in the community folder.
Virgin 253 Montreal.
For Flight Sim 2024.
Lufthansa Cargo 8545.
Community and select. And now we'll have the correct livery too. It's good for wind shear.
Goodbye, Qatari 8187.
That should make it
Montreal,
just
Center
sheer fun.
134.32.
All right. And I agree, and confirm. Booking is confirmed. We're all set for Elite Wings on Saturday.
Center 134.32.
And the call sign.
12 Santos, got the 49X from your book.
Oh yeah, the real irritating see ya.
Cafe 49X.
Probably had to do that too.
At Cafe 49X, you'll need you at an even flight level now. Would you like 320 or 340?
We are the elite pilots right now, which should probably, you know, send all of the Board of Governors of VATSIM running scared for the hills, right? Tony, that's crazy? Welcome aboard. That's welcome to Spy Flight.
Standard American, voice ready, heavy.
American 4280, Montreal, go ahead.
Yeah, you were restricted to 0.84 for the Oceanic. I was just wondering, can we resume normal speed now? We're off the Oceanic route.
American 4280, the stage is yours.
All right, Roger, resume normal speed, voice ready, thanks.
Haven't heard any other ones yet. Groot is back in chat. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard to you, Bricklayer. Thank you for coming in. Yeah, first time we're here.
A Cafe 49er X-ray. Duplicate
Be right back.
transponder,
Finishing up dinner. Happy dinner time. So we now have for Cross the Pond Bingo. These are things that you might hear on the radio for bingo. And if you do exclamation point bingo in chat, you can get your own card to play along. Polyot, I've only ever flown into RAF Ascension Island as a kid. How far to KORD? It is 1,750 miles. We are now expected to land at 2230 Zulu. So you've actually been to the real one, Polyot. That's pretty cool. Heavy to severe precip for the next 100 miles. Not Big Snow says Ascension is going to be easier. Hope I'm saying that right. Just checking in. Captain Odie, welcome aboard. You are doing a local anime convention. No kidding. Hey, Captain Odie, I hope you're having a great time at the anime convention. Thanks for coming and saying hi. Bricklayer has arrived. And Not Big Snow says that St. Helena has a much shorter runway with all the winds plus offset approaches. All combined, we will definitely have a good time. We've got to do at least one practice flight before the weekend then in the A400. Haven't been in the A400 in months. Mikey, are you in Flight Sim 2024? If you are, then it's a freeware airplane, I believe. You're not, you're in 2020, okay. What would be good? Do you have a Hercules? The F-28. Not Big Snow says the A320 would work for you. or a 737. Titan Airways did that before COVID. All I remember from being there was the scenery was mostly brown, black, and volcanic. And then we went to a mountain that was incredibly green and lush. Low-Vis is taking the F-28. And it was back when you were 7 or 8.
Eminence Center 135.
So they did the flight to deliver the vaccines to the island.
Central 135.12.
Could you fly the A400 to Memphis? You could fly the A400 anywhere.
The Condor 2459, are you able any faster?
The RAF call
X-ray
sign.
Connect Eminence Center 135.12.
135.12, Captain 419 X-ray. Have a good day.
Good day, Condor 2459.
RRR and AS. Up there you go. Polyot got it. Okay. I wasn't sure if I remembered that. I wrote
Condor
it.
2459, what is your current Mach number and are you able any faster?
I wrote it down and put it in a text file and promptly forgot it.
And I'm able to go faster.
Exponent, I was, but there were just way too many CTDs and WASM crashes, and I decided it would be better to fly this airplane.
Roger, maintain Mach decimal 85.
Oh, Mr. Adder heard an AP disconnect go off.
6361, same Mach number.
Mach number. Oh, is that one? Mach number. Do we have Mach number? No, we don't have Mach number.
Say Mach number.
Say Mach number.
QN 6361, Roger, maintain Mach decimal 83.
Ryan says the catering has arrived in the cockpit. Ryan has had incredible first-class catering on the entire flight today. And so now it's pizza that's arrived. So let's see. This is, Ryan has been sending some great catering pictures. And there it is. Look at that pizza. Wow, that looks so tasty, Ryan. Very good. It's just been the best catering on Ryan's flight today. Cockpit sound should be a bingo, so like AP, warning bells, and stuff like that. Next major event will have more expansive bingo card with lots of options. Yep.
Speaker 49, Montreal. Speaker 49, I need you at even flight level. Would you like 360 or 380?
So we're going to be in Montreal for a while until YGL.
Speaker 49, Richard, climb flight level 380.
And then we're going to be with Toronto Center for a while. So we'll be with Toronto in a little bit.
31 X-ray. I can give you about 10 minutes.
Go Leafs go, Rob the Swedish chef.
31 X-ray, Roger, advise that.
Oh, the Maple Leafs, got it. They're playing. Matt is here. Welcome aboard, Matt. Thanks for coming in. Just getting into Canada right now. We have been airborne for 5 hours and 31 minutes. Not so bad. It's 1825 Zulu. We are landing at 2231. So we've still got a few hours. Wow, it just feels like well, I do have an 18-knot crosswind, so it slowed us down a little bit, but not so bad. So we still got a little bit of flying to do. Our fuel seems to be hanging in there. I do have flight level 412. We could go up to flight level 430. just to have a little bit of an optimum, because we're losing a touch of fuel right now, not much. EFOB is 9 point. Actually, I think it's stabilized. I think it's stabilized. This is one of our airports that we're going to next week. This is St. Helen Airport that we're going to. So you'll probably need this for our elite. Oh my gosh. Holy cats, look at this thing. It's on the side of a cliff. We's gonna die. Matt's doing a flight today into Fort Lauderdale. I'm gonna put that in and let Wind Sailor get that for me.
Condor 2148, say Mach number.
Mach number.
Condor 2148, Mach 0.84.
Condor 2148, roger, maintain Mach decimal 84.
Maintain Mach.
Okay, got that. And here is Wind Sailor. And download that. And that'll get it for us. So Polyot found a really cool airport that we're going to need for Saturday. If somebody's brave, they should take the Vulcan. Problem is, there's never a Romulan around when you need him to do that.
United 1514 Montreal, Center, good afternoon.
I think there might even be a Vulcan in DCS World, but I don't think DCS will work on VATSIM.
Last aircraft calling, say again.
Somebody ought to get a D pilot. So there is a V pilot, an X pilot, and a D pilot. And there is not a Vulcan in DCS World.
Here. Let me see what I can do.
Passengers about now are probably getting a little bit cabin feverish and restless. You've been in this plane for how long now?
620, if you can make it up to 38, otherwise I got traffic at 36.
There is an enhancement for Ascension Island that we need to get. So this is this is a departure. Mikey did an Alitalia A330 for 11 hours. Oh, this looks really good. So here is a departure. So this is good too, and all of these are freewares. So those are two nice freewares for us for the next flight. NMERV is blitzing past people in the A350 and the 777. WSX boy, you can't fly the Concorde. So you can't fly the Concorde.
14328, that's the pre-device back.
I guess a piston airplane is probably not a good idea either.
Transponder 4547.
Okay, so we got all sorts of great airports for our next flight, for our Saturday's flight. Virtual United 234, welcome back in. Happy Saturday, happy Cross the Pond Saturday. Is the C700 approved in Cross the Pond? So far, so good. We've come up with something new, Virtual United. It's called Cross the Pond Bingo, and if you hear something goofy in some of these words in chat, or dogs barking, you get to do that. Do exclamation point bingo to get a card. And Sunjammer is back too. Concorde is exactly the one you wanted to fly. Yep, you have to do the A380 in moderation.
2459, connect Montreal Center 134.
Okay, got both of those downloaded for next week. Thank you for those. Got two cool airports for elite wings.
13432, 3432.
If the C750 is out, Loviz is going to take that one on Cross the Pond.
Killing 6381, or 6361.
How many Cross the Ponds have we been saying that
connect
for?
Montreal 134.
Unique. Did you get it? Yep, there you go. That's bingo. That's how you get a card. And right now, prizes are
Montreal
cheap,
Center, very
but
good,
next time for next Cross the Pond, we actually hope to have some legitimate prizes. You'll need to be able to get stuff from merch, but we'll be telling you all about that when it happens. Dom T Gaming is sneaking away.
You can't complain. Got about 100 planes on the scope here.
You're living the dream.
Or nightmare. Living the dream or living the nightmare. You decide. Time hasn't gone fast at all. Time has not been going... Well, oh, you mean for other things.
I need you back to even flight level. Would you like 340 or 360? I see 1360 on request, so climb at 360.
We're still a little bit too light, so I'm just going to stay at flight level 310 for now. But if we get up to 4-3, maybe, but right now this is probably just fine. Polyot has been dreaming.
Good, so just to make sure that perfect.
1,352 miles to top of
yeah,
descent.
I got you. What are you looking for?
Nothing, I was just making sure my mic was functioning. We did have some problems with our PH later on.
Yeah, you're good.
Didn't say mic check, but that was really close to the line. Knudden is doing Moose Tracks ice cream today. That's peanut butter and chocolate and Coke. And that sounds really good. So Knudden calls it Moose Tracks. That's ice cream would be good, although it's still kind of chilly here today. Still kind of chilly and cool. Moose Tracks sounds awesome. Have you told Mustafa about Moose Tracks? Maybe he also has moose bread.
Air France 398, connect Edmund Center 135.12 as a given.
I bet we're in this line here and we're going to take this turn to the south with these airplanes. So it looks like we're just kind of skirting past Hudson's Bay here.
Canadian 943, that's cruise advice back.
Matt is going into Fort Lauderdale and Dom T Gaming has got 2 hours to go.
328, copy attack, thanks.
And then we have to kind of cut across Toronto here.
France 398, it's 135.12.
So we've got a ways to wait there. Dom T Gaming, yeah. So here's the crazy part.
Yankee, what's the best speed he can do?
Here's the crazy part of this. Ready? The crazy part about Cross the Pond is this is the point when you really do start to burn out a little bit. You really do. You get tired, had enough. You know, it's sort of like, yeah, I could go get some pizza right now or something like that. The thing is as you start to get closer and you're less than an hour out, you really start to get a little antsy. But then you start talking to approach and tower, and all of a sudden your energy comes back, you land, and as you're taxiing in, you sort of like feel like that was long. That was a long freaking flight, but I'm ready to go again. At least that's the way it is for me. I don't know if it's going to be the same for you, but Ryan has got 5 hours to go, but a couple slices of the best looking Supreme pizza I've seen in a long time. Really good looking pizza.
Yeah, that's my bad. KLM 9382, same Mach number.
Mach number.
We're going Mach decimal 84, KLM 9.
KLM 9382, roger. Can you do 85?
Maybe push it if we can, but it'd be right on the line.
Alright, KLM 9382, maintain Mach decimal 84 for now.
Alright, 84 for now.
Man, I'm not going to have to do anything like that. I'm not bunched up with anybody.
4 Kilo Delta, same Mach number.
Mach decimal 85.
Short circuit, CTP stands for cross the pond. Cross the pond. And what that was, short circuit, if you look at our map here, see all these airplanes? All these airplanes that you see coming on in here, these were airplanes that took off from somewhere on the east side of the Atlantic to fly all the way across with full ATC. I have not. You did have to do an oceanic clearance, no position reports. No position reports. And you see all these airplanes kind of coming in here. All sorts of airplanes coming in. Well, probably. There's a lot of airplanes.
Frequency 134.32.
We've got 2,693 pilots flying right now. Is it almost time for top of descent? Sadly, no, we got a ways.
134.32.
We've got a ways to go. We're way, way, way up here. So I'm way up there and I got to go to Chicago. So we got to fly pretty much all across, from north to south, almost north to south of Canada to go. And so this is, normally we try and do like 3 flights. Today's flight was what, about 9 hours today? Well, Unique Gamer, you could do that next time. And there's other things, not just cross the pond. There's cross the land, cross the ditch. So other cross the whatevers that you could do. Wheelchair Gamer wanted a nap. What's the next flight today? My next flight is a flight over to the galley and making something to eat. What do I expect to hear from ATC? So Israel, right now, a lot of the things that we're hearing here are just normal things, but every now and then you hear silly things there, like somebody makes a cat sound, or somebody, 2 people are talking and then a disgusted voice comes on and says blocked, or you hear a dog barking. These are things that you hear on VATSIM radio all the time, and that's kind of what we listen for. That's right, we could also go into Discord and watch movies.
Yeah, KLM 2195, 3432.
Yeah, next flight is tomorrow. Rome in the Mad Dog. But we're not hearing a whole lot of them right now. I thought I did both of those. I did both next and tomorrow. I need to find a picture for the departure boards tomorrow.
53 and you do it at even level now. Would you like 380 or 360?
I'm flying an Alitalia Mad Dog. So what I need to do is get a picture of an Alitalia Mad Dog that looks good.
Steven 49, stand by. Let me check on that. Steven 49, it's 13512.
I also need to get an Alitalia logo too.
135.12.
That's going to be rough. So I make the little departure boards and stuff. I don't have anything set up for Alitalia. So it's those cute things. I got to go and find some things to make the departure board for tomorrow. Got to figure out something for that. Maybe that'll work. Oh, there's some better ones. Oh, much better ones. Okay. That's a nice one. That's the one we saw before. That's for rotate sim. That one actually looks good. Oh man, there's some that have been... That's a nice one. I can make that work.
Travel center Canada down 943 heavy, we're back in front.
That's Scandinavian 943, roger, thanks.
Speedbird had a CTD. Okay, now
The Sherman Air Force 977, connect Montreal 134.
I need their logo. Real sorry you had a CTD. And we'll save that, just save that one to logos. And that's over on this one. Spy show, departure boards. And then 2019, airlines. And it's already got that. So Alitalia. Cool. Now I can go and make those tomorrow. It does look a little like the Mexicana livery, doesn't it? And I missed a little chat while I was doing that. So the next thing that I would do is I would then need to do a cutout of that picture.
Lufthansa Cargo 8192, are you able flight level 380?
Loviz says, so this is the old Paint 3D.
Let us check Lufthansa
We
Cargo
could go and
8192.
update this.
No worries, if not, but just let me know.
And I put it on the desktop. And it was I saved it as IC, lifty, sensitivities. I don't see where I saved it.
Let's see, stand by.
Okay.
Lufthansa 3 Alpha Charlie, that's approved, advise back.
Affirmative, we'll report back 3 Alpha Charlie.
Lufthansa Cargo 8192, our max level actually is 379er, so if you can wait
Oh,
for
that ended up in
about
downloads.
5 minutes, we can climb to flight level 380 then.
Lufthansa Cargo 8192, yeah, that works. Just let me know. 36 is getting a little busy now.
Let's try
Alright,
it
we call you
again.
back to Lufthansa Cargo 8192.
Oh, that's really nice. That's really nice. Thank you. So what I would do is click that, and I can download that and put that over in other airplanes. So let's do new volume, spy show, and then we would go over and do departure boards, 2019, airplanes, and that goes to, and it's a ping, so it's cut out. 80. Thank you for that. So now what I would do is this is where I go to make these. So it's going to look a little bit weird here, but you come down here and we go to the airplanes tab and the airplane. Click that and click the airplane and come back in and see if we can't find it under airplanes. And I saved that as Alitalia, Airbus, or France. There it is. I didn't spell it right. So there it is. And then what I'll do is center it. And we can make it just a touch bigger. Recenter it. And then the next thing I would do is go and get that airline. Colt Nebo just did a resub. So then the next thing I would do, oh, I don't know if you're seeing this or not. I think I set it up and you're seeing me move all this silly stuff around. Maybe not. I don't know. I've never done this before. Airline logos. Alitalia. And then we'll have to fill that up a little bit. And then we'll slide it over and center it. And then this is how you make those groovy little departure boards. So that's how you would do those sorts of things. And all of that is set. And then I'll change the airplane picture tomorrow. It's almost like what is it? The old Photoshop. I just use layers in here, and that's how I'll go and create those. So not bad. So we got that set. Cold Nebo, thanks for the resub. It is a resub for 43 months and some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. And our arrival airport is LIMJ. So one of the things I do is I've also got a big folder full of pictures of all sorts of airports that I've been snipping for years. And that's how you see the airport picture up there. And it's modeled off of some real world departure boards that I saw at Denver International. I took pictures and then kind of made my own. And that's where all those come from. And I can do all that. We're not going to go and we're not going to do anything. We're going to be with this center for quite a while. Do you have autosave on? Loviz used it yesterday and it took you back several autosave points with the aircraft perfectly configured. Is that the A350's autosave that we've been talking about lately?
Delta 4 Kilo Delta, same Mach number.
Mach number. Loviz says that it was remarkable. Jamie used it earlier and tried to send him climbing like a rocket. Oh, really? So Speedbird says try to respawn.
QM 9382, connect Montreal 134.32.
So those are people that are continuing further west. Oh, there was that a SIA? Did we have a SIA? I think was that it? Let's see. What it was? Stepping away, unreadable, minimum fuel, baby squawk, blocked cell cow box. Okay, we did have a SIA. So that would give the "this is not a game" crowd a heart attack. We need a SIA. You know, I don't know how you spell that. It's probably not in spell check. But yeah. Say it just like that. See ya. Okay, Corsair Slayer's got 40 minutes almost there. That's somebody, Unique Gamer, that's somebody saying something like that. That's what the is somebody going, oh, yeah, like I do all the time. Or a long pause. JetBlue. Yeah, maybe a What? Did we miss something entertaining? Oh, I turned up the music and not the radio to hear. What were you talking about? That was weird. About ready to turn almost south here in a way. Yeah, not an awful lot of JetBlue flights on that. Not a lot of JetBlue flights on some of these cross the whatevers. But there are some people that will fly a JetBlue, like, you know, Air Berlin's not flying anymore, so I'm sure somebody's going to fly a JetBlue flight. Somebody's definitely going to do that. Poliot says that the JetBlue business cabin is nice. It's pretty good. No ADA is showing up yet. It's JetBlue Mint. Loviz says A321 Neos fly from UK to JFK. JetBlue? Well, that's that little piece of information just came at us from out of the blue.
Condor 2056, connect Montreal 134.32.
Loviz says yes indeed, JetBlue does fly from the UK.
Condor 2056.
How you? I guess in the business class cabin it's probably not bad, but I don't know. I could have done the narrow body thing, I guess. You know, the Speedbird Flight 1 and 2. Poliot did fly them once. If you sit front row of business, it's slightly larger. It's cool. It has a little bench for friends to come by and sit with you. And you order your meals on the in-flight entertainment system.
Condor 2056, Montreal.
So you can go and use the IFE touchpad or whatever and just say, I want this, this, and this, and they know to bring it to your seat, huh? You busted VNAV. Uh-oh, on the way out of Paris. So you have to do the descent the old-fashioned way.
368.
Told Nebo, hope I said thank you for the resub. Black Crit has resubbed too. That was 2 hours ago. Black Crit, I hope you're still here, and I said thank you. Oh man, I was probably, you know, in the middle of a rabbit hole.
No, I just said stand by for a second. Thank you.
V-speed descents. Hey, you know, some of the other airplanes, you know, V-speed descent in the CRJ.
Chicago 8192 is able for flight level 380 now.
Chicago 8192, thanks, climb flight level 380.
We are not ready for that.
Climbing flight level 380, Lufthansa Chicago 8192.
From 368, please start is level 4.
1,183 miles to top of descent.
Roger, climb flight level 400.
That level 400, F4.
Surely Chicago's got their ATIS up by now. Surely ORD has an ATIS. Hey, look at that. There's an ATIS. And Chicago. Okay, information chuckles. Arrivals expect vectors to the ILS 9 center, 10 center, and 10 center. They're not using 10 left anymore. So that's not there. I know, I got to call you Shirley. Okay, so all that looks good. We're going to go over to the international terminal. Boy, this airport's going to get jammed up there. Here's an arrival from Manchester. There's a Dublin arrival. There's a flight from Moscow.
134.2.
Oh, a lot of Moscow arrivals.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye-bye.
Walker 4554 is one of those that came in from Moscow. The sanctions have been lifted. Yeah, they're not here. We get to. Oh wow. So we're actually over here.
United 611, are you able to decimal 85, or have you already told me no?
So we're just gonna stay with Toronto for a while. That was Dom T. Gaming who came in from Moscow.
Reinforcements
Holy
incoming.
moly.
More agents joining the
Sanctions have
spy
been
flight.
lifted. Dom T. Gaming, wow. So you came in there. Mustafa just arrived. Hey, Moose, welcome aboard. We are in the middle of Cross the Pond madness right now. We are in the middle of Cross the Pond madness. Kithrick is here. Welcome aboard. We are doing something a little different. So if you came in with the raid to Mustafa, we've got a little new thing going on. You know how it is in VATSIM, especially Cross the Pond, some people say the same silly things over and over and over. And you hear, you know, dogs barking and babies crying and all this other stuff. We have started doing Cross the Pond Bingo. If you'd like to play, do ! bingo in your chat and it will get you a card. And then if you hear somebody go meow, meow, you get to cross that off on your bingo card. If you hear them say, you know, squawk ident, or sidestep, or expect delays, or with you, you get to cross that off. And so this is where you can play Cross the Pond Bingo.
380, thank you so much, 9908.
I thought you were flying, so Mustafa, I was. But I heard there were quite frankly, a lot of people reporting early on in Cross the Pond today that there were lots of WASM crashes. And I just felt like I don't want to do this. I just don't want to do this. So I got to dust off my favorite livery, Air Berlin, and we get to Air Berlin from Berlin. And I'm A330ing today because I just didn't want to do that.
85.
Uh-oh, Speedbird is using gamer terms.
Did you say 82, sorry?
82.
Good call, because Fly Dr. Cat had a crash 20 minutes flying in the A350. Yeah, and I guess somebody posted over in Spy Discord that Jamie had 4 crashes, and I just thought, I'm not doing this. Manaphy Games, this is the A330 200. So Air Berlin had the 200.
Thank you.
It wouldn't go into Alt Star to maintain your cruise level. So gamer terms can get you in trouble. We're not, I guess. How are we supposed to get good? I don't, yeah, how do we level up? Uh-oh, I just used the gamer term. I'm gonna get banned. Jamie gave up and ended up diverting to Barcelona. Oh, it sets off the sim is not a game crowd. Okay. Another streamer also had the issue. Don't hold the flight level after CTD. Well, we wouldn't want to set off the flight sim is not a game crowd. Actually, it's pretty amazing. You know, this A330, you know, we can take a whole cabin full of people from Berlin to Chicago. So I had 195 passengers on this flight. Buster has returned to the flight deck and is probably demanding snacks. Buster is back, so we've got a new. Uh-oh. Buster is determined that it is now time for, you know, to rejoin the flight. Cold Nebo has Microsoft lanyard in case you get ramp checked at the airport. Really? You're all set with that? All set with that. Okay. No problems here. EFOB is down to 9.1. We panic at 4.9. Panic at 4.9. Left. FinZippo said they left.
The Musketeer 19, same Mach number.
Mach number.
19, Mach decimal 88.
Musketeer 19, roger it is, Mach decimal 86.
We're at basically Mach 0.8 now. Oh, well, no wonder we've slowed down. Look at this. We've got a 31 knot headwind right now. It's mostly headwind.
Dragon 42, roger, thanks.
But we're still got about 450 knots over the ground, so that's not too terribly bad. Big fluffy clouds over Canada right now. Really big fluffy clouds over Canada. Doesn't look like we're going to see much of Hudson's Bay either. New, well, I don't, maybe. Okay, look, we've got, looks like the clouds are wrapping up over there. No ADA is showing up in VPilot yet, but we've still got some flying to do. 1,113 miles. Oh my gosh, it has just... We're crawling across the ground. Yeah, the clouds do look pretty good.
41, same Mach number, and are you able to go any faster?
Air Berlin 441, we are at Mach 0.80, affirmative. We can go maybe even Mach 0.83.
Air Berlin 441, roger, thanks. Increase Mach decimal 83 or greater.
Mach 0.83 or greater for Berlin 441. A little far for our ATIS right now. Ryan's got 1,900 nautical miles. Somebody must be getting close. I could do 8-4.
31 Montreal Center, hello, that's on request.
I've generally kind of found, you know, slow 2 or 3 points and then go up. Israel will be back. Stepping out with the dog's important. They said 8-3 or greater, so if we add a little bit to that, that'll make them happy. Possible Face has 1,500 miles to go. Airbus pilot is still over the ocean.
Unit 16 Kilo Montreal Center, hello.
Under promise, over deliver.
Montreal Center, hello, my friend.
I think we learned that from Scotty aboard the USS Enterprise.
464 Montreal Center, good day.
Not going to complain. The autosave worked for Speedbird, mostly fine. Yeah, autosave is a pretty good thing to have.
Roger, thanks. Spirit 208, we'll need to move the events now. Can you do 360 or otherwise 340?
Airbus pilot is going to land at 2114. I think, yeah, about 2.0 or so. 2.23, Polyot says.
64, connect to Montreal Center.
New
Chris
recruits
Wings.
detected. Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay
Chris
sharp.
Wings, I hope I said that right. Welcome on in. We're going to, let's see, when are we getting in?
Thank you. Emirates 76, connect
22:31, we're supposed to get in on the flight plan says 22:40. So not right now.
I need to talk to United. You checked in with
We're
me.
about 9 minutes early.
Was it 16 kilo? Did he just check in?
16 kilo, yeah.
Okay, United 16 kilo.
Ooh, Dom T Gaming gets to talk to Chicago soon.
Spawner 4571.
Haven't gotten to check any. 30.
No, you can do it. I'm trying to get you 380. You want to just wait a minute?
Yeah, we'll just wait.
I thought I heard maybe a with you, but I can't. I think I was yapping at the time. There's a picture of Polyot as a wee kid on the Concorde and posted on Discord.
France 38 X-ray, say again. You come in broken there.
That was close, but it
France
wasn't
38
unreadable.
Montreal, Senate evening.
It wasn't an unreadable.
Montreal Center, Delta 81 with you checking in 350.
With you. Sorry,
Delta
didn't mean to
81
whack the
Montreal,
microphone. We got a with you.
Good afternoon. Would it be possible?
Sled Alpha is doing Dulles.
For the big crossing here.
Your eyes change color a few times in the year.
Delta 81 unable.
So Slant Alpha is doing that. Hi, Driven.
Very much.
We got a with you. So position report, identified, radio check with you, and stepping away.
368, connect Evan 135.12.
Okay, so Driven is CTD, 35 minutes from Vancouver after a 10-hour flight. Driven, are you in the A350? Do you have autosave enabled? You're in the A330. Oh no. That sucks, because I don't think there's any kind of an autosave with this. Yeah, that's one of the reasons why I generally don't like to do a lot of long hauls, because of those CTDs.
631, thanks to your patience.
Bathroom breaks in flight, yes. Your SIM is still open?
Yeah, that's approved as requested. Advise back.
Uh-oh, we're about ready to click over and less than 1,000 miles to top of descent. Okay, so it's frozen. So you could go and look at... What else could you do? You could look in Task Manager to see... You could look in Task Manager to see if it's actually not responding.
New recruits
people
detected.
scream hot
Welcome
mic.
aboard,
Oh
Agent.
yeah.
Stay sharp.
Nick Toon just followed the channel. Welcome aboard, Nick Toon. And Chris, thank you for your follow too. You have to force it close. Oh, Irby says, did you hit pause? So Driven, did you hit pause? You know, there's a thing up here. Did you hit that pause button up there in the top? What about your mouse pointer? Yeah, you can't. Well, maybe in pause you can move your camera. Well, I don't think that it's worth bailing right now. You may need to get out of the way if you're on VATSIM. Back then you could hear people talking as there was no blocking, but people generally ignored it.
Subscriber confirmed.
John
Top
DFW
clearance
just did a
granted,
nice
agent.
resub today.
Loyalty noted.
John DFW has been here for 30 months. Hi, John DFW. Thank you for the really nice resub. Welcome on in. I think a few people may be going into Texas today on VATSIM. And there's Chris in chat with Don DFW. Welcome aboard. Welcome and happy Saturday. Cross the pond. Speedbird heard something that sounded like it was an adult movie in the background on VATSIM. Really? So there was this time, since we've got the time, TV story from way back. Worked at this one television station where we had a weather center. And you know, TV weather centers, you got a couple of computer monitors, and then you've got some other monitors around there too. And at this weather center, we actually had one of the monitors was a TV, and we had cable. And we had a full, all cable channels. We had CNN, the Weather Channel, HBO, Cinemax, all of those channels. And so, it's time for the 10 o'clock news. And it actually was 11 o'clock. This was on the East Coast. This was on the East Coast of the U.S., so it's the 11 o'clock news. And the guy who was doing the weather at night, I was doing it in the morning. This is, yeah, it wasn't me, but was watching Cinemax in the weather center. And it was time for, you know, how, you know, in the middle of the news before it's time for the actual weather, you know, the weather guy is sitting in front of all the monitors and they say, so here's whoever with the weather, what you got for us later on? And you talk for about 30 seconds and then they continue on with the news. So the weather center shot had all of these pictures and stuff like that, these monitors. And of course, this person was watching Cinemax. Well, guess what's on Cinemax after 11 o'clock, at least back in the day? And guess what we had on camera? I will leave you to your imagination, but the guy felt like kind of a boob afterwards. Needless to say, the chief engineer was told to go into the weather center and delete Cinemax from that TV the next day. And that's what they used to call it. They called it Skinemax. Yeah. VATSIM, as well as someone, oh my God, entertaining themselves. They took a screenshot of your desktop every 60 seconds. Oh my gosh. Eek. But yeah. Okay. Holy. Anyway, so yeah. That actually went out over the air. Terribly entertaining. I unlocked the Goliath event.
Looking to go down at 380.
Driven says it came back for 1 second. Your airplane did. All right, you know, you're not on VATSIM. What else could you do? I would just chill out. I think I've heard this story before about, you know, taking a picture of your desktop or something. That's just bizarre. Okay, how we doing here? Hudson's Bay's up here. So we got a ways to go. Corsair Slayer's getting vectored about. If we hear vectors, that means you get to check off another, you get to check off a bingo. It was the big Southwest virtual that's still around. Tim Dog's a member, but I don't think that they take those pictures.
Maintain your current Mach number, climb to flight level 360.
Is Kenko? Did Kenko crash? I think we'll just stay at flight level 400. I don't think it's going to go to flight level 300. Why am I here is doing Goliath race in Aston Martin Valkyrie today. Oh, car racing. I get it now. Fuel is holding steady, so that's nice. Not a fan of a VA with an activity requirement. I don't know. It sounds like that, that little take a picture of your desktop. That's the page that this is the page that they would use. To post pictures to your desktop, really. Unless you disabled it in ACARS. Okay, well, got a little snow line just kind of running right down the side by Hudson's Bay here. No kidding. Some people forgot, had a long cruise, and thought, how can I entertain myself? Oh my gosh. Well, some people don't think that way. They just don't, yeah, sure, you could take a picture of my desktop. I think I'm going to watch this movie.
Tier 19, connect Montreal Center 134.32, be good.
Be good?
Correct, 134.32.
Some pretty cool, nice snow line here. Next step, you have to put up a webcam and they take a picture of you to see if you're paying attention to the cockpit. Hey, there was a time when I think people would have thought about that. They did have a live video feed at one point. That's right, if you want good, if only they had that IRL. Oh, I don't think so. Especially that one real-world Southwest flight when when both the pilots decided to fly differently attired than others. Boy, that was a joke. That was a big joke for a long time. We completely forgot that one. Everybody's changing altitude around low vis. Yeah, there was a real-world Southwest flight, and the flight attendant came up and found the pilots had changed uniforms, so to speak. I think that was kind of a career ender for them. Tim Dog has been neck and neck with a Virgin A350 all day. They started right behind you.
It looks like your handoff's already been bought. Go over to Edmonton 135.12.
It was hot in the cockpit. Oh, okay, I'll stop bringing it up. It was hot in the cockpit that day. They had diverted the pack air back to the passengers.
Any chance you're able for
the length of the event is, you guessed it, 34-mile long sprint.
Yeah, I think I'll be able to give it a try.
Yeah, if it gets hot in the cockpit,
Low airspeed warning multiple times. But yeah, I'll give it another shot. Yeah, we'll climb up there.
Okay, I got you. Yeah, if you can do 400, that's fine. Otherwise, I gotta take you down a 36 for a merge.
Oh, that's right. So they're merging some people. I don't know that we actually merge with anybody coming into Chicago. I think this is our line right here. So yeah, this is our line in. Is that why they changed the name to a flight deck? Because people were all decked out in different kinds of attire? Where do we need to check if Mad Dogs need an update? I did I've got an application for Sim Market. I think that's where I bought my Mad Dog from to get an update. StarMag, welcome in. We have got today 2,663 pilots on VATSIM.
Southbound, it's near Berlin, 330,000 above, no factor. In Berlin 441, traffic at your 2 o'clock, 18 miles converging westbound. It's an Air France 350,000 below, no factor.
Air France 441 will keep an eye out and not play bumper planes. Tim Dog says the A3, the MD-80 load manager will tell you about that. I haven't gotten any TCAS at all today. I have my TCAS over here set to auto. To on. Should it just be auto? I don't think I've seen anybody on this. So these are the airplanes right here. Here we are. And that's the Air France over there. Air Berlin was too cheap for TCAS. Oh, really? I would have figured, nah, that's got to be a joke. Especially them flying around, you know. TCAS, yeah, TCAS is not an option. Although I'm sure there's some people in the sales department that said, hey, let's make that an option. I hope Chicago is having good weather. The last time we checked, it was relatively good. We could come over here, go to the dashboard, and hit update, and read that Chicago has winds are 050 at 12 knots, 10 miles visibility, a few clouds at 3,200. A few clouds at 25,000. It's 12 degrees with the altimeter of 3033. I'd say that's a nice day in the neighborhood. A mandatory paid option for sure.
Yeah, 1514 traffic, 12 o'clock in about 10 miles, 1,000 below. It's an Air France.
Wolfie has had a series of unplanned delays today. Hey, Wolfie, welcome back in. Welcome, glad the delays are over. Across the pond's going pretty good. Oh, there it is. There goes that Air France. There they go. Hi, Air France. A close encounter. How about that? Yeah, ended up taking an A330. Wolfie, too many people were reporting crashes and stuff with the A350. So went to the backup plane because of that. I was like about 45 minutes away from getting ready to start everything up here. And was just reading too many people having WASM crashes. So definitely taking this one. Feeling better about it for sure.
I don't know about it for Delta 152.
It wasn't you, it was someone else. Who called me?
Tim Dog says look in the load manager and it will tell you if there is a updated version. So that's what Tim Dog says. That's how you find out about it. Good afternoon, Paul. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. I know, at least we got to be Air Berlin today. On across the pond departure out of, wait for it, Berlin.
Montreal Center, hello, Lufthansa to my Papa at flight level 360 with you.
KLM 618, actually, yeah, you're out of my airspace. Hold the speed, go to Montreal 134.32 and ask him.
Yep.
KLM 618 Montreal Center.
I guess they just tuned away.
American Base ID, we've got
Wheelchair Gamer, our METAR command doesn't work anymore since we changed. Sorry about that.
KLM 618 Montreal Center.
KLM 618, sorry for that.
KLM 618, you're outside of my airspace. Looks like you missed a handoff.
Wolfie
Go to
is
Montreal
devastated. I'm praying the gods of Flight Sim not to have another CTD. I know.
United 611 134.
So start turning off stuff in your computer. You know, close windows that you don't need.
134.32, KLM 742, have a one.
Cambo, welcome back in. English Sanchez, so far so good. We are just passing by Hudson's Bay under the wing. Paul, we did Germany. Well, they do. Lufthansa does Frankfurt to Chicago all the time. So we can do Air Berlin to Chicago. Israel is back in ship. Yep, did the A330. The A350 was just being too squirrely for people.
Yeah,
This is the biggest plane that Paul's been on, is an A330.
That's a Peter back.
I will report back. You guys see the traffic.
So I think that was our last merge.
Center Delta 81.
If you fly across the pond enough, a CTD will happen. It happened to Paul a few years when Paul was going into Houston. Your energy is, yeah, this is, the closer you get, energy starts to dropping. You'll get a recharge when you start getting handed over to approach. And then as you're taxiing in, you say, yes, that was long. Yes, that I'm tired, but I'm ready for the next one. And Ryan is Ryan, not Paul. I'll wake
Montreal
up.
Center, hello, Cathay 130, S5 level 370.
Yeah, you're not going to do a break to vacate? I don't really, usually when we're flying around, I don't usually have the,
Cathay 130 Montreal Center.
I don't have the time to set up break to vacate. I just don't in the A350 and stuff.
Air France 11 Montreal, hello.
I think we'll get kicked over to Toronto at YGL.
Air France 358 Montreal, hello. Break Delta 81, I can put you in even level now. Would you like 3.6 or 3.8?
3.8 would be great, Delta 81.
Delta 81,
This is as close as we'll get to Hudson's Bay on this.
Thanks so much.
Polyot says, do you remember the out-of-memory errors in the FSX days? Low Viz is going to take a nap. You've got 1,440 miles to go.
Unit 16, keep
Well, you know, now that Buster's nap is over, the co-pilot can monitor flight operations while the pilot's napping. But yeah, we still actually have some flying to do.
Yeah, 908, roger.
Top of descent's 904 miles out. That's at 2132 Zulu.
KLM 62 Sierra Connect.
It's
from
1928.
Montreal, Center 134.32.
Buster requires supervision. It's 68 degrees where Wheelchair Gamer is. You definitely have it warmer. I don't think we've warmed up hardly at all today.
Lufthansa cargo 8192, connect Montreal, Center 134.
Only, yeah, it looks like it's going to top out around 59 or 15 degrees.
8192, Charles.
I think that
American 4280, connect Montreal Center 134.32.
that might be next for us. You felt like you were moving along, and now I know this really is.
Yeah, I see my prospect.
5235, editing. American 4280, Montreal.
There's 4280. So we're going to get kicked over to
next as well.
American 4280, Montreal.
Yeah, American 4280, Montreal. We're back.
American 4280, roger, thanks. Go to Montreal 134.32.
134.32, American 4280, yeah.
134.32. We're all ready, and we're going to do the we'll do that next. While the passengers on the right side of the airplane get a nice view of Hudson's Bay. I think, Wolfie, I was like the only Air Berlin for the longest time today. So nobody else wanted to do Air Berlin, so... just not enough fun people in the world. Especially during events in VATSIM. I remember a few of those.
The Clipper 631, I see in a descent, say intention.
I didn't hear Clipper's intentions
Clipper
on that.
631, Montreal Center.
You can also hear they're having to call airplanes twice now. I think people are starting to really...
338 X-ray.
You start getting a little more tired here.
We need you at a even flight level now. Would you like 400 or 380?
Wheelchair Gamer says it's a little warmer because you had storms through the area and a cold front last night. They're tuning out or stepping away without asking.
Hey, can anyone hear me?
Sounds good from Berlin 441.
Air France 338 X-ray, Montreal.
They're just ignoring this controller like you wouldn't believe. But yeah, this is the hard part. This is why the last domestic part before everybody.
France 464.
Stitches get stitches.
Maintain flight level 360.
Lovis has a cordless headset, so Lovis gets to roam around the house. See, I would be afraid to do that. I'd be afraid that my battery would run out. And that's the big thing that would concern me about wireless. I was the kid who no, I was trying to be polite. I was just trying to be polite. I wasn't trying to, tattletale on anybody. Oh my gosh, Mikey's got a classic TWA.
Clipper 631, Montreal Center.
Going into Boston. Your galley's a few steps away from the flight deck. Well, if only they would make the, retired galley carts not so freaking expensive. That would be cool. The homework kid got his head done. No, I was just trying to be nice to the controller. I wasn't trying to be a tattletale on anybody. Oh, okay. You switched to your corded headset on arrival. Okay. 51 minutes to go for Dom T Gaming. A freezing sim for driven. There was a pause menu. The pause may temporarily override. So did you hit pause? My Montreal controller disconnected about 10 minutes ago. Erie, if they've disconnected and they're gone, I would wait 5 minutes and then start looking for a new one. Edmurph needs vectors to get a bingo.
Welcome aboard,
really?
Agent. Stay sharp.
We haven't gotten much. Victor just followed. Hi, Victor. Thanks for the follow. Welcome on in. And this is as close as we get to Hudson's Bay. There's this one little thing over here. So like a little inland water slip here that's kind of cool. Polyot has a hot swappable battery, so you're only out of action for 10 seconds. Lovis has a 9-hour battery life. Enmerv says 900 nautical miles before you hear vectors. Out of country spots? I don't know about that. You mean departures out of the country? Sure. Driven is not giving up. Stay driven for sure. Wolfie's got a battle-worn headset. That really looks kind of cool right there. I'm wondering, okay, it looks like maybe there's a, I'm trying to, okay, there's a water inlet here maybe. So just trying to see where there might be some water. Oh, there's one. So this is how you get out from this little area into Hudson's Bay. That's really neat. This would be a fun, I mean, it's really cold water, but this would be a fun place to take a boat someplace. I would not want to be outside on the back cockpit of the boat while sailing. This would probably be really cold sailing. This would be cold sailing. But if you got yourself a nice, you know, cabin cruiser, and you don't have to go out and do maintenance. $160 miles.
Berlin 441, connect Montreal Center, 134.32.
134.32 for Berlin 441. Thanks. Happy Cross the Pond Day.
Cheers, United.
Center 134.85.
And this is Montreal again. We are 160 miles north of Yankee Gulf Lima.
Emirates 358, descend flight level 350.
Ooh, people are getting descents in this with this setter. How about that?
358, Montreal.
That's cool. Hi, XLT. Montreal, good afternoon from Air Berlin 441, about 160 miles north of Yankee Gulf Lima at flight level 400.
Air Berlin 441, Montreal Center, hello.
Montreal Center, United 1614, level 38.
Yeah, well, I don't know about that. I mean, if you stay in your chair, your body's aura kind of keeps the computer from CTDing, right? You know, it's like, you know, don't take your eyes off of it. It might not crash that way.
Air Berlin 441, what's the best speed you can do?
Berlin 441, we're actually at Mach 0.84 right now. We might be able to kick it up to 0.85.
Air Berlin 441, speed Mach 0.80.
Mach 0.80 for Berlin 441. Brakes. Why am I slamming on the brakes here? Okay, this is looking pretty good. That'll probably help. Fuel's at 9.2.
76 on frequency.
So we actually got a little bit of fuel back, it seems. 820 miles to top of descent. Yeah, 0.85 would have put us right up there. I guess TCAS doesn't work in this airplane because I should see something. Well, maybe not right now, but I haven't seen anything on TCAS. There isn't a traffic button to hit, so Brakes are good for saving fuel. We're actually really good. We're so far ahead of final reserve and alternate. We're supposed to be at 4.9 is final reserve and alternate. I'm estimating 9.1, so that's really good. So we don't have to worry about what the fighter jets call bingo fuel.
Fishing following, so again?
8 hours already. You must have gotten up super early. I did. 4:30 in the morning for today's flight. 4:30 in the morning for today's flight. How are we meant to cross TCAS off on bingo if there's no TCAS on the plane?
618 squawk high done.
I thought TCAS would have been the controller saying TCAS alert, turn right now, that kind of a deal. The 777 looks really good, and we should have the 777 next week, I believe, right? I think it's supposed to come out next week.
Scandinavian 943, Montreal Center, hello. Speed Mach 0.86.
The Mach 0.86.
No, it's not all what you hear. It can be things that happen to us during the flight. Oh, so it isn't just what you hear on the radio. It can be things that happen to us too. Okay. And if you're just joining us right now, we've started a new thing on some of the long-haul flights called Cross the Pond Bingo. If you do exclamation point bingo, you can get a card. Driven gives up. There was no hope. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Way to stick with it, though. Sid VSDV, welcome aboard. There you go. That's how you get a card. And there's YGL. Does look like we're going to get to a slight turn. Cold Nebo was sorry. Yeah, I know that you have to finally give up a crash. Mikey says, are you up? Yeah, you know, like Clipper 224, yep. That kind of deal.
Center 23, squawk 0606.
We have a number to call for you situations. I don't want to be on the receiving end. Yeah, Polyot's one of the ones that has to deal with those.
Delta 897 on frequency.
That was a U up kind of a thing right there. On frequency.
Delta 897 on frequency. Delta 897, Montreal Center.
Hello, Delta 897. Maybe if you try Delta, tell Delta, can you help me, help me, help me? Ah, tried to do the text thing. Maybe other people are having their wireless headsets, the batteries are wearing out and they don't know it yet. Kind of sitting back here, doing a little bit of sleeping, a little snoozage. A CTD during cross the ditch might be more annoying than on CTP.
Delta 897, squawk 4534. Air 23 identifying.
This airplane also didn't have an ETP. How do you do the mute and unmute with VATSIM? I've got the Stream Deck Plus that I use for controlling the live stream, and that's the one that has the 4 dials below it for controlling audio levels and stuff. And one of them that I have set up to is for vPilot. vPilot goes specifically into one of those, and I can just tap it and it mutes it from my ears. So that's how I get rid of it. Wheelchair Gamer got to the gate at the YYZ and your simulator went boom. But your landing rate was a minus 180. I'm glad that it went boom when you got to the gate and not while you were landing. That's a plus. Nobody flies on VATSIM without a PTT. That would be carnage. Any tips on maxing out ultra settings? Yeah,
You get there,
generally
14, Romeo
don't. There
Is
are
there 14
some
Romeo
times
Mike,
that there might be
350?
something going on that doesn't apply to me. There's just too much noise and we're trying to talk about something on chat, so that I would go and just mute it like that. Ryan is about ready to enter the USA over the Michigan.
And Montreal Center Walker.
Mach
possibly
number.
Request 380 if able.
Holy moly. 772 miles from top of descent. So we're actually starting to get in the territory of what a normal spy flight would be. It feels to me like it's 5 p.m. in the evening for me. But it's only 1:46. Oh my gosh. I'm not kidding. It feels like it should be 5 p.m. for me.
And Montreal Center for
It's nap time for Wheelchair Gamer.
We're maintaining our Mach 0.83 request speed.
I did walk over briefly, you know, a little after the halfway point over to the galley. Just a quick little, you know, drive-by snack and refill. I'm going to probably need to refill this cup. Flight plan shows that we are landing at 22:26. So we got a little bit of time before we go and get the beverage.
Egypt Air 14 Romeo Mike 134.85.
Jazz heads would take a book, play an iPad, and nap. Are we going to do an F-28 flight next? The only thing that I was thinking of doing is trying to start up the FA-18, and if I could do that, maybe take off from Frankfurt and go up to Berlin or something. And that's in DCS world. Oh, depending. It could be by the time we get there, I will be so close to blithering idiot level that it's a bad idea. I did get the Germany map, and I'm actually having a blast with it. Mostly I'm trying to relearn how to fly the F-18. Loviz wants to fly in the BAE. Do we have a goal for DCS? So right now I'm just trying to get it to work again and understand the airplane. Once I get in the airplane, there are you can design a combat air patrol where you all get in the same server and you fly a patrol that they would have done. So we could do that. There are also some combat things that would have happened there too. I suck at that, but that might be interesting. But that's generally as far as any goal is concerned. Not a big goal, but generally. Something about normal people. A cap does sometimes result in you having some not so friendly people turn up. Yeah, so you never know what's going to happen. And my guess...
Berlin 441 for spacing is around zone, left heading, correction for Chicago, left heading 180.
Left turn now, 180 for Berlin 441. Oh, we just got turned out. Oh. Yeah, that's the other thing. I mean, DCS takes forever. Is this vectors? I think they didn't say did they say vectors? But cross off vectors. Okay. Vectors. But we got it, and so that's close enough. Okay, we all get to check one off. Haven't heard any cats or anything left yet today.
Then it's 1639, speed Mach 0.85.
0.85, United 1639.
How come we're getting... Why is it that I got... Oh, I bet they're letting this plane go fast. Yeah, they're at about 487 knots of ground speed. Okay. So they turned me out so that these airplanes can go past. So it's our ground speed is 475, they're 480, so they're letting, what's that one? That's 487. So that is A359, 787, so
left heading 200, speeds Mach 0.83.
my guess is they're going to let these two pass me by.
Left heading 200, Mach 0.83, walk 528 heavy.
Mikey, that's what I'm using. I'm using my side stick and my throttle and a keyboard and a mouse. You will need a lot. There's a ton of keyboard commands and stuff. I basically have got... I'm slowly getting things turned on. Like I've got fuel cutoff, I've got throttles. I think I've got landing gear and brakes. But DCS takes a lot of setup.
We can 829 monitor 133.97. We can 2579 monitor.
Danny VDW, EGCC to Boston. It was 7 hours and 23 minutes. And Danny had a great landing rate, a minus 169. And the A350 did not crash for Danny. Congratulations.
133.7
It is. That's the huge thing about DCS World. It is combat flight simulation. It's getting in the air and mixing it up with people that,
611 monitor Montreal Center's frequency.
you know, really do a lot of good stuff. So there's a huge monster learning curve. It's months, I think.
Monitor Montreal Center's frequency.
Rob says posture check. Yeah, this is about the time, Rob, when I start folding up in the chair and everything a lot. But seriously, it is. It's absolutely
29 monitor Montreal
much more than just getting a plane and fly about. It depends, Mikey. I mean, you know, if we stick with it and slowly start doing some learning and all that, and if I, you know, gonna do something other than just be, you know, dead pixels all over the map all the time, then yeah, I would think that's definitely a thing to do. Yeah, folding up in the chair, squishing down, and everything else. Kiri, when will you log off? When we land or we crash to desktop? On Thursday, Polyot was playing with a server and started by doing a cap in the F-16, providing cover for the Chinooks as they took in supplies and finished in Apache, taking out insurgents.
Monitor Montreal Center's frequency 133.97.
That might be next for us.
KLM 742, monitor Montreal Center's frequency 133.97.
Monitor 133.97, KLM 742.
Finnair 23, monitor Montreal Center's frequency 133.97.
I wonder if somebody's tuning out.
KLM 620, monitor Montreal Center's frequency.
Corsair Slayer is in Boston right now. A successful cross the pond. Yep, congratulations. Now it's time for
441, turn right heading 270.
Right turn 270 for Berlin 441.
Walker 528, turn right heading 280.
Right heading 280, Walker 528.
An Apache, I don't know. I did a stint as a pilot in the Apache, and then we swapped with a friend and was CPG instead.
Level 380.
A co-pilot gunner. So that was more fun.
Lufthansa 3 Alpha Charlie, hello, Squawk Island.
Squawk Island, Lufthansa 3 Alpha Charlie.
Mikey had a CTD. Is that in the A350?
Hello again, sorry. KLM 618, can you repeat the chest we were gonna go to? We have some radio problem.
KLM 618, it's 133.97, monitor the frequency.
Okay, monitor the frequency.
Virgin station calling, go ahead.
That was in the 747, and P3D does not like new drivers.
Virgin 96 Kilo, Squawk Island. Lufthansa 3 Alpha Charlie, identifying, thank you.
Well, we got a nice gap here.
Virgin 96 Kilo, are you just entering my airspace from the east?
Mikey is going to spawn in Boston and watch and do plane watching. This is a good time if you have never done some simulator plane watching, because there's going to be so much to see. There's going to be a lot of airplanes to check out. I did not cross off identified. I don't think. I've crossed off vectors, position report, identified, radio check with you, and stepping away. Is what we've heard on the radio so far.
Walker 528, proceed direct 5080 north, on course.
Oh, the current controller did identified, so if you didn't have identified, do identified.
Subscriber
You
confirmed.
are identified.
Top clearance granted.
Kevin, thank you
Continued.
for a resub today. Kevin has been here for 41 months, and Kevin did a double sub. This is a tier 2. Kevin, thank you for some extra support today. Thank you for some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan and being here for 41 months. We need to add in Okie Dokie. I haven't heard Okie Dokie. Really? That's also the first, well, that's just it. And Sunjammer has been around long enough to know when I was doing my first flights in European airspace on VATSIM, in the US flying around on VATSIM there, it's United 441 radar contact. That's what they'd say. In flying in Europe, it's, Berlin 441 identified. And the controller, it was probably VATSIM Germany when I was really new there, and the controller said identified, like, oh my gosh, I've been identified. Commander Straker is about ready to send up the interceptors and shoot me down. So, yes, identified has always been scary.
Lufthansa Cargo 8192, monitor Montreal Center's frequency 133.97.
I guess
133.97 Lufthansa Cargo 8192, Joe.
ATC also says identified.
Monitor Montreal Center's frequency 133.97.
That's 3.97 American 43.
A common mistake
United
could be
1514, monitor
flying
Montreal
VATSIM in
732,
Germany during
133,
yeah, your first flight on VATSIM when they do, Frankfurt Friday. Oh, everybody's flying. This is a great place for me to come and learn.
943, monitor Montreal Center frequency 133.97.
And monitor Montreal, like it repeats, and frequency.
Game 943, 133.97.
133.97, Oceanic 943.
Yeah. That is 1639, monitor Montreal Center's frequency 133.97.
Monitor Montreal 133.979 at 1639.
KLM 1738 for spacing into Toronto, left heading 220.
Left 220.
There's the airplane that we're missing.
Zipper 656,
They're letting
monitor
that one
Montreal
go
Center
first. That's an
frequency
A350 right there.
133.97.
That's a Scandinavian. I know an A350 that's still in the air. How about that? So that was our close encounter.
Lufthansa 902 Lima X-ray, no emergencies as the event is ongoing.
There they go.
Descend at discretion.
That's actually our flight path right there.
Lufthansa 902 Lima X-ray, there's an
We
ongoing
just had a
event at
close
the
encounter.
Traffic. Proceed at discretion.
And even on a 20-mile range, I'm not seeing these airplanes. Fuel's looking really pretty good. I think it's because I was slower than those two A350s. I'm an A330, so I'm not quite as fast. I don't have anybody behind us, so they're probably just building in a little bit of space here.
Del 692 Montreal Center, hello, break. United 16 kilo, speed Mach 0.86.
Well, maybe somebody snuck the JSG droid cloaking device aboard our airplane today.
Tango 3 Alpha Charlie for spacing, right heading 250, speed Mach 0.82.
Up, somebody else got it too.
Heading 250, Mach speed 0.82, Lufthansa 3 Alpha Charlie.
Well, I wonder if do you want to report a UFO? No. Do not want to report a VFO.
Montreal Center, hello. KLM 692, speed Mach 0.86 or greater.
Mach 86 or greater, KLM 692.
Montreal Center, good day. United 235, looking flight level 360.
United 235, Montreal Center, hello. Break United 908, speed Mach 0.86.
We should be getting to turn back in here in just a little bit. That airplane's passed.
United 908, Mach 0.86.
We don't want to. We don't want to do that. Sunjammer is quoting
Berlin
close.
441, sorry for the loop, sir. Left heading 180.
Left turn 180 for Berlin 441. Never a problem.
Walker 528, speed Mach 0.85.
Yeah, me neither. Sunjammer is quoting some lines from the movie Close Encounters. That's that. That was the encounter in the sky with the UFO. Ryan is with Minneapolis Center right now. Ryan, you're getting closer. How was the pizza?
134, speeds Mach 0.85. Air 134, speeds Mach 0.85.
Fuel is still good. We're at 8.8. We freaked out at 4 point something.
Finnair 9er, speeds Mach 0.85.
Ryan is 1,400 nautical miles from Phoenix.
Finnair 346, speeds Mach 0.85.
0.85, Finnair 346.
American 192 for spacing, right heading 250, speeds Mach 0.82.
Heading 180 now.
American 192.
Real
request
Tyragoth is
121.
here. I think Real Tyragoth has been here for quite a while. Thanks for being in. Oh, time to move around in the chair a bit.
Lufthansa 3 Alpha Charlie, left heading 180.
Corsair Slayer has the
1.86.
first cross the pond event and a resounding success. The only hiccup, you didn't have VNAV on your descent. That's right. You can't wait for it. You see, it was
Lufthansa 3 Alpha Charlie, speed
long
1.86.
flight, but you're ready for the next one, right? I don't want to do, and you don't want to do the next one tomorrow, but you're ready.
Air Berlin 441, speed Mach 0.84.
Now Mach 0.84 for Berlin 441.
Toronto Central CSA 060.
KLM 1738, right heading 270.
Right 270, KLM 1738.
We should be getting our turn south back on course here in just a second.
United 16 Kilo, Montreal.
Tim Dog is now checking in with Miami Center. That's really good.
United 16 Kilo, Montreal.
Should have chosen MCO. It's closer than Miami. But the,
United 235,
the pizza's
Mach
better
0.83.
in Chicago.
Mach 0.83, United 235.
Hi, Bear. Welcome back to chat. Thank you for coming in. Mikey's sad about, yeah, CTDs are always, are
Air
just
Berlin 441, right heading 260.
right to 260 for Berlin 441. Sunjammer is doing more quotes from Close Encounters. And that's what they called, yeah, the landing place was the dark side of the moon. Curie's going to disconnect. Have a great evening. Okay, and let's see. Georgie is back in chat. Welcome back in. Hey, Georgie. Well, I understand we were going slower. This A330 isn't going to go as fast as the A350s, so we kind of had to do some loops here to get that to get those airplanes past us. Otherwise, you're going to have to jam on their brakes just way too much. Loviz is going to get Jax before Miami, so a little bit of Howard for good luck. A famous ATCer at Jax Center.
Air Berlin 441, proceed direct Sierra Alpha Whiskey.
Direct Sierra Alpha Whiskey now for Berlin 441. And this is an older plane. It's not the Phoenix, so I'm going to get headed in that general direction, and then we'll do our direct to. So direct to Sierra Alpha Whiskey.
Montreal Center, Safari 729, heavy 38,000.
Sorry, 729, Montreal.
Okay,
Central.
let's do our direct to. Direct to Sierra Alpha Whiskey. And there it is. And we got it. Back to Sierra Alpha Whiskey. XLT, CTD stands for crash to desktop. Bear, gotta change your goal. You know, there was some real generous gift subs today.
Should be filed.
Super generous, so, you know. And usually I only do that once a day or something like that.
Toronto CSA line 060, flight level 380.
But I will do that. It's cross the pond day. I only usually let him do that automatically once. But thanks for thinking about that, Bear.
Direct 58.
Flying to Las Cabos. Jesus Saves from, oh really? Minneapolis. How's your flight going, Jesus Saves?
Yes, sir, with that 5080 north, Kilo 5030.
Yeah, Howard is a really good controller. Really patient, but can also move a lot of airplanes. Keltho just did a resub and has been here for 7 months. Keltho, thank you for a nice resub and some awesome jet fuel in the flight plan. Traffic from the east is talking to the other Jack's
Sorry,
controller.
729, squawk 4555.
4555.
Okay, so that cost me hardly any.
441. Contact, actually, correction, monitor, Montreal Standard Frequency, 133.907. Have a great day, sir.
133.907, we will monitor. Thanks for the ATC. Happy Cross the Pond Day. Seriously, that should be an official holiday, right? Cross the Pond Day should be an official worldwide holiday. $1,300 miles. AI Kids is here. Hi, AI Kids. Welcome aboard.
Contact Toronto 12467. Have a good one.
So it can't be a holiday. Descending into Chicago right now, and yep, you're calling in for the pizza right now.
In 1617. Contact Toronto 12467. Have a good one.
12467.
Okay, we're supposed to monitor. And this all looks good. Back to performance. 9.0. Our fuel is great. 615 miles to top of descent. It's going to happen at 2132. Okay, so we're starting to click down here. Almost time to sneak over for the arrival beverage. Technically, it's the same holiday. AI Kids is in Chicago right now.
Contact Toronto 13442. Have a good one.
I think 13342 is next for us. And we're only supposed to monitor.
United 76 Montreal.
Georgie is in chat. The controller you're with, their scope crashed.
You're calling Emirates 76.
Georgie, your first time in center.
I'm sorry, Emirates 76. Contact Toronto 13442. Have a good one. No, it's 13442. Emirates 76. Good evening. Thank you.
Still not picking up any ATISs or anything coming in. We're still kind of a ways out. Oh yeah, ATC, the scopes that they have will crash too. Irvy had a CTD approaching land. Oh, we need just a little bit more stability in our sims, please, right? Bear says pizza and pineapple. Ah, pizza would be good. Always. Pie chart of cross the pond aircraft types. So here's what we've got. 777 Whiskies, A359s, A330s, 777 Limas, MD-11s. Some pretty good. This was a nice pie chart, Tim Dog. Did you make this or is this subpar?
Contact Toronto 13442. Have a good one.
That's really nice, Tim Dog. There haven't been any bingos yet.
Hamburg 71 Charlie, you're leaving Mars Space. Winnipeg is offline. Over. You come with the trade. Have a good one.
So this is what we've had so far. We have vectors, position report, identified, radio check with you, and stepping away. There was some bad news for Irvy, I think.
American 4280 Heavy, yep. Run us over to Toronto.
Last call sign, say again.
American 4280 Heavy, just wondering if you wanted us over to Toronto.
I'm either a
American
baby squawk or a toilet flush or a minimum fuel or go around from there. While line in bingo.
That's Scandinavian 943 Heavy.
500 miles to top of descent.
Radio issues with the pilot.
Okay, landing at 2227.
Canadian 943 Scar guidance.
Sorry, what?
Canadian 943.
Subscriber confirmed.
Ooh,
Top
squawk
candidate
ident.
Canada 943.
Loyalty
Did we have a
noted.
squawk ident? Hey, we got a squawk ident. Squawk ident. Cold Nebo gifted a sub to Georgie. That was nice. Thanks, Cold Nebo. Thanks for being nice to Georgie there. Squawk ident. Check off squawk ident.
That's what 143. Roger. It's gonna be a 943.
I need a TCAS alert and a meow for a line.
Sorry, that was for KLM.
TCAS alert or a meow.
File 380.
KLM 618. Stand by. Canadian 943. Welcome with us.
I think it has to be on the radio. All sorts of meows in chat.
United 1514. Report back.
Montreal Center, very good afternoon. Vision 2 Golf Papa, we're finally on the right frequency, flight level 340.
And Bear just gave us a TCAS alert.
Roger.
You don't want to meow on frequency and get blocked.
KLM 62. KLM, go ahead.
So this whole line of planes here, we all basically got put on. This whole line of planes just monitor. Hi, Delta 1152. Welcome aboard. I wonder if that's a merge. No, they're gonna be on a different arrival than we are. Squaresman, welcome aboard. Thanks for coming in today. 8 hours and 52 minutes later, Cream Cheese's engines are shut down as we have an arrival at the gate and a successful arrival too. Congratulations, Cream Cheese. So you're ready to sit back, take a breath, and say, but you know what? I could do another flight soon.
American 232, flight level 3.
We'll repeat this going the opposite direction in 6 months.
618, contact 134, decimal 42. Have a good one.
It was a great landing for Cross the Pond. Cream Cheese had a -132. See, that's a great landing. Absolutely outstanding landing.
KLM 618, Montreal.
563 miles to top of descent.
KLM 618, over to 13442. Have a good one.
KLM 618, sorry for that. My friend was talking in the mic.
KLM 618, over to
Sunjammer says we have to do a return from Vegas.
13442, sorry.
I know, I would say Cream Cheese has butter on the runway for across the pond. Wolfie was remembering a Cross the Arctic event that never happened. I think it was because it was a really long one. Sunjammer says Vegas to Gatwick. That would be a long flight. Can you imagine being doing the Vegas to Gatwick flight? You know, you did your vacation to Vegas and you're going back home to Gatwick and you have to sit there realizing that, you know, you lost all your money. Umbra, did ATC let you speed up? That was really nice of them. And they will. If you ask them, they'll let you do that. That was really cool that they would do that. Loviz says butter on the runway. Absolutely. Very nice butter on the runway. So now that you've arrived, Cream Cheese, what's the first food you want?
Delta 102, Montreal Center, good evening, squawk 46212.
Cream cheese on the runway, and that was Sunjammer. Months later, rushed off to the hospital. Oh, that's right. Yes, that was a real world flight. Cream cheese already got something, so you're going to do a quick... See, that's the thing. A workout or something like that. A workout after before or after something like this is a great thing to do.
Roger. Hotel Zulu Sierra, Kilo Yankee. Winnipeg is offline over. You come 128, have a good one.
128, Hotel Zulu Sierra, Yankee. Have a good one as well.
American 133. American 133, Winnipeg is offline over. You come
727. Got a 727 there. 7 hours and 27 minutes into this flight.
Center 45270. I didn't miss a handoff, did I?
Tim Dog's computer has completely locked up. Really? What do you suppose happened there, Tim Dog?
I had a scope crash earlier. I'm trying to regain everything. Everything's messed up right now in my airspace.
Captain Quinn, I think they tried, I think, to do that 4 or 5 years ago. I don't remember, but it was just so long. Enmurph got a bingo. Did you? What was your bingo, Enmurph? The thing is it's just so long to go, from, across the Pacific. Loviz has been getting some of the hesitations in 2020 today. Let's see, Jawa.com, we're probably about 500 miles from top of descent, 800 miles from the airport. Still landing at about 2230. Captain Quinn is YVR to OGG today.
United 611 over.
Cream Cheese is reporting, so 2020 has been stuttery for several people today. Several people have been reporting it a bit stuttery.
Roger.
Walker 4554 came all the way in from Moscow and looks like lining up to land. Loviz says the stuttering might be the network. So a 0059 Zulu landing. Jesus Saves is going into Mexico City. Ramos has arrived. Welcome in. So I think the Moscow arrival is Dom. Black Dog has landed at DTW, Detroit.
Let's get here on 19er descent flight level 370 for separation.
Enmurph, did we get vectors? Okay, so if you don't have vectors checked off, you can check off vectors. Is that what that was? Maybe not. Did we get a standby? I haven't done a standby. We do have one. I didn't hear it. I can't.
Let's get your 19er super traffic at your 10 o'clock Airbus 350 flight level 380.
Enmurph, okay, so if you heard it, I guess on your radio, you get to check it off. If we didn't hear it on ours, that's not. But if you heard it on your flight radio, you get to do that. Jesus Saves is going to Los Cabos, and it was a real-world flight from a couple of years ago. Those are some of the best flights to do. If you did the flight in the real world before, those are actually pretty cool things to do. No lights flashing here. Noticing a little bumpier. Captain Whip has arrived.
Contact Auto Center 13442 to experience.
Captain Whip has landed. I don't know the answer to that one, AH Mike. I'm not sure. Skullmate is back. Welcome back, Skullmate. Thanks for coming in. Looks like about an hour and a half or so until landing, but we're getting a little closer. We think we're going to get to...
KLM 692 Montreal Center, good evening.
So it's 2026. We're going to start our descent at 2131. We must have picked up a real headwind here. Well, 477. It seems like we're just inching along. Sunjammer says it's the number of airplanes. Yeah, Air Berlin today. Yay. Always enjoy a good Air Berlin flight.
Unfortunately, negative. You will probably receive a cutback from them.
So we've still got a fair amount of flying to do. I don't know. Right now, right now, it says we're going to make an on-time arrival based on the flight plan. Low Viz's headwind has now died down to 14 knots. Isn't that nice? Skullmate is working on a small project today. The original flight plan, based on our departure time, said we were supposed to be landing at 22:42 Zulu. So...
That is 1639, this is flight bolt 370 for separation.
Right now, it says we're landing at 22:26, so we're landing 10 minutes early. They had you pointed right at your airport in Ontario. This is the killer part for sure. KWT crossed the pond in an A330. A lot of trust in the airplane. I tell you what, I decided on this one, KWT, because too many people were having trouble with the A350. Well, we did get some vectors, but we're 10 minutes. We've been kind of 10 minutes early most of the flight today. So far, so good with the A330.
Sleeper says 5-6, report back.
Call back in about 10 minutes, thank you.
Roger. KLM 742.
Oh, Skullmate's going to do washing filters. That's a good idea.
Toronto 134, that's all 42 for...
Wind shear to be modeled. It's never coming to 2020, but they'll make it in 2024. Low Viz is going to be 20 minutes early. If not, there's going to be craziness going into Miami. That never happens. Got like 3 airplanes stacked up over here. Same runways are in play, 9 center and 10 left. Walker 4554 is at 10,000 feet. We're getting ready for a really nice approach here.
Center today, it's almost 102, flight level 400.
We did have that, so it looks like we're all set and everybody's coming on in there.
12467,
Low Viz had an exact on. I think I was within 5 minutes of my departure time, so it was really good. As painful as Charles de Gaulle was, they were getting people out on time.
Roger, roger.
Dom T Gaming got 9 center for the arrival. Speedbird, yeah, there's some people are getting a little bit of the we're almost about to land tension. We've still got a little bit of time to wait here. We're not even over the Great Lakes yet.
Vision 2 Golf Papa.
We're just clearing Hudson's Bay.
Is off my foot, so this is 7 minutes over. You come what today, have a good one.
over to Unicom, 122 decimal inspection, 172.
Got a really big line. Where are these guys going?
Okay, someone with a 3.
These are going. Oh, this is the line of planes going to Phoenix. Those are the ones going into Phoenix. Polyat says there is a blimp over the Florida Keys.
Avian 943,
Yep, somebody's got a blimp going.
050.
No kidding.
050 även.
Somebody's got a blimp, and boy, look at the size of that thing too. Well, I sure hope they don't plan on flying their blimp over Miami with all these airplanes. Pretty big.
Roger. Yes, the other station I was calling with whiskey in it.
That's the same person who took their blimp over LA during Cross the Land. Oh, really?
Juliet whiskey, Montreal Center, good evening.
Well, that's entertaining.
And Giant 7454, any chance we can step away for about 5 to 10 minutes?
Loviz wants to take the blimp on Cross the Pond. That'll take, what is it? The Hindenburg, what was that, like 3 days? I think it was 3 days on the Hindenburg.
American
Germany to New York.
Let me check where you're at.
Over Gobat.
American 232, yes.
Looks like Phoenix is all lit up and ready to go. Denver's got some good ATC up.
Can I take the handoff now?
As long as there's no big bad thunderstorms over
I'll try it.
Lakehurst, New Jersey.
9008, welcome with us. Break American 232, I'll try, okay. Roger.
6 months from now, Enmurph. 6 months from now.
Montreal Center, good evening.
No ADAs showing up in, even for Toronto. Well, I guess we're really just way too far for that. October and April for Cross the Pond. Of course, between then and now, we'll probably get Across the Ditch and Across the Land, probably 2 different versions of Cross the Land. Amagarosa, sadly, no. This is that one time where you're just going, oh, are we there yet? Are we there yet?
American
Maybe it is. I guess I always thought they did. They did it twice, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Cross the Ditch is just once a year.
I try again with
because Cross the Ditch, they go both directions. So yeah, because they go both ways, and Cross the Ditch, if you don't know, is between Australia and New Zealand.
Roger.
Dom T Gaming says there is going to be turbulence in Chicago. .22 crosswind right now. Our airspeed's up to 480. Ground speed is.
Roger, report back.
Polyat says they'll staff Cross the Ditch for 16 hours.
13442, have a good one.
134.42, Lufthansa Cargo 8192, ciao.
13442.
4280, contact Toronto 13442, have a good one.
13442. I think that's next for us.
KLM 1738, descend flight level 350.
Because that Lufty Cargo took off with us and is going to Chicago.
Stand by. American 4280. Contact Toronto 134.
They have waves for Cross the Ditch. They do. And Murph, there's a slight chance that that'll be available, but I don't think it's going to be available in 2024. 13442.
Montreal Center, Finnair 9 at flight level 4.
Could be. I'm just, if I can pre-tune it, I will. But
who was asking for a step one?
Okay, we are less than an hour now from top of descent. In the late 2000s, there was so much traffic it would crash the system. Large portions, nobody was monitoring. It would probably catch on fire. I don't know. There's about 4, so there's cross the land, north and south, between Europe and Asia. There's cross the land Americas, north and south, North America, South America. It's cross the pond, east and west, and cross the ditch. Those are the ones that I know about for cross the whatevers.
At 8908, climb level 400. Roger.
Okay. Cross the Ditch is it's a fun event. You know what's surprising about Cross the Ditch is you think, it's just between New Zealand and Australia. It's a quick, fun event. It's great. There's a lot of water between New Zealand and Australia. It's about 3 hours or so. Hey, Jerry, welcome aboard. Great to see you. Thank you for coming in today. You're going to be over on YouTube now. So both places, and thanks for coming in, Jerry. Okay. Going to be a slightly bad pilot.
KLM 1338, traffic at your 10 o'clock.
Bad pilot.
777 by full 360.
Bad check, inside thing, KLM 738.
Montreal Center Center 346, flight level 400.
Roger. United 1639, contact Toronto 13442, have a good one.
Toronto now, 134.42, United 1639, see ya.
Delta 143 request, climb to flight level 380.
Delta 143, take it.
Delta 143 request, climb to flight level 380.
Delta 143, climb flight level 380.
Flight level 380, thanks.
Montreal Center, hello, United 2175, flight level 360.
All good with us, guys. Roger.
I know. I cheated. I should have requested 5 minutes out of the cockpit, but we were told to only monitor this frequency. Didn't tell it, so I haven't really checked in with them. I'm monitoring, and I could hear the speakers as I walked over. I was almost out of beverage, and it's too early for adult beverages. I know. I was shocked that there's dead pixels in my camera. It's such a great little camera, too.
Super 656, Montreal Center, good evening.
Okay. Oh, wow, we moved a little closer. I know, I got more demerits, didn't I? Shh, don't tell anybody, Russ. Stid McGee is 4:39 in Washington, D.C. Almost time. So what I have to do is I have to wait until an hour. When we get to the point when we're an hour. So based on the arrival, our estimated arrival is 22:27. It's 20:40. So I can't go and get the adult beverage yet. Has to be within an hour of landing. So we don't end up plowed on arrival. Liveries on Xbox are no longer free. Really? Okay, everything else is good. Hey, there is the SAW VOR. If I don't chicken out, I've got a cold smoke or something like that, which is a Montana brew. I usually keep 1 or 2 cans in the refrigerator. So, and that's if I don't chicken out. Hasn't been a ton of food today, so it'll go straight to what's between my ears or not. Yeah, straight to the dome, so yeah, I don't want...
1514, contact Toronto 13442, have a good one.
Hey, Hat Max.
13442.
I'm jealous how well the guy is handling the blimp. The thing about the blimp, though, is I tried to load it 2 or 3 times when it first came out. Could not make it work at all. If you're talking about maybe the Zeppelin or something, but I could never get any frame rates to make it work really well. It just couldn't get the frame rates to make that happen. The Asobo blimp is too hard. There's too many handles to pull. So it's really hard to get a handle on.
In case we go back to normal speed, rear side Mach 0.85 by the previous controller.
United 235 and negative, we have to issue speed for separation.
Alright, Roger, we'll maintain Mach 0.85, United 235.
I like your powered hot air balloons. Passengers are definitely getting antsy now. Fuel hasn't changed. Oh, it has changed. It's down to 8.8. Loviz wants to do a balloon race. Well, if we can get Nina to come sing the song.
143 traffic at
Mila Yehovich is doing something.
Boeing 787-370.
Is that because we're flying around for the Umbrella Corporation? Or are there zombies or something? Zombie dogs. Which we still have as one of our official mascots here. A zombie dog. Because, you know, zombie dogs. Polyot says that one of the balloons has a propeller. Loviz remembers the turkey trot in the Spruce Goose. I thought we took the... wasn't that the trimotor? Did Captain Chris hear a TCAS alert? I didn't, but if you did, you can check it off. First to cross the Grand Canyon.
Or flight 3708.
Dom T Gaming says bumpy in Chicago. Loviz wants to do a hot air balloon race. So we're going to have to learn how to fly the hot air balloon.
Delta 143.
I got the hot air part all taken care of. Okay, we got Scandinavian and United 1515. I think we're getting kicked over to another frequency here.
Unicom 1228, Delta 140.
Irving wants to do the Mach loop. We used to do that. We've done that a few times. So I don't think these are, so it's not, those aren't mixing together. We're on our track here. So when Scandinavian 943 gets kicked, then we should be next.
1738 over Toronto 12467, Omega 1.
12467, 38 seconds.
Do we have a mock loop map? Is there like a mock loop map over in DCS, or do we have to do that flight sim? The first annual Spy Flight Turkey Trot. Oh my gosh. This was November 23rd. Oh wow, I don't even remember that.
Report back. Canadian 943, contact Toronto 13442, have a good one.
We should not do it and instead do a sort of group flight Olympics. A race in a hot air balloon, the mop loop, and the beer run. That would be fun.
Roger.
Wow, this was a long time. I did not understand. I'm trying. Wow. That would be a fun day. A mock loop, a beer run, and a balloon race.
Oceanic 943, confirm frequency is 134.125.
Canadian 943.
Irvi says this is the mock loop flight plan.
134.142.
Sunjammer has done some really nice tours of the mock loop for us in the past. And we've had, I mean, just, you know, really good flights in that for us. Okay, so far so good here. Again, I really feel like we should be getting, well, I guess we got a ways to go. Loviz is with Howard right now.
Report back.
Oh, and Murph is. Howard the controller in Jacksonville. So United 1514 is crossing the line and Scandinavian 943. You listen for the airplanes ahead of you. Kind of clues you in as to when you're going to get your frequency change. Dom T Gaming had a 236. And Dom was telling us that there was a lot of turbulence.
13442, have a good one.
13442, Delta 621, so long.
That one just got kicked over.
Berlin 441 heavy, contact Toronto 13442, have a good one.
13442 for Berlin 441, thanks.
Delta 621 heavy, flight level 340.
Delta 621 Toronto, standby 1.
Toronto, good evening from Berlin 441 at flight level 400.
Berlin 441 Toronto.
Subscriber confirmed. Top clearance granted, Agent. Loyalty noted.
Jesus Says gifted a sub to Mizzen88. Thank you for gifting a sub today. There have been some really nice subs today, so thank you so much. Thanks for some really great jet fuel in the flight plan and helping me to keep the lights on. Thanks for being nice to Mizzen, Jesus Saves. Going to Mexico today.
And 112, you're identified, flight level 390, welcome.
Top of Descent has shown up. I got a hockey stick. It's 300 miles away. Manaphy Games, VATSIM Mentors controlling MCO Tower. Polyot, yeah, I think that would be a fun day. Sunday for Spy Flight Summer Games. Fun and games. Probably can't use the word Olympics.
Toronto, I checked your Mach 84, confirm?
Yep, we're asked to maintain Mach 0.84.
Roger. And Scandinavian 943, Toronto, state Mach number?
Mach number.
Scandinavian 943, yeah, still Mach 0.86.
Roger.
Okay, we are in. It's getting closer, folks. Very exciting. So we're coming here, and we'll be coming in over the lake. There's our turn over Saw. And so we're about ready to go feet wet over the over one of the Great Lakes. And we've got all the runways stacked up here. So we're going to do the Maddie arrival. And Maddie... It's Cheddar. And then we're expecting... I programmed in 10 center. Where do we break off from Maddie here? There's a hold there, Coles, Cheddar. There's a hold at Sandy, Hops, Hulka. Landing east. Okay, at Maddie. So radar vectors after Maddie for our landing east. So we come straight down, radar vectors out, and in we go. You know, Irby, we haven't done those in a while, but yeah, as we made a couple of changes, but there's no reason why we can't get, you know, special birthday flight requests back in too. So so sounds like an amazing race. Loviz, holy crap, Miami is the #1 airport. Oh my gosh. Loviz is checking out. Stats, airports, what do we got? Miami, 127. It's going to be terrible. MCO is #2. Chicago's #3. Baston is #6 for arrivals. So, oh my gosh, Loviz is sitting there thinking, thank goodness I didn't take the F-28 on this one.
Delta 102, contact Minneapolis.
He said amazing race because I suggested one day we do a race where folks fly to an airport and they get there and they get a clue for the next and so on and so forth. Oh.
American 4280 report.
Those are fun.
Minneapolis 133.17.
13317, we'll report the speed, American 4280, have you see it?
See ya.
I bet that's next, 13317. There we go. Miami does not do very good with a lot of volume. Well, try and talk softly and it should be good. Not that great. Not even worth a drum roll on that one. That one. 8 hours into the... Yeah, Irby, turn your mic down a little bit. So an amazing race day and something like the Olympics that doesn't use the O word. Oh, yep, that's right. We have the joke counter again. And we're about ready to go feet wet over some water here. So, if you're nervous, grab your life jacket. But I think we're too far north, so we don't have to worry about...
Are you coming into Toronto?
We don't have to worry about alligators. The Spy Olympic 5... Yeah. Atypical Olympics. Spy Olympic or atypical Olympics?
And confirm you are Delta 2443.
Confirm your Delta 2443, please.
2343. Okay, Roger, what's your altitude?
We're up high enough to be by the cloud that's shaped like an umbrella.
Let me get one for you.
Jim is back from lurking. Welcome back, Jim.
You should be on 134.
Interlinking magnifying glasses.
Affirmative. 3412.
What is going on, but it feels like it's repeating a shorter list. I've got a huge list here, but it's just playing the same jams on this, not the same ones.
Yeah, it's 1639. Traffic is about your 1 to 2 o'clock, correction, 10 to 11 o'clock for 25 miles. They are a 737 northwestbound, same altitude.
Thanks for your advisory. Have them on TCAS, United 1639. Looks good.
Roger.
Yeah, I was going to say, we hadn't heard any of our German music since we left. Okay. It was, it had jammed up like 36 hours of music, and it was playing the same 3 songs. So we fixed that. Interlinking Boeing yokes. Poliat smells vinegar. Lovis, my spouse is heading to Orlando for a few days, and I have 2 hours of extra fuel. Vectors to Miami. Absor. This is stuff that I found from Epidemic Sound that I brought in for like just party days.
Center, good afternoon, Canada 116 Heavy Level 390120 Northwest 70.
Canada 116 Toronto Squawk.
Katie's here. Hi, Katie. Welcome back. Cross Pond Party Day. It's going pretty good. We are on our way into Chicago, just coming in over the Great Lakes here. 240 miles to top of descent. And our flight plan says we're going to have 8.7 tons of fuel in the tank, so we're good to go there. 538 miles to go. 30 minutes until the pilots can order adult beverages in the cockpit. Katie, hope you've been doing well. Thanks for coming in today. It's been a really good cross the pond for some, but there's been a couple of crash to desktops for some of the airplanes, which is scary. I don't know what you're talking about. What is it about airplanes supposed to listen to ATC, do what we're told? Erie's descended. Turned off the AC in the cargo hold. Swedish meatballs should be heated up and ready when you land. And GT Boy is here with beer chairs. AZ, welcome, welcome. So far, so good. And that was our song for going over Dublin. Although we actually didn't do any Dublin flying this time.
United 1614, contact Minneapolis Center 133.17, report your speed.
13317. United 1514. I don't see them. There's 1639. There's that German cargo that came in from Berlin with us.
Local Day Toronto Center, Air Canada 132.
Canada 132, Toronto Squawk, head in.
I wonder if that's that United there. United
Okay,
1514. Yep, that's the one that just got kicked over.
American 232, contact Minneapolis 132.42.
13242, American 232.
So we'll listen for that Scandinavian, and then it'll be our turn. No cross the pond drinks this time. What? I don't think so. There was a Concorde in the mix? Well, you know, a Concorde could fly, just can't fly, you know, to the cross the pond airports, right? Okay, so far so good. Okay, we're looking for a meow and a TCAS alert to get a straight line. If you've just come in, we've got a new game. It's Cross the Pond Bingo when you hear any of these things. Do exclamation point bingo in chat and it'll give you a card.
Toronto Center, roger. Speedbird 471, contact Toronto Center 124.67. Have a good flight.
Is this the lake that they call Gitchigumi? So we're just coming over the lake. This is the Edmund Fitzgerald Lake.
Speedbird 671, contact Toronto Center 124.67. Have a good flight.
Whip has already made the 767 emotes for new branding. Really?
Speedbird 671.
No kidding. So we should be getting to
Speedbird 471.
we should be getting to talk to Minneapolis Center next.
Speedbird 471, contact Toronto Center 124.67.
Mike, get okay, Superior, thank you.
Scandinavian 943.
Scandinavian 943, go ahead.
Yeah, Scandinavian 943, just asking when can we expect to see handover?
I am waiting for me to accept it, and I'll get you on your way.
That's the airplane. That's the airplane ahead of us. Jesus Saves needs the That's somebody going clearly tongue-tied on the radio. Haven't heard any baby squawks or dog barks today. Bronco Maniac is back. Welcome aboard. You missed all the cross to pond because of your 10-hour shift. Well, thank you for coming in today, Bronco Maniac. We're about ready to start thinking about a top of descent, about 160 miles away.
Scandinavian 943, contact Minneapolis 133.17. Have a good flight, and report your speed.
133.17, and thank you for volunteering and making this event possible, and we'll make sure to report our speed and next control team 793.
Have a good one.
Speedbird's almost to top of descent. Okay, 133.17. And that's Minneapolis. 13317. Hatmax, you need the ORD in the background. It's the real time on the flight. So our time on the airplane, Captain, it's 2105 Zulu. So it is 2105 Zulu. Bronco, not a good shift, and I have no voice. Trying to finish your day on a better note. Well, welcome on in. We'll make it a little bit better today. Thanks for coming in. Back to performance.
Toronto Center, KLM 692 with you, flight level 380.
KLM 692, Toronto Center, roger.
With you. If you don't have a with you on your cross the pond bingo, we got a with you. With you, check that off. Just got it with you.
Subscriber confirmed.
Carney
Top
is in
clearance
with a
granted,
nice
Agent.
resub.
Loyalty noted.
Hey, thank you so much for a resub, Carney. Carney's been here for 18 months. Thanks for some nice jet fuel in the flight plan. And good to see you. Thank you for coming in on Cross the Pond Day. PJ Express, welcome, welcome. Thanks for coming by.
Air Canada 112, when ready to send flight level 280. You can plan 33 left.
Russ, this is a 200. At least that's what it said in the livery. So there was a whole pack of Air Berlin liveries over at VATSIM TO, and it said this is a 200.
Kind of the Canadian equivalent of top discretion. Berlin 441, contact Minneapolis 133.17. Report your speed.
13317 for Berlin 441. We'll call the speed. Happy Cross the Pond Day.
Have a good one.
13317.
KLM 620, turn left direct to Foghorn, cross Foghorn at flight level 230.
Left at Foghorn, cross Foghorn at flight level 230.
Minneapolis, good evening from Air Berlin 441, level at flight level 400, north of Sierra Alpha Whiskey, and maintaining Mach 0.84.
Lufthansa Cargo 8192, turning left direct Foghorn to cross at level 230. Aircraft that was checking in, second.
Air Berlin 441, hi there. We are just north of Sierra Alpha Whiskey at flight level 400, maintaining Mach 0.84.
Air Berlin 441, Maple Center, welcome aboard.
I chimed in at the wrong time. Irvi is celebrating even though a CTD. Irvi, sorry you had a CTD. Pizza pictures. Looks good. That looks really tasty. Great to celebrate with a pizza picture on Cross the Pond Day. Ryan is coming up on Nebraska, making your way out west. Ryan's going all the way down to Phoenix, I believe. With all sorts of great pizza in that cockpit, too.
42, maintain Mach 0.8 until your transition speed of 300. Maintain Mach 0.8 until transition speed of 300 for Count 742. Musketeer 19, contact Chicago Center 126.87. Have a good night.
12687 might be next for us. There we go. Pat Max to check CTD on the bingo. Does that? No, it's somebody, you know, usually says it on the radio or something like that.
Turn left heading 160.
So if you hear it on the radio,
160, KLM 2195. Musketeer 19 second.
either ICTD or somebody says it on the stream. There you go. Not your own radio, as we can't verify it.
KLM 742, contact Chicago Center 126.87. Good night. 126.87 for KLM 742 airport.
Slowly transferring fuel in from the outer tanks. And 150 miles from top of descent.
United 15 and 14, turn right heading 240.
Reinforcements incoming.
Uh-oh,
More
I think we
agents
just got a
joining the
really
Starflight.
great raid.
United 15, 14 to 17.
Hey Raiders, welcome aboard. Thank you for coming by today. Welcome, welcome. Oh, it's Kenko. Hey Kenko, welcome aboard. I hope you had a really great flight today. Across the pond. Always a great time. We've started doing something new. If you are coming in with the raid, we're starting a new game. It's called Cross the Pond Bingo. If you'd like to get a bingo card for this, just do ! bingo in your chat and click on the link, and that's going to give you a bingo card. And when you hear something on chat, like somebody going meow or some of those things, we kind of got
Welcome
this
aboard,
going
Agent.
on.
Stay
So
sharp.
that's what we're doing with because of all the crazy things that you hear on the
Subscriber
radio.
confirmed.
We have
Top
not heard
clearance
cap
granted,
sounds yet.
Agent. Loyalty
And Heavy
noted.
Equation just did a really nice resub for 17
New
bucks.
recruits
Welcome in.
detected.
Hey, thanks, Heavy
Welcome
Equation.
aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
So we're enjoying that, having a good time. Holy moly, Kenko raised 8,000 pounds for charity. That is entirely awesome. Really? 3 cheers for you, Kenko. Where's the cheers? 3 cheers for sure. That is great news. I had no idea you were doing a charity stream, but congratulations. And if you've still got a link up for what you're doing,
Musketeer 19, you were still in the Minneapolis Center here.
if you've still got a link up for your charity stream for donations, please feel free to put it in chat. That's great news. That's really huge.
Subscriber confirmed.
Godpoo
Top
has
clearance
just gifted
granted,
a
Agent.
sub to Kenko.
Loyalty
Thank you for
noted.
doing that. That's awesome. And I need to, before you do that though, so there is your link for that to be able to do that. But that's great. You may need to do it again. I didn't type as fast as you. There it is.
Subscriber
Okay.
confirmed.
So that if you'd like
Top
to help
clearance
out with what
granted,
Kenko's
Agent.
up to.
Loyalty noted.
Max just did a resub. Hey Max, thanks for the resub today. That's incredibly cool news. 3 cheers for you. Okay. And all of this is good. Let's make sure we're not... I missed something. Hey, oh my gosh, we got ATIS now. Do we have an ORD? Minneapolis, Flint. No ORD yet. No ORD. Absolutely. Irvi, a huge heart of pure gold. There has been... It actually hasn't been that much coffee today. Not that much coffee today.
If you've tried to call several times, but you were on my frequency when you were calling, that's probably why you didn't get a reply. Maybe you were transmitting on one and receiving on the other.
124
The last
miles
time
from
you
top of
checked in,
descent.
it was on this frequency.
But Kenko, it's been a really great day. I ended up going with an A330 for today's flight instead of doing the A350 because apparently there's been a lot of WASM problems with the A350. So that gave me a chance to fly good old Air Berlin today. And I get geeky about that airline. So this has worked out really good. It's been a good one. Driven had a WASM crash in the A330. No kidding. This is the AnyBuilds A330.
Air Berlin 441, fly present heading.
Present heading now for Berlin 441. Uh-oh. I know London controller got like 4 in a row. It was I think it was a bit of a disaster for a lot of A330 pilots today. Hi dogs, welcome on in. But yeah, apparently Jamie had like 4 straight WASM crashes. Apparently was able to use the there is the thing, the autosave function, and that worked a little bit, but then just had another crash, so it's not been good. I was trying to fly the A350, and JB says it's been kind of a problem there for that one. Autosave, Dawn says autosave won't let you keep the altitude. True Demon says it works good, and Loviz has did a big test with it, and it worked. JSG Droid, I got... You are kidding! What on earth is it? JSG Droids, your cloaking device kicked back in today. JSG Droid always gets forgotten by, particularly in this part of the country, right? Around DC Center. Something is really amiss with that. It caught 3 calls to get to the right jack center. Oh. Well, at least you didn't get forgotten on the way, and left to go to Washington National, I guess. Pauliot, I think we've got to. JSG droid gets forgotten.
United 1514.
You know,
left
I think we
Foghorn,
got to
left
put that
Foghorn,
on the
flight
card
level
because
230.
it happens so much.
Alright, left direct Foghorn at level 230, United 1514.
KLM 2195, same Mach number.
Mach number.
KLM 21.
So we're just kind of continuing on
KLM
here.
2195, maintain Mach 0.85.
Oh my gosh.
83 or greater.
Yeah, that's the perfect thing. Shattermag did cross the pond IRL the week before. You're crossed the pond out? I can imagine so, Shattermag.
Was that American 4280?
JBS is doing an offline flight.
I just want to confirm, would it be the Maddie 7 or
How about that? That's great,
American
JBS.
4280, kudos for reading the pilot briefing. They are east flow, but they want everybody to stay on the Maddie. So you would be right, but they, for some reason, want to keep everybody on the Maddie.
Okay, alright, sounds good, thanks. We'll change that.
Wait, we're supposed to read the briefing? Wait, we're supposed to read those briefings? We were supposed to read.
92 contact.
Hey, Reese. Good to see you. Welcome in.
126.87, Lufthansa cargo 8192, Joe.
Okay, and we're off. Yep, we're doing present heading. Autosave didn't restore for Tim Dog.
15 Kilo Minneapolis Center, welcome aboard.
Past 2 weeks have been hectic.
Down to 1514 disregard.
We're good at
Navy 943, turn left direct Foghorn, cross Foghorn at flight level 230.
Left direct Foghorn, cross Foghorn at flight level 230, Canada 943.
Falls cold. What's this fog? Oh, there's Foghorn. I see it. Okay, we're gonna probably get a direct Foghorn. So we got to do that direct Foghorn there.
133.4.
Shushubo, welcome aboard. I hope I said your name right. Welcome aboard. I think. So the fixes are good.
Oh yeah.
There's been a couple of issues with the A350. The PMDG is going to be a nice airplane too. I think what it depends on is what's your favorite airplane. Tennis camp for Reese and a rowing regatta. You've been busy. Is trying to fly in the actual schedule that it flew a couple years ago. It's really fun. That's kind of a fun thing to do in the sim is fly an actual schedule like that. Ryan is now with Denver Center. And is slowing down in sequence. Ryan is going all the way into Phoenix today, one of the longer hops. 9 hours and 50 minutes for NT28.
Minneapolis Center, Delta 143, flight level 380.
Delta 143, contact Minneapolis Center 133.4.
123.4, and Delta 143.
United 1514 reduced, speed to Mach.
Okay, so we do have a Foghorn here if we get a direct to Foghorn.
300 in the transition.
Shushubo, I try. Sometimes I get lucky.
Left and 300 in the transition, United 1514.
KLM 2195.
This is why we board a little bit of extra fuel. And we're doing really good. I'm at 8.1.
KLM 2195, maintain best forward.
Hey, hat trick, so far so good. I did
American 42.
30 minutes of extra ATC fuel on top of the normal stuff. Have not gotten an yet. Nope. I think we did get vectors driven. So that we did get a vectors. People can mess with the cards? I didn't know you could do that. I thought everybody had their own. So there is 943. There's the German cargo that we've been following all the way from Berlin. Boy, they got bumped up a little bit. Yeah, I think we're going to get turned behind that Scandinavian just ahead of us. Well, I don't think that VATSIM responds to Mayday minimum fuel. The link in the bot response goes to the same card. Oh, really? We'll figure out something better. This is something that we kind of put together at like the last minute and just dreamed up today. We'll get better for sure. Martin says to stretch. Yeah, now's a good time. Now's a good time to go and, you know, we kind of scrunch up in the chair and move around, get everything set up so you can start getting ready to come on in and land. Yeah, I think you're right. They'll say, please just log off. Just log off. I think, I don't remember exactly how long the last flight was. The last flight we did this time last year was the MD-11 from Paris to Chicago. I think the wind slowed us down a lot more. On the other hand, we're coming up on 10 hours, so it could very well be that the answer is, yeah, this might be the longest one. And if I foolishly decide to...
1514, turn left heading 1.
If I foolishly decide to go and start up my FA-18, it could be even longer.
Yeah, 1514, descend and maintain flight level 230.
To maintain level 230.
Good evening, Laxen. Welcome in. Thanks for checking in from Mumbai.
Foghorn, cross Foghorn, flight level 230.
Berlin 441, direct Foghorn, and we'll cross Foghorn at flight level 230. I don't know if this airplane does cross at, but Foghorn,
943, turn left heading 110.
flight level 230, Foghorn. There we go, flight level 230. Okay, so yeah, if you're having a problem with your card, just do the 3 little lines at the bottom and that'll give you a new one.
Vectors or shortcut vectors, it can look like both.
Scandinavian 943, it's just vectors for sequence. I just got to build 20 miles of spacing. So it's a little bit of a delay vector, but it's not much. It's like a 5-mile delay vector.
Direct Foghorn.
Yeah, no problem. Just like looks like both. It's I don't know the name of the waypoint, but it looks like where we're gonna go straight to it.
KLM 2195, contact Chicago.
And down we go.
187, good night.
Okay, so I'm going to, apparently I'm going to demonstrate what to do right now.
Scandinavian 943.
So you go to this thing and you click these 3 things down here, and I bet you would click new for a new card, or clear it, or something like that. I think that's how it works. I'm not going to clear mine, but...
Mach 0.80, 300 in transition.
Didn't attempt for across the pond. That's okay. And then copy what Dave has currently crossed off. So what I've crossed off is vectors, position report, identified, squawk ident, radio check with you, and stepping away.
At a 1514, turn right direct Foghorn, maintain flight level 230.
No dogs barking, no toilets flushing, no baby squawking. Those kinds of things. Expertly demonstrated, even if delayed. We'll work on that timing thing some year.
Berlin 441, maintain Mach 0.80 and 300 in the transition.
Maintaining Mach 0.80 now and 300 in the transition for Berlin 441. And 300 in the transition.
Lufthansa 3 Alpha Charlie, Minneapolis, are you with me?
Hey Martel. Martel just came in. Good afternoon. Happy finally Friday. Good evening for you, Martel. Hope it's been a good weekend so far. Volanta is this is 465 hours long. That's got to be somebody else. 300 in the transition, so when we pass 28,000 feet and stuff, basically...
Berlin 441, turn left heading 110.
Left turn now, 110 for Berlin 441.
Berlin 441 is going to maintain flight level 230.
Continue the descent to flight level 2. Continue the descent, flight level 230, Berlin 441. So the transition is when we transition from Mach to knots to airspeed. And so right now we're in Mach until about 28 to 30,000 feet, generally in that area. And
Scandinavia 943, turn right direct
at that point, we're gonna.
Turn right direct Foghorn.
So that's when we would switch, and they want us to maintain that speed, 300 knots. Schnars, yes, time for distractions.
Subscriber confirmed.
Schnars
Top
just
clearance
gifted
granted,
20
agent.
subs to the
Loyalty
community.
noted.
Holy moly, 20? Hey, today has been so incredibly generous. Thank you for all that. You're putting me so much closer to break even point, and I'm so grateful. I know it's really kind of tough in the world these days. So I really appreciate your support. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on here and keep going with all this. But also a huge big thank you for gifting subs, because not everybody can afford a sub. And so I'm super grateful there. Schnars, thank you. You've been super generous over the months and years. So thank you for some great jet fuel in the flight plan. Thanks for helping me to keep all the lights going.
235 with the flight level 360, restricted Mach 0.82 or less.
Good evening, cross-eyed sniper. Jendal is back too. Thanks, Schnars.
So after
Lovis has been JSG Droid has been so nice today too. Flying Madman is here. Welcome aboard. And Jamal just continued to sub from a gift sub. Thank you for doing that, Jamal. Thank you so much. That was awful nice of you. Thank you. Good evening, Marco.
You're the third person with that question. But stay on the Matty 7. So after 08 is the Matty 7 arrival into O'Hare.
Okay, coming up on 300 knots. We're a touch high, but they said to maintain 300 knots in the transition. So I'm going to go ahead and flip it over now to maintain 300 knots in the transition. And that's it over there. Driven says I need to hydrate here.
That is 1514, contact Chicago Center 126.87. Good night.
Hey, Odell, welcome back in. I'm going to start missing a little bit of chat here. Just because it's going to get a little crazy. I don't want to miss a command because we've got 8 hours and 36 minutes of this flight.
Welcome aboard, Agent. Stay sharp.
Schnars, thank you so much. No, I thank you for keeping this going and helping me keep all of this moving forward. But mostly, as I always say at the end of the spy flight, thank you for coming in. And thank you for such great jet fuel in the flight plan.
Berlin 441, turn right direct Foghorn.
Right turn back to Foghorn for Berlin 441. Polyot has engine shut down. Gabriel, are you the Scandinavian flight up front? I've seen some pretty sassy flying maneuvers there today. Carrier Hut followed. Welcome to you.
Foghorn at level 230 United States.
Gabriel is doing, ESSA, a very good flight for that. Martel, you know me, I'm going to go for a deep dish of some sort. I'm going to go for deep dish for sure. JBS Gabriel is right in front of JBS 2. Okay, so coming around here, and we'll go direct to Foghorn. Hat Max says to do a posture check. Yeah, I got to do a little bit of that. And landing at 2247. Yep, now all of a sudden we built in a little more time.
126.87, Scandic 943. See ya.
Okay, let's go direct Foghorn again. Direct to Foghorn. And engage. And there's direct Foghorn, and that's good. And we're maintaining 300 knots, and that looks good. Time for seatbelts. Holy moly. Seatbelts going on. JSG Droid got way ahead of Loviz. I'm surprised that happened because JSG, I don't know if you heard Loviz, JSG Droid engaged the cloaking device again today. Wolf is back in chat. Welcome back from YouTube. Honolulu with your wife to celebrate your wedding day. Congratulations and welcome on in. And flight level 230 and 300 knots. Okay, we should be getting kicked over. 126.8. Let's go and do arrival data. O'Hare Information Alpha is now aboard. QNH 3031. 3031.
Reinforcements incoming. More agents joining the spy flight.
Is 12. I think we just got a raid. Hang on a second. Let me put my numbers in. Winds are 040 at 11. 040 at 11. And that's good. Transition 18. The barrow that we were expecting on our runway is 10 center. Boozy Sheep came in with a great raid. Hey, Boozy. 869. 869 is the barrow. We're going to do full flaps, performance. Go over here, and we're good. Hey, Boozy, thank you for the nice raid. Welcome aboard. Thanks for coming on in today. All right, how we doing here? Direct Foghorn, pretty good. All right. I think we're actually caught up here. Actually caught up. That was a couple of fast turns there. Estimated fuel for landing is 8.8. We need 4.7, so we've got double the amount of fuel that we need for, 30 minutes, 15 minutes, and to get to our alternate.
Berlin 441, speed 280, please.
Now 280 knots for Berlin 441. Brakes. Tim Dog just landed. Tim Dog is on the ground. Oh, coming on in.
Air Berlin 441, contact Chicago Center 126.87 tonight.
126.87 now for Berlin 441. Thank you so much. Have a good weekend. 126.87. Chicago.
Chicago Center leaving 13,000. Resume normal speed. Climb and maintain flight level 310.
Danger Zone is back in chat. Came in with the raid. Welcome in, Danger Zone. I know. Good job on the recovery for Tim Dog on that.
On the Scandinavian 943 heavy.
Logan is back in chat. You just got Microsoft Flight Simulator. There is a lot that goes into it, Logan. But here's the deal. It doesn't have to be this complex when you're getting started out. Chicago Center, hi there from Berlin 441, maintaining 280 knots.
Berlin 441, Chicago Center, hello. Cross Cheddar at maintain 14,000. The Milwaukee altimeter 3032.
3032, it's Cheddar at 14,000 for Berlin 441. Okay, but no, Logan, don't freak out about a lot of this because you don't have to start flying like this. You know, it's not going to be crazy. The blimp is still flying around too. Yeah, there's a blimp around Key West. Okay, so we're good to go down to 14,000. Okay. Gonna be a bad pilot here.
Delta 592, is it okay if I go offline for about 2 minutes?
Delta 592 approved.
Thank you, Delta 592.
Okay. Adult beverage is ready to go. We're coming up on an hour to Chicago.
943, maintain 300 knots or greater.
Maintain 300 knots.
Okay. Everything's good there. And we're going to do 14. Constraints are up. Flight level 230. We'll get ready to do our descent. Jamie Com, it's been a fun flight. As usual, long. JSG Droid is now getting to descend into Miami. I think somebody just did a follow over on YouTube. Thanks for the follow on YouTube. Just getting started there. The choice today is a beverage from Montana called Cold Smoke. I got a hold at Janie's from Jack Center. Oh my gosh, Loviz is holding. They're doing holds into Miami. Well, not surprised because Miami, that's the most airplanes arriving, right? Loviz? Hatmax said to do a posture check. It was 6 minutes ago. So there we go. Are we on Twitch? Yep, we're on both. Logan, Twitch and YouTube. I just been doing that. Just getting it going on both. Schnars is already, oh my gosh, really? So it's happy in the Schnars pit. And start our descent to cross Cheddar at 14.
592, I am back. We are passing flight level 250.
Holy moly, you just left Oceanic, really.
592, Chicago Center, roger. Amend the altitude.
Logan, VATSIM can be challenging as hell. To, maintain your airplane where it's supposed to be, and also, maintain your airplane with all the other airplanes that are coming in. I mean, we've got a very busy day here today, and so knowing how to do it and keep your airplane where it's supposed to be and flying the way it's supposed to work is a big part of the challenge.
How do you hear?
Usually through my ears. Okay. That's a lot of airplanes. I think we set a record today. I think we set a record number of airplanes today.
Delta 592, Chicago Center.
Hey, Marco, your Thrustmaster Airbus. Oh, it arrives on Wednesday. Congratulations. Any
Delta
tips?
592, Chicago
The
Center.
A320 is going to be great. I've got a couple of cold and darks over on YouTube that might help Marco. iFlySim, welcome aboard. Jamie Com did Rome to Washington. It was 9 hours.
592, Chicago Center. How do you hear?
Berlin 441's here and you're fine.
Berlin 441, thanks.
I know, I'm going to get yelled at about doing that again. I'm sorry.
Contact Chicago Center 12687.
I just felt that today's the day to tell the controllers that we can hear them. Okay, our descent's going pretty good, maintaining 280 knots. I use a side stick like an Airbus. So the things that I have, I've got a side stick here that's really cool. I have a set of rudder pedals like the pilots. And then we've got a set of throttles with
118.0,
flaps
thank you for the amazing
and speed brakes.
No worries, have a great one.
It's from Thrustmaster.
Contact Milwaukee approach 118.0, good day.
118.0 for Berlin 441, thanks.
United 16 Kilo, contact Chicago, correction, United 16 Kilo, Chicago Center, cross Cheddar at maintain 14,000, the Milwaukee.
Or 14,000 on Cheddar.
Scandinavian 943 Heavy Milwaukee approach, altimeter 3032, descend maintain 13,000.
Altimeter 3032, descend maintain 13,000.
Alpha's aboard. Milwaukee, good evening from Air Berlin 441. Going to pass Cheddar at 14,000 and maintain 280 knots.
Berlin 441 Heavy Milwaukee approach, altimeter 3032, descend maintain 13,000.
13,000 now, and 3032 on the altimeter for Berlin 441. 3032 on the altimeters. Looking good. Let's set the back up this time.
14 Heavy cross Hunka
3032.
250 knots now.
That's not working. Let's just leave it alone. This was working out really good. Okay, 14,000. We're going to continue down to 13.
Let's see. Departure frequency 118.0. Squawk.
The blimp is approaching my... They're going to fly the blimp over Miami today. Sunjammer's going to lurk a little bit. The computer crashed. A USB hung the computer. That sucks up. That's terrible. Sorry you had to deal with that.
New recruits
iFly did a super
Welcome
chat
aboard,
today.
agent.
I think
Stay
that's
sharp.
over on YouTube. iFly, that was really nice of you. Thank you so much. You know what? You're right.
943, confirm
We were
we
wrong.
are able for the
3032. We need to be inches of mercury. Thanks for catching that, Tim.
Expected, because that was your plan.
Scandinavian 943 Heavy, you'll have to make that request with Chicago.
3032. Pauliot,
I'm not
I
sure what their
landed.
runway, what their traffic situation looks like coming up from the other
There we
direction.
go. Got it set.
Yeah, I'll take that with
Thank
them
you for
later.
catching that. When you take off, do they keep handling you off to different ones? Logan, in events like this, yes. We're talking to real people, Logan, on VATSIM, and all the other pilots are real people too. So it's pretty amazing for sure.
United 1045, Roger, hold short runway 1 left.
Okay,
and,
altimeters are
final
checked
hold
and
for you.
set, looking good. I've already put in all of the numbers here. So performance next, it's 3032 now.
Berlin 441 Heavy, reaching 13,000, reduced speed of 250 knots.
At 13,000, it was 230 knots for Berlin 441.
Berlin 441 Heavy, close at 13,250 knots.
13,250 knots. Better number. Thanks from Berlin 441. Okay, got to remember 250 at 13,000 feet.
21, fly runway heading, runway 1 left, cleared for takeoff.
Okay, so slowly but surely. So Logan, everybody, when you're just getting started, is always a little bit worried about air traffic control on VATSIM. Everybody gets nervous. So one of the things I always like to tell you is, or anybody that's new to VATSIM, is don't worry about being nervous. Did I say Shirley? Oh, no.
Scandinavian 943
I did a Shirley. Sorry.
300 knots, please.
300 knots, Scandinavian 943.
But it's going to happen, Logan, that people are going to get a little nervous about this. The blimp landed at Homestead. I figured they were going to fly it right over Miami while everybody was landing. Okay, coming up on 13,000 feet, and then we reduce speed to 250 knots. And 250 knots on the speed. And here we are at Cheddar. And we break out at Maddie. So we're going to expect vectors at Maddie. Person that flew the blimp into the last crossed the land. Kind of what,
1045.
you know, that's what they
radar
seem to be
contact,
doing, right?
Starting on that 900, then we're heading.
Goodyear regularly crosses LA at midfield.
1045, roger, turn left heading.
Really?
60, climb
So they'll
maintain
cross right over
10.
the airport midway.
260, climb maintain 10,000.
Mr. Adder landed.
Walkie approach, good afternoon.
Okay, so far so good. 13,250 knots. Good airplane.
United 16 kilo heavy, Milwaukee approach. I keep doing that today. Altimeter 3032, descend to maintain 13,000.
Altimeter 3032, descend to maintain.
Manafee's going to go to Boston.
United 1045.
There are several cross the lands. There's cross the land in Europe, which is Europe to the Middle East, and now there's cross the Americas. Cross the land Americas.
Approach. Ready to taxi.
That's right, yeah, and a third one, cross Africa. We've got cross Africa too.
Charlie, was that
We've already got a
Charlie
flight
Alpha
plan
Hotel,
for.
Delta
Yes, sir.
We've already got a flight plan for Saturday, a week from today. It's
Charlie,
a
Sierra Alpha
VATSIM
Hotel,
Elite
Milwaukee
Elite
approach.
Wings event.
Runway 1 left, taxi via Romeo.
We've also got Cross the Ditch.
Runway 1 left.
Yeah, Logan, this is a really big event. It's a twice annual event on VATSIM. It's the big VATSIM party called Cross the Pond, where a record number of pilots usually are flying. And we go from, my flight was Berlin to Chicago. We don't have Cross the Land for Antarctica yet, but you know that's coming, right?
Milwaukee departure.
Cross the Pacific is going to be kind of a long one, though. That's the only thing.
49er 12 Lima, Milwaukee approach.
That's what? 12
runway
hours?
1 left, taxi via Bravo, Romeo, cross runway 7 right on Romeo.
Taxi via Bravo.
Yeah,
Romeo,
people just said it was, I think,
cross
just
7
too
on
long.
Romeo, 2, 1 left, 901, 295.
Scandinavian 943 heavy, cross Honka at and maintain 10,000, 10,000.
10,010.
Cross Honka at 10,000 feet and 250 on Scandinavia 943 heavy.
United 1045, maintain 250.
Okay, a little bit better posture check here. And we are now officially within an hour. And so as not to be too plowed on arrival, it's time to celebrate. Cross the pond, eastbound, 2025. Cross the universe. Yeah, that's coming up soon. You'll need your Warp 5, Starship for that one. Okay, we're going to probably get 10,000 at Honka.
Scandinavian 943 heavy, contact Chicago approach 125.7. Take care.
125.7.
125.7, and thank you for the amazing ATC. And
125.7's next for us.
Cheers.
There we go. That looks good. A satisfying crack open of the can. It always is at the end of Cross the Pond. Kind of sit back, relax, have a big smile. I did it. Got it all done. Wasn't in the way. Didn't get in trouble.
Lufthansa 3 Alpha Charlie, Milwaukee approach, altimeter 3032, descend and maintain 13,000.
Kiri is back. Welcome aboard. Oh, I kind of like Cross the Pond. It's Cross the Pond. Cross the Pond is just one of those great things. So Logan, another thing I don't know if you've seen looking outside, but it's all satellite photography. So the views outside your airplane are really, really good. Hey, we've all been there, Logan. We've all had our airplanes and stuff like that. Oh yeah, how can we forget World Flight? Absolutely, there is World Flight.
2-1, fly runway heading, runway 1 left, clear for takeoff.
Heading 1 left, yeah.
Okay, so far so good.
Berlin 441 heavy, cross Honka at and maintain 10,000, 250 knots.
At Honka, we're going to pass at 10,000, maintain 250 knots for Berlin 441.
United 1045, contact Chicago approach 125.7. Take care.
125.7.
Descend.
United 1045. Good night.
Good night.
And there we go. Mr. Adder, you got 1-2 going into the gate, right? It was a long... It is absolutely a good time. And I finally can do this. Cheers. Thank you for flying with me. Thank you for flying on across the pond and coming on in here. Absolutely thank you for being here. Cheers to you. Can't wait for the next one, right? Ashley is diverting to Kansas City. Happy divert. Well, is it going to be that late for you?
Again?
Well, I think there's an awful lot of ATC, Ashley, so... no, this is called Cold Smoke. It's more of a... It's not quite a stout, but it's not quite an amber. Not a stout, not an amber. Okay, 250 knots. We're good to go there. Coming up, seatbelts are on.
Charlie Sierra Alpha Hotel.
I think we're going to go and do auto brakes and speed brakes now. Get those ready to go. Ashley said it's already 10:51. It feels like 7 o'clock for me, but it's only 3:51 in the afternoon. Only 3:51 in the afternoon. And we're going to make 10,000 at Hunka just fine. 22:51 in Brits. Gonna be 2 a.m. for Sunny Goose when you land. Wow. One more lap in the hold. That's right. Lova's got a hold, and JSG Droid got totally forgotten by ATC and is ahead of Lova's. Imagine that. Still got a couple of pilots that are still up in the sky.
Berlin 441 Heavy, contact Chicago approach 125.7. Take care.
125.7 for Berlin 441. Thanks. Have a good weekend.
US
5, sending 12000.
And Murph is getting vectored about.
Chicago approach ILS 10 center, the altimeter 3031.
10 center, 3031, United 985 Heavy.
United 39 Heavy, contact Chicago approach 133.62. Good night.
133.62, United 39 Heavy, thank you.
Navy 943 Heavy, contact Chicago approach 119.0. Good night.
I don't know what that's going to be.
119.0. Good night. Thank you for the message.
Thanks. United 1045, turn 20 degrees right, descend and maintain 8,000.
Alpha's still aboard.
Descend and maintain 8,000, right 20 degrees, United 1045.
We're at 341 Heavy, clear direct Georgia.
Direct Georgia, American 341.
Chicago, good evening. Air Berlin 441's at Hunka at 10,000 feet with Alpha.
Air Berlin 441 Heavy, Chicago approach ILS 9 center, the altimeter 3031.
3031, ILS 9 center for Berlin 441. 9 center, we got to flip the runways here.
Subscriber confirmed.
So,
Top clearance
9
granted,
center.
Loyalty noted.
ILS 9 center. Do we have everything else? Nope, we got to put it all back in. So, Matty 7. The VIA is going to be Gibbons, and insert it. And we're going to go direct to Maddie from here. Direct to Maddie. Cheddar. Hunka. Maddie. And direct Maddie. Okay, we got that all set. We're good to go there. We got the runway in. It's going to be 9 center.
136 Lima Heavy, Chicago.
And that isn't even one of the airport, the runways that they were going to use. That isn't even one of the ones on the list. So we're going to delete.
United 985 Heavy,
delete,
speed at 250, then descend and maintain 1000.
And we're going to go and grab 9 center. Approach is 9 center.
1000.
There we go. I also should not have gotten rid of the Maddie arrival.
United 1045.
Okay, looking good. Clear that. 9 center. Didn't grab it. Thought I clicked it.
Air Berlin 441 Heavy, turn 20 degrees right, descend and maintain 8000.
8,000, 20 degrees to the right for Berlin 441.
Thanks.
Okay, looking good. And now we got 9 center. 9 center says 873 for minimums. Let's get 873 in. So performance, page, 873. Everything else is going to stay the same. Full flaps landing, back to performance. And that looks good. Okay, we're going down to 8,000 feet. We're going down to 8,000 feet. Landing lights on. Nose lights are ready to go. 10,000 foot cabin call. Kind of missed that a little bit. And there's our arrival all set up. That looks groovy too. Let's go and get LS on right now, just because we're going to get busy. And looking nice. Hello, Chicago. Somebody call Lou's and put in our pizza order now. All right, here we are. So there's our 20 degrees to the right.
We're at 341 heavy, reduce speed at 250, then descend and maintain 7,000.
250 knots, then 7,000.
Why medium brakes?
985 heavy, clear direct Georgia.
Direct Georgia, United.
We're going to do 9 center, and I think we want to catch the Echo for high speed. So we don't want to just go for low brakes, because this is our high speed, and that's going to get us over here to Mike or Tango Tango to cross over here so that we can go to the international terminal. So medium's going to get us off at Echo 4. Also, yeah, what Tim J said, we also want to get off the runway quick. You know, there's a bunch of other airplanes.
Heavy, contact Chicago, approach 119.0, good night.
119.0 for Berlin 441. Thanks. Happy Cross the Pond Day.
You too, thanks.
119.0.
Yeah, you can contact Air Tower 126.9.
26.9 for climb southward to Abaco.
O'Hare approach. Hello from Berlin 441 at 8,000, maintaining 250 knots.
Berlin 441 heavy, Chicago approach. Hello, descend and maintain. Well, reduce speed to 210, then descend and maintain 6,000.
210 first, then it's 6,000 for Berlin 441.
United 1732 traffic is at your 1 o'clock, 6 miles, a 737 descending 7,000 to 6,000.
Low Viz's first hold is over. There might be several more, right?
United 1045 traffic is at your 10 o'clock, 5 miles, a heavy going left to right.
Flaps 1.
We got traffic on our takeoff, United 1045.
United 1732, maintain visual separation from that traffic. Brake Scandinavian 943 heavy, turn left heading at 080, intercept the runway 19 localizer.
So left heading 080, intercept localizer runway.
And descend 6,000 feet.
1732, turn left heading 180.
Is on bingo. Yeah, actually, Canoon, it is. If you
1515, reduce speed to
if you look at Cross the Pond bingo,
210, yeah.
That's what this is. That's it. So did we get a I think you may have gotten an
Scandinavian 943, could you repeat that?
Scandinavian 943, 060.
060, Scandinavian 943.
And we're all set to go there. 210 looks good. They always mean MROT. Is that refer to like rotten jokes or something?
Heading 110, intercept the runway 97 localizer.
Heading 110 to 797 localizer, United 1045.
It's not going to land itself.
United 1732,
but Logan, these airplanes do have minimum runway occupation time, MROT. Thank you, Polyot. Logan, so the airplanes do actually have an auto land system.
Scandinavian 943
We're not
heavy,
going to use
5 miles,
it today.
Clear to ILS 9 center approach. Maintain 210 knots until meet.
Maintain 210 knots until what waypoint?
Meet Mike India Echo Tango Hotel.
Mike India Tango Hotel, Scandinavian 943.
Getting ready for a turn. And we got the correct ILS up. It's IOYG. Make sure we don't want to IOYG. Correct. Missed approach. Left turn 4,000 to OBK.
Yeah, we don't seem to have that waypoint in our FMC.
Scandinavian 943 heavy meets the 4,000 Ford fix on the ILS. If you don't have that, then maintain 210 knots until 10 DME.
Maintain 210 knots until 10 DME.
United 1732, 2 miles from Vander. Maintain
JBS 727 departing out of LaGuardia. Really?
210 until Doogie, cleared, ILS 9 left.
We do not want crashes on this
Yeah,
one.
Chicago, personnel to
Wolfie, that's right. It's not the longest cross the pond. That was last year, I think.
0, they go around for 10 center.
Delta 102, Chicago approach, hello. Descend and maintain 6,000, reduce speed to 250 knots.
At 6,000, 250, Delta 102.
Berlin 441, fly heading 150, vectors approach.
150 vectors for the approach, Berlin 441.
United 16 kilo, Chicago approach.
Yeah, no kidding. Loviz, they need to hold non-event traffic, not Air France Flight 120. They should have respect, a little more respect there, shouldn't they? Oh my gosh, I think.
Fly heading 110 to intercept the runway 9 center.
Was it Paris to Tampa?
Berlin 441, fly heading 110 to intercept the runway 9 center localizer.
110 to intercept the 9 center localizer for Berlin 441.
United 1515, maintain 210 knots until Doogie.
210 until Doogie, United.
And intercepting the localizer.
Heavy contact O'Hare Tower 126.9er.
I've got localizer armed. We're good to go there. Polyad is a bit fatigued from staring at the screen. You're done once you land. I'm probably going to play with the other sim for about half an hour or so, just so we can hang around until JSG Droid.
9 center approach, maintain 210 knots until meet.
Good ILS 9 center approach.
But yeah, I understand if you're getting tired. You had a long day yesterday, and you passed another test, so 3 cheers for Polyad.
16 kilo heavy.
Grab the localizer.
180 vectors for approach.
Hey, can I get that one more time, sir?
180 on the heading.
Hey, Van Legend, welcome aboard. And looking good. Start looking for an airport. Speedbird said, yeah, if I can get my flight sim, I've got to go and roll back. I have to roll back an NVIDIA driver to get my flight sim 2020 going again. JSG Droid had an out and back vector.
Hey, 1045, contact O'Hare Tower 126.9er.
126.9 is next. 1269 is next.
Chicago approach, Lufthansa 3 of Charlie, 8,000 feet.
Polyad said a minus 143, but it felt harder.
Then descend and maintain 6,000.
Clipped Up Panda expects butter.
Reduce speed to 200 knots, 6,000 feet.
Okay, high foggy Canadian.
ILS 9 of Center, Lufthansa 3 of Charlie.
Okay.
United 1515, contact O'Hare Tower 126.9er.
There.
126.9er, 1515.
United 16 kilo, fly heading 110, intercept the runway 9 center localizer.
Got the localizer. Here comes glide slope. We should be getting a descend. Come on.
Delta 102 heavy, turn 10 degrees right for wind.
10 degrees right for Delta 102 heavy.
Lufthansa 3 Alpha Charlie, turn 30 degrees right for spacing.
Turning 30 degrees right for spacing, 3 Alpha Charlie.
I don't think that he told me to yet, Speedbird, but I hit the button. Got the airport, got the runway, looking good. 16-mile finals. Lovis wants to know
United 16 kilo.
anybody's getting
ILS
into
for
12.
9 center. Do you need another vector?
No, we got the ILS for 9 center. Appreciate it. Particularly.
United 16 kilo heavy, 1 mile from Mule, cleared ILS runway 9 center approach, maintain 210 knots until meet.
Maintain 210 knots until meet, cleared ILS, 09 center approach.
Delta 102 heavy, fly heading 180, vector C approach.
180 Delta 100.
And Delta 102 heavy, you can reduce your speed to 210 knots. Delta 102, you can reduce your speed to 210 knots.
Reduce 210 knots to 102 heavy.
Delta 3 Alpha Charlie, you can fly heading 160, vector C approach. Thanks for the help.
Dear.
Lufthansa 3 Alpha Charlie.
United 16 kilo, I show you about half a mile south of the runway 9 center localizer. Confirm that you're set up for 9 center, not 9 right.
I'm set up for 9 center, United 16 kilo.
United 16 kilo. United 16 kilo, do you have the airport in sight?
Yeah, we have the airport in sight. I just realized I forgot to turn on LMAP.
Hey, P. Reagan, welcome aboard.
We're direct now.
Delta 102, fly heading 060, intercept the runway 9 center localizer.
This is going to be a fast landing here.
Lufthansa 3 Alpha Charlie, fly heading 110 to intercept the runway 9 center localizer.
Intercept minus center localizer, Lufthansa 3 Alpha Charlie.
Berlin 441 is fully established.
Berlin 441, contact air tower 126.9 RCO.
0.9 for Berlin 441. O'Hare, good evening from Berlin 441 on the ILS for 9 center.
Berlin 441, heavy Chicago, air tower, wind 030 at 12. 9 center, clear land.
9 center, clear land, Berlin 441. Flaps.
Scandinavian 943 heavy, welcome to Chicago, exit right when able, and stay parking.
Parking.
Exit right when able, and we're
Going
going
to
to
the
take one of the
international
mic
terminal.
stands, preferably
Flight
mic
attendants.
10 to mic 15.
Land. Prepare for landing. Seats for landing.
Scandinavian 943 heavy, taxi via Echo, Tango Tango, cross 9 and right, contact ground, 0.9 on the other side.
Echo Tango Tango, cross 9
121.9 is
9 right,
next.
and then contact ground.
121.9. Ground, we are going to the international terminal today, so it's going to be Echo 4, Echo, Tango Tango, and across the bridge.
United 16 kilo heavy.
Flaps are full, gear down 3 green, auto brakes, speed brakes, everything is good. We're set for landing.
Arrival is a heavy A330, caution on the wake, runway 9 center, clear land.
Center, clear land. United 16 kilo heavy.
United 1732.
And our
Chicago,
majestic A330 all the way in from Berlin is doing just great. What a great airplane for us tonight.
United 1732.
I think the autopilots had enough fun for the past, what, 10 hours?
4 left at Mike, hold short, 4 left at Delta.
AP is off. Captain's got the airplane.
Cross 4 left. And,
No. There's no need to panic.
United 1732.
No, you don't need to call for legal representation.
Confirm the ground frequency for us.
Ground's on 121.9.
We don't make mistakes. We have happy accidents.
Let's turn off the target. Let's turn off the targeting computer and use the force.
We'll take Echo 4 for the bridge heading to the right, and I'll put it back shortly.
Tower KLM 2195, we'd like to try taxiing down Mike and getting...
Subscriber confirmed.
Commander King just did a sub. Let me concentrate on my landing and I'll do a proper thank you.
If it's not handleable, I'll disconnect.
Alright, so you want the throttle gate or the mic gate?
Say again?
Sorry, what gate did you say again?
It's a little
Bravo,
bit
Bravo.
windy
Bravo,
today
Bravo,
in
Bravo,
Chicago.
Bravo.
I know that surprises you.
Roger. KLM 2195, make a right turn to Echo. Taxi via Echo,
Landing.
Romeo, hold short 9er right.
Yeah, we'll try. As I said, if it's not handleable, I'll disconnect, yeah, because the aircraft is not responding very well at the moment.
Okay.
1045 is going to come in free.
United 1045, make a right turn on Mike. Cross runway 9er right, contact ground 121.9 on the other side.
Right turn here on Mike, cross runway 9 right, 119 on the other side, United 1045. Thanks, bye.
That's Echo 3.
Tower KLM 2195, yeah, this isn't working out. I think I'll disconnect here. Thanks for all your help.
Reversers, speed
Goodbye,
brakes,
thanks,
flaps. Exiting Echo 4.
Berlin 441, heavy exit right when able, stay parking.
Berlin 441 exiting at Echo 4. Parking is at the International Terminal tonight. Landing.
Berlin 441, heavy, taxi Echo Tango Tango, hold short 9 right.
Echo Tango Tango, stop it at 9 right for Berlin 441. Just like we thought. Didn't scratch the paint at all. How about that? Okay, that's going to be Mike. We're going to Tango Tango. Holy moly, we made it.
Tower, Lufthansa 3 over Charlie.
Commander King did a resub. It was for 43 months. Commander King, thanks for a nice resub. Welcome aboard. Good to see you. Marco, we landed 6 months from now. 6 months from now. Polyot is absolutely killing these classes too. 6 weeks of classes, 6 weeks of mind-numbing study, and 6 weeks of tests and passing them all.
Roger, cross runway 4 left at Mike, hold short 4 left.
My visa didn't clear, I have to turn around. Okay, here comes Tango Tango.
United 1515, cross runway 4 left at Mike. And that's going to be a right turn Delta to hold short 4 left.
Four left, cross at Mike, right turn, and then hold 4 to left.
Gaming Wolf just did a follow. Hi, Gaming Wolf. Thanks for the follow. Welcome aboard.
United 16 kilo exit right on Tango Tango and stay parking.
Parking. JBS, follow the channel. Thanks for the follows today.
Stay sharp.
United 1732, cross runway 4 left. Continue Delta Foxtrot.
Holding short here.
Cross 4 left, Delta Foxtrot, short 9 center, United 1732.
Holding short here. Okay, so got off the runway.
Berlin 441, heavy, cross runway 9 or right, contact ground 121.9 on the other side.
0.9 on the other side, crossing 09 right, Berlin 441. We'll take that up in a second.
United 16 kilo heavy, cross runway 9
Holy cow,
right,
we,
Tango,
Edmurph
contact
made
ground
it to
121.9
Miami.
on the other side.
Cross runway 9 right at Tango Tango.
And ground point 9. O'Hare ground high from Berlin 441, crossing 9 right at Tango Tango, parking at the International Terminal tonight.
Berlin 441 Heavy, welcome to Chicago. Continue on Tango Tango, right turn on Alpha, left turn on Alpha 16, and then park at any available gate.
Any available gate after Alpha and Alpha 16 for Berlin 441. Thank you. This Alpha is the tight one here. Actually, I don't think I could let that. I could let that stop.
Check into crossing 7 left on Tango Tango or taxi any gate at the International
United 16 Kilo.
Okay,
welcome
so
to
far
Chicago.
so good.
Air ground police.
APU coming
Continue
on up.
Tango, Tango,
I
right
am
turn on
dying
Alpha.
to know
And then head down
how
to,
is Volanta treating
let me
us
tell
on
you
this
what
landing.
you're gonna turn on.
There
Hang
is
on.
our approach. What did Volanta say? Volanta said, wait for this.
You're going to
okay.
turn on to Alpha 14, and then take Victor 2. And
Ah,
then you can
here
park
we
it in
go.
the
Now we got the map up here. So, how did we do? There was a little bit of float, but we landed in the zone, and minus 241 on the landing. I'm going to say out freaking standing. That was just what the doctor ordered. Remember, this is a wide-body jetliner. It's an old bus. So that felt really, really good. How about that? There's Alpha 16. The Outer Banks are canceling your cards. Uh-oh. And that should be 16 right there. And just grab ourselves a gate. There's that Scandinavian we were flying. Why don't we go park next to the Scandinavian? P. Reagan, this was a fun flight, outstanding ATC. Have you tried Elevatex? I do remember that over on... I remember that over on P3D. I have the flap open. I haven't started it quite yet.
The spy flight.
Musketeer 19er,
Sled
welcome
Alpha
back.
Adventures is here. Sled
that
Alpha,
might have been
welcome
longer than your
aboard.
trip
I
from
hope you're
Berlin.
having a
Continue
fun
straight ahead
cross
on
the
Golf
pond
Golf.
day.
Actually, stand by just a moment.
Oh, I thought that was like a, I thought that was a set of textures.
Yeah, continue straight ahead on Golf Golf, and then Victor 3, and you can park at any available gate.
So there's that Scandi we came in with.
Clear ground, American 341 Heavy, crossing this Golf Golf Parking Terminal 3.
American 341 Heavy, welcome to Chicago. Continue on Golf Golf, left turn on Victor, and then you can go straight ahead from Victor into any available gate.
Alright, Golf Golf, Victor, any gate, American 341 Heavy.
And nose lights going off. APU's coming on up. All the lights are good.
Ground, United 1732 on Foxtrot, Latitude Echo 8.
United 1732, welcome
Parking
to Chicago.
brakes.
Continue on Foxtrot,
Parking brakes are
Foxtrot, take your
good.
next left.
Come on up here. Do we have an APU? We do. Let's get the bleed turned on. That would be nice. Let's also turn off the... We're going to turn off the transponder. Engine number 1. Engine number 2. How did we do on fuel? Fuel was at 6.6. That's not so awful. That's not so awful at all. Let's come on up here and fuel pumps. And fuel pumps. There go those. I think there was one more. I think it was these transfer pumps over here. So we got those off. Come on over to the electronic flight bag. Go to ground. We could sure use some chocks and a ground power unit. Chocks aren't... Oh, chocks are being a brat. You got to go outside and put those in, I think. Okay, it's going to get a little noisier, so we got to go outside the plane. And... Well, I can't click the chocks in. So we can't do that. Irvy's going to do a 737-800 on the next one. Yeah, we will definitely have all the 777s there. Chocks. Ground power. Well, we can get ground power. That'll do it. Will a jetway come out? Hey, a jetway's going to come get us. We'll do cargo. We'll just leave the brakes on. got that. That Scandi took off. Well, holy moly, I think we made it. Passengers are deboarding. A great flight for sure. Simbrief nav, what did it say? Fuel on board. We used less than 3 tons of additional fuel. And you know, it was really cool, Tim J, because we got a couple of turns. The A330 did really, really good. So Logan, welcome on into flying. Logan's brand new at this. If you've never flown before, one of the things that Microsoft Flight Simulator has is it does have some really good flying lessons and stuff. And you can actually start without spending a ton of money. You can actually start with an Xbox controller just while you're flying the Cessna 152 and learning how to go up and down and right and left and all those things. Did we burn through all the ATC fuel? ATC fuel that I boarded on the operational. So ATC fuel was 2.2. We needed 4.9 in the tanks when we landed. So 4.9 in the tanks, and we had 6.6. So I think we didn't even burn through most of that either. You got the whole setup? Well, Logan, congratulations on that. Our next flight is going to be tomorrow at 1900 Zulu. So we're going to go ahead and do that. But let's see. Gabriel said hi. And I think we're doing good. Holy moly, what a day. That was a great flight. What a good time. Let's see. I know we've got a few people that are still coming in. We've got JSG Droid and Loviz are still on the way in. I think that my brain and my voice are probably about ready to go. I don't know how you did in Cross the Pond Bingo. I didn't get the last 2 that I needed. So Tim J, 2,845 kilos of additional fuel. So half of the extra and half of the contingency is what we did. So I think that went pretty good. What a great day. And there's still an awful lot of people that are coming on in. So there's all the airplanes over there. Let's go down to Florida and see what's going on now. Jesus, I did not have TCAS. TCAS was not working for me at all today. So over here, there is Air France Flight 120. Loviz is coming in right there. JSG Droid, I think, it may have already landed. Air France is still coming in. So yeah, there's Loviz right there. I don't see any droids coming in. The blimp is gone though. Yeah, apparently they stopped. How do you get Air France in green? There is a way to do that. I don't remember, but I'll try and remember next time how to do all that. Oh, JSG Droid landed. Irvi, what a great cross the pond. This was a good flight. JSG Droid had a -401. It was slideshow of frames for JSG Droid. That's never fun, is it? Never fun. Yeah, you can favorite some people with all this if you want. Holy cats, we made it. So let's see. Tomorrow we have got... nope, we need this thing. Tomorrow our first flight is going to be... we're taking the Mad Dog from Rome to Genoa. That should be a nice flight in the Mad Dog. We've got Havana to Orlando in the A320. That's Havana Sundays. We may have to move those flights around. And then we're going to kind of keep it a little short tomorrow, taking the CRJ from Denver to Aspen. Monday, we're departing an hour earlier at 1800 Zulu. That's Frankfurt to Copenhagen. And that's going to be Vectors to Copenhagen tomorrow, which should be a really nice flight on that one. Time for me to say a couple of thank yous, some very, very big thank yous today. There were some great, really, really nice gift subs today. And thank you for such great jet fuel in the flight plan. Thank you for helping me to keep the lights on. I really appreciate it. But there's also a thank you to the secret agents and special agents and 00s over on Patreon. I'll have a video for you there tomorrow. It was a little bit early this morning. Things went fast. We have got Long Haul Pilot. I think Long Haul Pilot just landed. Who else is coming in? Stu did Brussels to O'Hare. I think Stu has landed too. So those all look pretty good there. Let's see. What else have we got? I think that's about it. I can't see your chat right now. It got wiped out. Hang on. So why don't we go... Or Continuum is doing something about closes shut the jaws of Oblivion. Oh, Continuum is playing Oblivion, Elder Scrolls. So let's see. Why don't we go and see Stu? Stu does ATC most of the time, but also does some flying too. So why don't we head on over and do a quick ride and a hello to Stu, and we'll kind of go from there. Again, thank you so much for being here. This is always so much fun. You know, Cross the Pond, really, it's Cross the Pond is sort of like a twice a year party for all the flight sim pilots and all the ATC. And really, despite the fact that we were having problems with some of the, you know, the CTDs and the WASMs with the A350, this was really a great flight. It was an awesome flight. So I think we're all set. Can't wait to fly with you tomorrow. Thank you for flying with me today. Thanks for the great support. And again, thanks for being such great flight sim friends. Can't wait to see you tomorrow. Departure time's 1900 Zulu. That is 3 o'clock Eastern time. Let's go say hi to Stu, who I think is about ready to wrap up too. Let's go on over there. Thank you for being here. Have a great night. As always, please stay healthy, stay safe. See you in the friendly sim skies. Cheers.